Double tap. I don't hear it in my.
Oh, there we go. Now try. Now try.
You hear me now?
There we go. That's better. I don't think that was Mike. Oh, it's me.
Bottom.
Alright.
You can only hit it once. Twice you can't. My head hit like twice. Just like we're about to get canceled. We took fourth, I think. I think we took fourth.
Yeah, we did.
Great job, boys.
So what
Great
is the
job.
top one that qualifies?
I'm not actually sure. Sorry, guys, quiet down in here. Where does it matter at the beginning? No, but I love sending them. We just been fourth place, and two of you guys have not played long, so it's like we're fine. We got
My third time playing this.
yeah, we got Sandy, we got the slime climb. We can do it here. Here's the thing that you guys need to know: you're probably going to die and lose. There's nothing else I could tell
I
you.
thought that was part of the fun.
Slow and steady wins the race here, but this one, if you die, you're out. You're eliminated.
Oh, Pat, enough of the negativity. All of us are going to finish. Just make sure.
I just don't want you guys to feel pressure because there's a very good chance here that you die immediately.
Okay. Whatever. That's fine.
For some reason, I'm not on my screen. Okay, cool.
Oh, that's
When he said that, I was thinking of jumping off right away. Just right over the edge.
Probably not a bad thing, honestly.
No, we're going to make it. We're gonna make it.
Well, I mean, Sammy and I are going to carry us, and we're going to move on. I'm not
Oh,
concerned
God.
about
Oh,
that.
nope, I died. We're
Oh,
out.
out for now.
Out for now.
Both of you.
Did we die at
Yeah.
the same time?
Yeah, we died
Did we
together.
Did we both get bumped off that?
Yeah, we.
Pat.
Nice.
I think we went into each other, stuck together, and died.
I'm excited to watch that just because of
Well,
the build-up that
it's
of like,
slimy out
hey,
there, you
guys,
know?
I'm not going to lie. Seriously, the first 30 times I played this one, I died immediately.
I'm watching Pat.
I am.
No, we just each have a dedicated teammate to watch.
Oh, I did not see that coming.
Oh,
Fuck me
stand
right
up.
into the ether, bud.
Yeah.
These things don't work.
Don't do it again.
Where did
Oh
this-
my God,
Oh.
we're right there.
Use
Double
your-
puff, let's go. Finish this, baby. Nice and
Okay,
slow.
finish. Okay,
Double Puff
okay.
just keeps lightly touching that one pad. He keeps
Nice
getting
and
just
slow, nice and slow, nice and
flung.
slow. Nice and
Oh,
slow.
whoa, whoa,
Jesus.
whoa. Oh, no! Dude, that's your trouble pad right there, man. He keeps messing you up big. Oh, God. How the hell do I get out of this?
That's what she said.
Okay. Guess not.
Oh, I'm going to go
There
full
we go.
Spider-Man right here.
My poor little guy is just rolling around everywhere.
No!
What happened?
I died.
This is terrible.
Oh my God, dude.
This is awful.
I was in like first.
Not even facing. My camera's not even facing the right way.
So unfortunate.
Like, do I have to finish this?
Yeah, you want to go backwards
get
and
up,
up. Yeah,
get
there
up,
you go. No,
get
wait,
up,
wait,
get up,
wait,
get
wait.
up. Go,
There you
go,
go.
go, go,
Beautiful,
go, 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 go,
beautiful,
go.
beautiful.
Sender.
Where do I go?
Go left.
Left.
Either way
Yeah.
works.
Ah!
Oh.
You guys gotta tell me that shit's. How do I
Turn your camera.
You tap A again and you grab onto the bar.
Right trigger. Right trigger.
Oh,
Grab.
right trigger.
Oh,
no!
What's going on?
You can just run and jump along the bottom there, yeah.
do this? Oh, God.
What? Oh,
We-
my.
We're past on skill gamer gill. We're not very good at gaming, but we are good at.
Gilding.
Wait, what are we good at again? The most important part of this game is the last 3 seconds. Nothing else really matters. Oh, that's our team. Oh my God.
No, that's
I
fine.
just
You
stole
took my
yours.
tail,
dude.
dude.
I just took your tail.
Anyone who has a marker on the
I
top
am
is
so
on our
sorry,
team.
dude. I just grabbed fucking double puff. I thought we were yellow. I'm so stupid.
Had one job. Give me that tail. I don't have any tail, you guys.
7 seconds.
Christ, now I'm getting beat up by this hammer 3 times in a row.
Okay, it's overtime. Overtime.
I've got a concussion, my God.
Yes, we
qualified.
qualified.
Fuck yes.
I grabbed
Let's
one.
go.
I grabbed one.
I was. Hi.
That's
Yeah,
Top
overtime to
2,
beat that
baby.
out.
Top 2. Are you kidding me? 17,000 live.
Jeez.
Damn, you avoided 3 balls, Pat. You've been doing that your whole life, right?
Wow.
Oh!
Watch out for the platform.
Oh, my God.
All right.
No!
It's getting crazy out here.
There's 6
Oh,
left
my
in play.
God.
Six total left in play.
Oh, God. Oh, jeez.
Yes!
He bumped you from one
No!
side to the other. No.
4 left in
No!
play.
No!
4 left in play.
Get rid of it. Oh, no.
Oh!
damn it.
I'm decent.
Man, I literally am just having the worst game of my life.
Oh my God.
I watched that, dude. Right in front of my face, dude.
You couldn't tell me about
I
that,
didn't
Pat?
know.
You played this
I
before.
didn't know.
I feel like you guys are just setting me up to lose just to see me get all fucked around, dude.
Honestly, sometimes they go one way, sometimes they go the other.
I gotta adjust my camera now. Christ.
Oh, God.
Uh,
Is that first place? I can't read that right there. Does that say first place on top?
As of right now,
Right
we're
up
waiting
there.
on Chuck.
Right?
Now second,
place?
yeah.
Second place right there.
Chuck, you lost us first.
Sorry, 1 second here. Just gotta.
ah!
Does that say second
Come on,
place?
you can do it, Chuck.
Right
Do a dive there.
there. Right.
Oh,
And you can
There.
dive onto the.
I know. I have to reset my camera
there.
angle.
You can dive on when you bounce on it
Oh, I'm
too.
behind that.
To the bounce, yeah. Dive. Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
Now what?
Left,
Now
go
where?
Left, go left, go
Left,
left, and go
left.
down. Go down.
Can I just go down?
Yep.
Yep.
It's easier than trying to do the.
Oh,
long
Carl,
ball.
I don't like this at all.
It's better than the other one.
Oh, God. I'm getting hit in the air.
Hide and hit their face. If you're in the middle and you hit their face, you might be able to. Oh my God! And there's fans. The fans are gonna blow you around.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Oh shit! I'm not moving. Oh my God! I'm dead.
I'm paralyzed. Oh, God, I'm not moving either.
I like to run directly at the rhino's face.
Whoa. Except for when they come around like that. Oh, God. No. No. Oh, God. They're pushing me around.
No, leave me alone. Oh. Well, that's a good strategy. I'm noticing just bouncing and going up and just kind of hovering around. Oh, no, you fell off. Oh. 10 seconds, Chuck.
Yeah. Yeah. Just run in the middle. Yep.
Oh,
That's fine. That's fine.
Thanks to Chuck
Yeah.
Charles, buddy.
I'm going to take Chuck on a safari.
I showed those rhinos what's up. Oh. You. It's this one. Oh, okay. You like me.
Volleyball.
You really like me.
Get
I
him!
got
Get him!
two,
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 Get
two.
him! Get him!
Yes.
Get them both. The other guy.
Yes.
And the other guy. And the third one right here.
Ah. Ah.
Yes!
We're the best
Yeah.
in the world.
Let's go, boy.
We're the best in the world.
Let's make it rain. Come over here.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh no! Pat got too excited. He spilled. He's got the champagne out. Just throwing all this fake money around.
Hey, it's
Who said
not
it's
fake.
fake?
Yeah. It's going to be a valued currency at some point or another.
I tell you what. I feel like I could run through a fucking wall right now. I mean, did anyone see that coming tonight?
No, not a popsicle's chance in hell.
Neller, what do you mean definitely not second place? Buddy is out there talking shit right now. He didn't think we were going to win that. He didn't think
We should have went.
everyone was against us.
We should
and
have went
what
out
do
on
we do?
top.
Oh, I'm trying to get in the middle here. Oh.
God, I feel like freaking Keanu Reeves right now.
We got some strawberries.
Oh, God. I almost
Oh, I'm allergic to blueberries. Get out of here. Gotta go.
The mob doesn't give a fuck about the blueberries. We're running right through the blueberries. Wow, we must be in dead last place with the team. How did we win a fucking game? Let's go.
All right.
All right. Oh, we lost?
Yeah.
But we
'cause I
finished.
took-
We
Yeah,
finished the
we did.
round. Maybe we should just move on.
Yeah.
How did we win a game?
I don't know.
Let's go, Chucky. Put it in the center for Daddy. Oh, let's go. Hey, down two. Oh, he took me out, Chuck. It's all you. It's all you, Chuck.
Got him right where we want him,
We got it
boys.
right where we want him.
No. Get back. Get back. Get back. Yeah, he's gonna hit it in.
That was gross.
That was good.
That's just gross.
That was
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Pat apologizes for the disrespect.
Off the fucking sky.
I'm just gonna get in their way, I guess. That's my whole thing.
Do it. You won't. Play it, Chuck. Play it hard. Hit as hard as you can. Let's go! Let's go! Oh!
The assist.
Great pass.
The assist.
Ties it up. 95 seconds left.
Look at that.
Great shot. Great pass, dude. That's perfect. Hey, great play by Double Buff. I saw you and I know where to put it. Uh-oh. They got a chance. Just gonna rub it all over myself.
That's so.
Let's go, Machete!
My gosh.
Machete!
Yo, I'll learn something
Intriguing
here.
headline from Gawker. How to pair wine.
I see the words. They're under the chat box. Ah, nice one.
Why is it so low?
Hey.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
Is it sibling hikes? I'm gonna lose it if that's what it is.
It's ass!
What?
What?
Just don't be gauche and put an ice
Yes.
Insane.
Yes. Do I want a blended red? Nice, like a nice rosé?
What was it?
Pool toys.
No, it wasn't.
Didn't see this one?
Glitter.
Oh, come on.
It's in the fucking ether bud.
How the
See
fuck?
how it says
How
cash
the
money? That
fuck
was cool.
did Pat just gain that many points in his ass with the unit? Look at that
It's
spur
on the phone, guys. I'm playing on my phone.
Damn it.
Here's how you play this game. You use the device
Time
here.
to pick a cat.
No, you gotta be on stream.
You guys don't know go.
Damn it.
Machete!
You
I
guys,
need a whole montage of me
At
saying
least you're in this together.
He was voted most likely to be a
Who
landlord.
gives a fuck?
Right?
I
Take
mean,
this one out of the
seriously.
archives.
That was
What
what
a
If you
stopped
guys-
it.
douchebag.
Okay.
So the
Nobody
guy's got a job.
cares.
He's
If you guys,
employed?
Wow.
if you guys,
Wow, holy
if you
shit,
guys-
our whole audience is behind you.
hey, if you guys, oh,
Fucking Sammy's gone. He's, holy shit, there he is.
What happened? Oh, Pat, you're gonna choose a category.
I think it does it automatically.
I'm gonna piss myself. I'm
Here's
gonna
one for
piss
you.
myself. Look
Awkward
at
plot
Sammy.
twist. An
Look at
American woman
Sammy.
who became
What do we
famous
do
in
to Sammy?
2022 for falling in love with a fence happens to already
going
be
on with
married
that?
to blank. Write your lies now.
I'm gonna piss myself.
I know the truth is not ice cream as one word, so I'll not go with that. Or giant loads. Dropping a bunch of ass.
It's definitely giant loads have come.
Just that's a whole new reason. Or is that how crop dusting started?
That was a good one.
Thank you.
I didn't even know you knew the word dung.
Ass to boob ratio. Nice. What's got you over there, Cash?
Inflatable turkey. And now Chuck's like, that was my answer.
I honestly don't know.
Well, why not? It'd be the second turkey answer we've gotten.
Oh.
Damn, we got done fooled.
Pat.
No, I was
Well, I got
not.
last. Oh.
Machete!
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 Wow, I can't believe I got second.
I got second.
Huh?
Joey.
Joey Doubt.
Joey. 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 Joey.
Look at this face. Look at his face.
What's going on, bro?
Joey.
Alright, I got it. Oh, they're gonna get dicked right now.
Go, baby. Sorry.
Pat.
I need you locked in here, bro. You can't let me.
How many goals do you want to put up?
I mean,
Say how many.
one would be nice.
Say it. Tell me how many. One? You only stop there so I can quit? Plug one?
You can score that one. Okay. So
I stuffed it. That was aggressive. I still gotta score 3 more, or are you saying 3 total? I have 3 already. 3 more. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I got it. Here we go. Here's one.
Total.
Here's one. Okay.
I feel like that's not going anywhere. Here's
2 more.
Oh god.
I only had 12 boosts, so I had to use it well.
I'm just glad you're on my team.
I don't hear him in my.
Oh, there we go. Now try it. Now try it.
You hear me now?
There we go.
Oh my
That's
God,
better.
it's beautiful.
There we
Love
go.
it.
I don't think that was a mic issue. I think that was producer.
Call me out.
Oh, it's me?
Yeah. Bottom.
I keep hitting it. All right.
You can only hit it once. You hit it twice, it cancels.
Yeah.
I had to hit it twice.
Just like
so
we're about
just
to get
saying.
canceled because of our stupid. We took 4th, I think. I think we took 4th.
Yeah, we did.
All right.
Great job, boys.
So what is the top what qualifies? What is it?
I'm not actually sure. Sorry, guys, quiet down in here. Where does it matter at the beginning? No, but I love sending a message. We just took 4th place, and 2 of you guys have not played in a while, so it's like we're fine. We got
Probably
Sammy.
my 3rd time playing this.
Yeah, we got Sammy. We got the slime climb. We're gonna do it here. Here's the thing that you guys need to
Sammy,
know.
the slime climb,
You're
nice.
probably going to die and lose. There's nothing else I could tell
I
you.
thought that was part of the fun.
Slow and steady wins the race here, but this one, if you
Oh,
die, you're
hey.
out. You're eliminated.
Oh,
Pat, enough of the negativity. All of us are gonna finish. Just make sure.
I just don't want you guys to feel pressure because there's a very good chance here that you die immediately.
Okay. Whatever. That's fine.
For some reason, I'm not on my screen. Okay, cool.
Oh, that's
when he said that, I was thinking of jumping off right away. Just right over the edge.
Probably not a bad thing, honestly.
No, we're going to make it.
Well, I mean, Sammy and I are going to carry us, and we're going to move on. I'm not
Oh,
concerned
God.
about that.
Oh, nope, I died.
Oh.
We're out.
Out for now.
Out for now.
test,
Both.
Did we die at the same time?
Yeah, we died
Pausing
together.
Did we both get bumped off that?
Yeah, we
Nice.
I think we went
Hey.
into each other,
Wow, I
stuck
just,
together, and died.
I'm
feel
excited to
way
watch
too
that just
often
because
than
of the
it's-
build-up
it's
of like,
slimy out there,
hey,
you
guys,
know?
I'm not going to lie. Seriously, the first 30 times up.
now is. Oh, there we go. It is super fuzzy, at least on my end.
It could just be a buffer.
Yeah, the recorded one is going live well, so if maybe my internet sucks uploading it. I'm going to hop over on the mic behind me, and we will get started here
Let's
in
do it.
30 seconds.
Sure. Ooh. I like the stand-up mic. Well, eventually I'll be able to hear you. Oh,
All right.
there he is.
God, I hit the wrong one.
It's all good. I was like, here steps Pat O'Connell up for his first stand-up sesh.
Hello,
Oh,
is this
mic
thing
check.
on? All right.
It is. Tap, tap, tap. Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3. I like how you just muted yourself. Come on, man.
Oh, we're going to figure this out.
Hey, you know what? Growth problem.
Test.
That's
Yeah, I
probably-
don't hear.
Talking.
I
Lots
hear
of talking.
you. Why don't I hear my own?
That's a good question because I hear you crystal clear.
Okay.
Don't worry, folks. He's a professional.
All right. So.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah, I don't have my monitor on, which is fine because I can look up and actually see it. I'm just used to monitoring. Quick disclaimer, my apologies. In the intro video, I had like the usual. I mean, every time I feel we try and go live, I try and go live. It's just like one computer stops working. I had all black screen on 3 of my monitors, like restarted 3 times. Got it all figured out. Disclaimer though, we do in this live stream portion, when we cut these live streams to shorter segments, this is basically we're just live stream recording a bunch of smaller segments for all of you out there to kind of get in here. Just a lot of fun, and you'll see a lot of the screens that I have. I do have a lot more like elaborate transitions and scenes, but this will be the easiest way for us to. Oh my gosh, I can almost reach all the way over there.
Wait, nope. Other side.
Oh.
Wait, fist bump.
Wow,
Good.
I got to get better at going the wrong way. But there we go. The blooper reels are already starting for Pat not being able to figure out which way he's going here. So, yeah, we are going to try and limit swearing. On the live stream, though, there will be some cuss words. I'm sure some people that come on, you know, Alex and I, we probably won't be doing too much of that. But we do have 12 guests this week, so I'm completely open to our guests using some language, especially if it's like a really impactful moment of a story. You're telling a story. Somebody else had a moment. but we are going to try and avoid it. We have been streaming on Twitch for about 2 years now, and during that, we've just had a lot of success on the back end. We've been streaming once a month. So over a period of time, granted, Alex and I, we had gotten on the phone call, I want to say it was beginning of August, talking about starting this in September 1, and then September came, and then October came, and it's like there's so much stuff to try and line up. And eventually I'm like, we got to get this thing together. And so happy to have reached out to so many of you. And I'm so happy to have kicked this off with Alex. Alex is of the Bowtie Group. He does incredible things for the community. Amazing individual. He's always the big thing about this content network is I don't care what we're talking about. I want to have engaging conversations about what are we doing today. We're talking about bowling in our next segment a little bit. We're talking about entertainment facilities. We're talking about getting people involved with different activities. It could be an event. It can be anything. But the one thing that we want to tie, even if we're talking about sports, like Wednesday with Max for a little bit, we're going to get into a little bit of the local sports. We have MVP, Dave Deschamps over there at MVP, I believe. So when his group comes on, we're going to be talking about sports. But what we're not going to do is we're not going to talk about how after week 7, Jordan Love is the worst quarterback in the league and we need to get rid of him and we need to fire him. What we're going to talk about is exactly what happened. And say it's week 7. What would Jordan Love have to do to get better? And if we just say there's nothing he could do, then we're in the wrong spot. And to take that to the next level, we got a couple of dislikes on our growth mindset, fixed mindset video. And quick statistic there, I'll talk about this later in the broadcast when I get to my single portion. But in the year 1998, over 85% of teachers and adults believed that people had a fixed mindset. So if you were smart, you were born smart. If you were not smart, then you were born not smart. And it's just crazy because of neuroplasticity and so many other things, you do have to believe that you can get smarter, put in the effort to get smarter, and then work towards that goal. But any of us can learn so many cool skills. I shouldn't say any of us, unfortunately. There is certain exceptions to the rule, but it's definitely not 85 with a fixed mindset. I think that covers everything that I wanted to cover in this portion of the disclaimer. But here we go. How have you been? I haven't talked to you in a while. We're so busy. Life gets in the way.
Yeah, 2024 obviously. I don't want to say snuck up quick because it's the same 12-month period as it has been every other year before it. But yeah, it's off to a great start. Mother Nature still trying to figure out if she's giving us winter, early spring, fake spring. I saw 53 degrees here in the coming week, and it's like, okay, people's mindsets are a little bit confused right now. Fortunately, I've been starting the month and the year off on a high note, on a positive note, both with some great announcements, some great successes, and just surrounding myself with some great people and obviously having some great conversations like we're about to have.
Heck yeah. No, I love it. Especially, gosh, you had Damon John in the room. I had, we were Edible Convention next week, obviously a big week for us. It'll be fun. But what was it? Last July, we had Damon John come in and he was our keynote speaker. We did a little meet and greet. And his presentation, I've seen Tony Robbins live, and obviously Tony does an incredible job.
Oh, yeah.
But Damon John was unbelievable. Like his whole presentation, the flow of it, the comedic relief at times, the ability to engage the audience was something that truly stood out to me. Like I took so many notes. People next to me are like, dude, are you just like scribbling? I probably had like 15 pages of notes. Just I believe at the beginning he told people to take notes. I could be wrong, but I don't think I saw a single person around me taking notes.
I think it's one of those moments where you're so starstruck, but at the same time you're like, oh my gosh, I have the moment to be in the presence of somebody who has built something incredible, has fought through and has shown tenacity and perseverance, and really, I think as Angela Duckworth says, has grit, both between FUBU and Shark Tank and all his other business ventures. So being able to be in a room with him for 2 hours was amazing. And then we also had Valerie Burton and Sean Acker. I mean, both of them from the positive psychology side and just really being able to create a life that you want through positivity versus just, oh, let me complain about the problems. yeah, my mind, my business, my relationships, my life, all of those, just like any important conversation, trajectory changed for the better.
Gosh, wait. I mean, you're talking about over a period of time, right? I mean, not like. Are you saying
All
the
three of them
last
are
2
actually
weeks?
playing
Because
rock paper scissors with each other. To talk. No, this is over a 3-day period. So Valerie was one day, Damon was one day, Sean. Was
wow.
one day. We got 2 hours with each of them.
And the theme of that was positive psychology.
Positive psychology.
Heck yeah. I mean, that's all I've been reading. I mean, The Happiness Advantage was the last book I read yesterday, which I've read it 7 times now. But incredible book. And that's exactly tied to all of this, you know, and it's not positive psychology is not BSing and saying everything is positive. It's understand the positive, understand the negative. But when you have a situation, to focus on the positives of the situation or to turn a bad situation into a positive situation, because a good and bad situation is just relative to your position based on what you've been through in your life.
Absolutely. And really, a lot of it's going to come down to inputs equal outputs. So if you're only inputting negativity or negative outlooks or negative conversations, your outputs are going to reflect that, whether it's relationships, business, friendships, anything like that. Whereas on the flip side, the positive psychology, you're right, isn't just, well, everything is sunshine and rainbows. No, obviously, we know that's not the case. It's a matter of how many inputs can I focus on. One of the conversation pieces that came up was talking about if you're hosting a team meeting, most leaders or most managers, I should say, that have failed their teams have gone through and been like, oh, okay, like, what are you struggling with? What's wrong? Why aren't you fixing this? Like really honing in on that negative situation and not finding a way to create success. Whereas on the positive psychology side, the phrase was, "Where did you find the blueberries?" And when I heard that, I'm like, that I don't get that. Like, help me better understand. And where did you find your blueberries? It goes back to the hunters and the gatherers from millennia ago, where the way a tribe and the way a group succeeds isn't about, oh my gosh, how dare you for not finding food or shelter or anything else, but it's a, hey, if you found blueberries, how did you find them? Where did you find them? And how can we find more of them? So it's really, what are your successes? How did you find your success? And where can we find more of them? So that positive psychology is incredibly powerful if used and leveraged properly.
Heck yeah. You know, and you take the reverse argument of that of like, you know, we have everything we need, and it's just we have everything we need because we are doing those things. A lot of us are doing those things. And to have the mindset of like, we have everything we need, it's like we have gotten to a point in society where we're not visualizing those situations anymore. And I love how you were able to paint that picture, because that's exactly it. And when each one of us, I love the Jim Rohn quote, I'll take care of me for you if you take care of you for me. It's like if each one of us just, it's not selfish focusing on yourself. It's selfish when you take a bunch of stuff from other people, but it's how do I continue to grow individually to get to a point where I know I can take care of myself, you know, and obviously people beat the mask story on the airplanes, or not the mask, the oxygen mask or whatever, you know, where it's like help yourself before you help everybody else. But it is very serious in that regard of like, make sure that you're taken care of before you extend to the next branch. But how are we going to work together to solve some of these problems? And there's plenty of problems out there to solve that are worth it. The big problem is like, you know, on social media, the problem that people think they have is like, you know, the the limbic functions of society.
Yeah, and I mean, it's difficult when you're on social media because we feel so inconsequential in the grand scheme of what problems or issues there might be, to the point of, well, how is my voice or my actions going to make a difference, when in reality it's a matter of changing the life of one person, and then that ripple effect of, okay, going through and psychologically speaking, because again, that's where a lot of the positive psychology comes from, is if you give a compliment to somebody, not only does it make them feel better, it'll make you feel better. And if there is anybody around you that also observed that taking place, they also get the endorphin hit that the two of you have already felt. So that exponential ripple effect of just doing something positive for somebody else, starting with yourself, is a great way to, again, start exponentially growing that positivity, success, and just overall development of those around you.
Yeah. And it builds those habits into your own physique. I realize this is kind of crazy. I've been walking downtown for, let's say, 4 or 5 years now. And I used to walk by people and I used to say hi to everybody. I always do. And no one would ever say hi back to me. And then I was reading a book. I want to say it was 4 Agreements. It wasn't The Happiest Advantage, because this would have been years ago. And I wish I could quote the book. But either way, it just talked about, like, having a smile when you greet somebody. And so the last couple of years, I've been like, wow, more people are a lot more friendly downtown. And at the end of the day, it's like, well, now when I greet people, I just give like a quick smile, like, hey, how's it going? Compared to, I normally dress like when I'm walking downtown in winter like this, I'm wearing like a super old school baggy, like burlap. I mean, I just look, like maybe you shouldn't say hi back, So the fact that I'm smiling and wearing that and people are saying hi back more, I kind of took it as the other people. And what it partially is the people, but it's also partially psychology. When I'm smiling and I look friendly and warm, somebody's more willing to say hi back. And there's still, maybe 20 or 30% of people that don't say hi back. But compared to 80 or 90 back in the day that would just keep walking, it is kind of crazy. Just having that, just a simple smile, where a lot of people used to, like, when I'd be at work and stuff, like, well, Pat, you always look unhappy. But, like, we know you, so we know you're not, like, unhappy. And I'm like, oh, I don't know. But, you start to read these self-development books and you realize it's like, I don't want to say I'm faking a smile. I'm not in a bad mood. Like, even if I didn't have a smile on, it's not like I'm,
Yeah.
But just putting that, what do they say in that slogan? Put a smile on, put a smile on.
It's something like that.
When you do that, it makes you more warm, more friendly, more greeting. I would love to dive into the one thing. I'm looking at your audio levels compared to mine on the stream. I don't have the stream volume on, and you're like about half my volume. So I'm just going to crank you up really quick. And I'm actually going to sit down on the seat right over here and get a little bit comfortable. So we'll be back for the one thing. 30 seconds. My Streamlabs controller isn't working either, so apologize, guys. I'd normally be able to switch scenes quicker.
Manual labor time now. It's okay, because I can just keep talking over these 30 seconds. So not sure what we'd like to do. Volume. Here I am talking. Normal volume. Ooh, there we go. Look at that mood setting right there.
Oh man, you like that? I have
It's my favorite.
I'm moving the wrong way.
There we go.
So I hear myself actually a little bit now, which is good. One more test for you.
Yep, I'm gonna keep talking at the same volume.
Yeah, like, you sound good to me. It's just, I think it's coming through a little bit hot. I'd rather have that though. The problem with it being too quiet is when I try and blast the volume up in post, like, all the stuff just sounds so bad. So at least if you're a little loud, I can quiet you down, which is good.
Otherwise, I'll get really close to the microphone and we can treat this like ASMR.
Yes. All right. Welcome to, gosh, I'm still not even centered in the frame.
Man, you know what? It's okay. It's a success problem. The couch is just so large.
We're missing the Packer blanket here. Gosh, I got it
Man.
off the side of
I
the
got
camera.
I got a Packer scarf, but that's about as good as
Gosh.
I got right now.
Go Pack. So yeah, I'd love to dive into this incredible book. I mean, it really is. It's one book where they cover such a large array of topics, and it could simplify anybody's life down to when someone say the simplest thing, they could also say the one thing.
Ooh, that transition right there. I mean, the book, The One Thing by Gary Keller and Jay Papasan is, to me, not only in the real estate realm, but just in life, is one of the most influential books that I've encountered that have helped me succeed in, I can't even say just in business, just in life in general, has been The One Thing. And it really comes down to asking that one very simple question of what is the one thing such that by doing makes everything else either easier or unnecessary. And you can apply that everywhere.
Yeah, 100%. And the easiest translation from that is anybody that could possibly go, why? It's the simple concept that they talk about very early in the book of the domino effect. Mm-hmm. And where you take a small domino and it hits over a domino up to 50% its size. And after, I should have had the numbers in front of me, but after, what is it, like
17
16,
or 24 or something like that.
Yeah, it's like the Tower of, what's in France? Oh my goodness.
The Eiffel Tower.
Is it Eiffel Tower? Does he say that? I can't remember.
The Eiffel Tower is in France, yes. I'm sure there are plenty of other towers.
I can't remember. He brought up one in the book. I can't remember which tower he was comparing it to. But yeah, like 60 is, add one to that because it says halfway to the moon. Add one extra. It's like 61. Let's just be aggressive and say 70. I know it's under 70. You would get a domino the size of the moon. It's like when you just make the smallest decision that's going to get that next block started. There is not a thing I do. Now, granted, the one thing tied together concepts from so many other books.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially taking Power of Habit leading into Atomic Habit, even though they're not Atomic Habits, even though they're not the same author. You take those two books and you wrap the one thing into all that, and it's like there's not a single thing I'm trying to focus on or do that it's not the one thing. Even getting this Stream Content Network set up, it's like there's so much to look at, and it's like, okay, well, what do you do? And what obviously is the common thing to do would be nothing, and it's like, what's the smallest thing I can do? And I just started, I want to say, 3 or 4 weeks ago, when we finally got the blueprint laid out, I started reaching out to people because I was like, hey, we got to get people to talk to if we're going to have any other success. Correct. And during that process, I learned so many intricate things about the whole network, and I've built, the one thing for this entire program of, I actually have a copy of it. I wish I could see and transition into the background. Either way, we're going to get better. We're always going to get better. I've moved backwards a little bit, but I have this iPad that connects to the thing now. So even though my computer's way across the room, I was going to be able to hit it from the iPad, but it says it can't connect to the wireless network, which is amazing, which is just amazing. But either way, I'll cut that part out of the rubric here. But yes, the one
okay, I got you.
Yes. Hold that up. Hold that up one more time.
Bam.
That's beautiful. That is beautiful.
And honestly, the reason I have it near me is because there is so many times where I mistake movement for achievement. And you find yourself doing that some days where it's like, man, I feel like I did so much and I got nothing accomplished. And that's normally where you're focusing on. One of the things they talk about in the book is Pareto's principle, which is 20% of your activities lead you to 80% of your results. Yes. So 20% of your exercises in the gym leave you to 80% of your gains. 20% of the conversations you have lead to 80% of the relationships you create. Like, that's the premise behind it. And I have that here because sometimes I need to give myself that reminder of, hey, you know what? Am I really asking the right question? Am I really honing in and prioritizing in such a way that I'm finding that first domino that by knocking over will lead to the next, to the next, to the next. Because too often we see the entire picture. For example, I need to clean my house. And that can be very overwhelming and very daunting for a lot of people. Versus hey, you know what? Let me take a step back. What is the one thing that I need to do such that by doing would make that easier or necessary? Okay, instead of the house, let's focus on one room. Let's focus on the living room. Okay, let's work backwards from there. What's the one thing that I need to start with in the living room? Okay, well, maybe that's simply finding the packer blanket and folding it and putting it on the couch and then just building from there. By that, it's a clean couch, which then allows me to focus on the coffee table, which is then other things. And now the living room's done. And now I can focus on the next room. And it just starts snowballing. Those dominoes keep falling. And then all of a sudden, before you know it, house is clean. So it's applicable in so many different areas, but sometimes I just need to have that reminder nearby.
100%. And this is a book. I have a lot of books I read 4 times a year, and this is one that's in there. I mean, I've read it, I don't know, 12 times in the last 4 months, but that's because I've been somewhat interested in this, but also, to reinforce those habits. I like to do it a lot early on too, because then it really structures into your brain. But I love that you use that cleaning the house example, because I did the same thing. The studio right here, I believe you were on here recently. Yeah, so it went from the 3 tables on the wall when you were here. Then it was like there's like 6 computers in here again. Then it was super crammed in here, and I'm like, I got to change this whole thing around. But I had so much junk from the bar and was brought in here, so I had to go through tons of stuff and organize it. And it's like, I put this off for 3 or 4 months, and I had a week and a half free that I was going to spend in Phoenix 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, let's knock this out. It's time. Let's get this done. Let's get rid of the clutter. And I'm like, no, I'm just kidding. But I was like, this is so overwhelming. There's so much to do. And I literally took the concept from the book and I went, what is one thing I can do? And it's like, let's get one room done. Let's get the dining room clean, because if I get the dining room clean, then I can move this piece. There's a freezer. I remember the freezer just right behind me here. I had to move the freezer into the dining room across from the other fridge. And we finally get the dining room clean. Then let's move into the kitchen area. Let's get that room clean. Now I can move some stuff from the other parts into there after it's all cleaned up and clean. And then boom, you work through the entire house. And it literally took me 6 full days, 8, 9, 10 hours a day to get through my house. But it's looking much better.
Obviously, there's enough space on the couch. So.
Oh yeah. I got plenty of space here on the couch for one guy. I have a sectional room upstairs too, so I got 2 living rooms, and still 3 rooms with bedroom. But it's been it's a fun journey, and I love book recommendations. Alex is one that recommended this book to me. The crazy thing is this the book that you started, that you were, because when you were here the last time, you brought up that 80-20 principle to me, and I had not read The One Thing yet. Was that the book that this was kind of pulled from?
That was, at least for me, I've heard about it elsewhere.
Yeah.
This was the first one that concretely gave me the information and the background behind it. So
very cool. I did not know that, and I apologize. What is the term, or what was the
Pareto's principle? Pareto. Pareto.
Pareto's principle. Heck yeah. This is awesome. I have my notes.
You're good.
I'm
again, this is one of those where the right conversations with the right people just lead to a positive step going into the rest of the day. So having this conversation and realizing that by talking to you, I've scared you off your own couch. I mean, that's incredibly important and impressive to me. So now that I've done that, my day is only going upward from here.
Allegedly. I left my notes on the table there. God, we're only going to get better. This is what I like, though. It's like being able to look back. You look at all the big YouTubers, you look at all big people on cam and everything else, and this is episode 1 of the PUGG Network. We can only go up from here. But no, I seriously, having these conversations and even sprinkled throughout the day, it has completely changed my life, because there is not a day where I wake up and just am not energized to do something, because it's either I'm doing busy work, or I'm doing work, or I'm going to spend time with friends, or I'm socializing, or if I need to, or if I want to, I'll sit down for a couple hours and, just relax, just turn the noise out, shut the curtains, I'll do that. And if I want to work at something like, oh, I'm so bored right now, there is a million. I'm trying to learn piano. Language is coming way down the road, but like this entire network, there's the video editing portion of it, there's computer programming portion of it, there's working with different GPTs. I'm running I'm going to start a segment here, a series of like 10 different videos on like how to use these different GPTs, which I think will be really cool. There's the different stuff with the PUGG Network broadcast. There's our partner creator networks like Hold Us Accountable, who's live every Thursday, MVP, live every Tuesday night. So there's so many different angles of this, and just being able to talk to so many people that are focused on growing and learning is so rewarding and supportive, because seriously, there's so many people to this day where I'll go up to and I'll try to, they're like, oh, what do you want to talk about or whatever. And it's like, honestly, I'll talk about anything, but I just want like a, impactful meaning behind it. Cause I really want to control that habit throughout my life. I do not want to be around people that's like, oh, there's nothing you can do. The whole world's going to burn. The world's going to end. And when you're constantly around that, you're just like, well, damn, there is nothing I can do. And at the end of the day, there's so much we can do. And when you turn your heaven, this is from Four Agreements for sure. Miguel, I should know the author. When you can either turn your head into like a heaven or to the opposite of that. And when you're able to have these constructive conversations and meetings and other things, and I do this often on like my morning walks, where it's not about the exercise, which the exercise is great, but the ability to just breathe fresh air, to have a conversation, to allow your mind to expand and gaze without somebody being like, wow, that who have you told that before? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, and a lot of that is you're spot on, because you look at the people that you surround yourself with, and they're either moving you in the direction that you want to go, or they're anchoring you to the position that you are. And a lot of it is really the thermostat effect, which is if you're in a room full of people and you are the one that is either the smartest or anything else, you're in the wrong room. And it's the same concept. If you want to be more financially stable or financially independent, and you surround yourself with people that have poor financial habits, what are the odds that you're going to be able to break free of that cycle? Or if you're surrounding yourself with people that have poor eating habits and you want to lose weight, it's the exact same thing. You need to find yourself and surround yourself with people. And the hard part with that is it involves a lot of difficult conversations of, hey, you know what? This isn't serving me right now. Not from I don't love you, I don't care about you, but it's in order for me to better get to where I need to in life. You want to surround yourself with the people that are going to love you and support you in doing that. And that can be a difficult thing to do.
100%. It's very difficult. It is one of the most difficult things to do. So I do understand why a lot of people don't do it. But the thing is, it's not like a lot of people think when you cut somebody off, or it's not cutting somebody off, but just like distance yourself a little bit in a way of like, hey, we're just at different spots right now. You don't know where that person's going to be in 3 years. You don't know where you're going to be in 5 years. And it's like, I've seen so many people around me just turn into incredible individuals that, even myself come back, from a lot of people consider me smart and all that fun stuff. And it's like, I went to school for 19, 20 years. Well, no, 13, 14 years, 19, 20 years old. 21, I think, was my final partial part of schooling. There was not a single, maybe there was 3 teachers that would have been like, wow, this guy's different. He's different, special in certain ways. But there's not a single teacher, language teacher, math teacher, science teacher that would have been like, wow, this guy is smart, and not to like take that away, because I don't consider myself smart. That's why my next book is called Don't Learn to Be Smart, Learn to Solve the Right Problems. And it's because it's not about being smart, it's about being resourceful. I can get you with especially the information at my fingertips. I could do pretty much any task asked of me, from reviewing legal documents. Obviously I would never want to do that. But like I could do it. And, I do it a ton for myself because, I have an attorney. He's amazing. His entire law firm's amazing. But like, to be able to review all the different stuff, send it off to him, send it off to our other guys, like it just makes the whole process so much better when, they're like a doctor. You have to give him the information you're trying to look for. And if you're on different pages, there's a lot of subtleties you need to kind of learn. And I've had the pleasure of, buying a few different businesses where I've gone through the legal so many different times where I just keep learning so many stuff like that. Not to get off on the legal tangent, but with the tools and resources available, I could do anything, anything possible or solve any problem. It's like that's what people need to get to. And the crazy difference is, for anybody that calls me smart, if you play trivia with me, or if you, what's another thing? I would just say like trivia, where there's so much information, where people are asking me constantly, like about this music artist, about this movie star, about all this different stuff. And I'm like, dude, I have no idea who that is. Like,
You're not just a human Snapple cap? Come on.
I am so sorry. And they seriously like grill me like, dude, how do you not know who that is? Like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I tell Forrest Gump I got harassed hard enough. I watched Forrest Gump like maybe 5 years ago, and it's a great movie. I really, though, the movies I watch are the ones that, like, when I'm hanging out with a friend, like, they want to watch, and there's, I don't have any friends. I'm just kidding. All right, next up is kind of leading from what we're talking about, pretty much not. It's a horrible segue, but multitasking inside of the one thing. Oh, I was going to ask you something about the book, The One Thing.
Absolutely.
Oh, shoot, I missed it. I'll come back to it. But multitasking. So, surprisingly, still a large... you were talking about eating habits, and there's a stat. I read 3 books this weekend. I thought it was in The One Thing, but I could be wrong. That says if people... It could be a happiness advantage, too. The people... If there's someone that is very close to you in your significant circle, and I did this at 2 points in my life, but gained a ton of weight, put on a large amount of weight, you are 53%, 52% more likely to put on weight. I can't remember if that was the one thing or if that was the happiness advantage.
I don't think it's the one thing, but I agree with the concept, because again, you are surrounding yourself with the habits and the decisions. And on the flip side, if you genuinely care about that person in your life, having that difficult conversation and being real of like, hey, I'm worried about your well-being. I've been noticing A, B, and C taking place. What can I do to support you? Is a difficult conversation that a lot of people feel uncomfortable in having. So just simply having that skill set and learning and self-developing in such a way to be able to have those types of conversations can significantly improve your life. But yeah, it's a surprising statistic.
Yeah, it is. I mean, all of it, all the different stuff about you don't realize the different implications that people have around you. I'm trying to segue this into multitasking, and it's not
the best. Well, the best thing about multitasking. So actually, it's a good point, because I got where you're going on here. Is I'm gonna say something that's gonna sound probably abstract to a lot of people, and multitasking isn't a thing. It's you cannot multitask and expect to do both things well. Just like trying to transition a conversation into the next topic and trying to balance them both, like you can't do it. You have to prioritize one over the other. And that's the thing, is we don't multitask. We choose to prioritize something above something else. And that's not a bad thing. But the whole concept of, oh, hey, you know what? I'm going to be on my phone texting or scrolling social media or whatever it is that you're doing, and expect to be able to have a meaningful conversation. You're not giving 100% to both. You're giving 50% to each, which if that's how you want to live your life at 50%, that's fine. Or even more, if you're doing more than that, that's fine too. But if you expect to have deep and loving and meaningful relationships, if you expect to have successful and impactful business ventures, if you expect to just be able to be an overall healthy person, you need to make those priorities. You need to be able to be comfortable in establishing those priorities and following that. So I guess my hot take is multitasking isn't a thing.
Yeah, and they talk about it specifically in this book, but they talk about it in probably, I don't know, I've read maybe 80 books in the last year. I would say they bring it up in like 30 of them.
Yeah.
And it's such a, there's so many studies out there. I had somebody ask me, like, who said that? Who said you can't multitask? Now, it's different from what you could possibly think. I can walk and do something at the same time. And this part isn't the one thing but if I'm walking over a really narrow bridge and trying to do that other thing at the same time, I can't do that. I can do the basic habit of walking and doing something at the same time, throwing a football or doing whatever. But as soon as I have to focus on 2 things at once, that's not possible.
Intentional.
And people that do multitask and switch between tasks really quick, what has to happen is you take your brain has to create an entire set of rules for that thing, and then you switch, and then you switch, and then you switch. And all of these studies show how incredibly less effective multitasking, doing 2 different tasks at the same time or 3 different tasks at the same time. I mean, you look at work from home studies of inattentive viewing and the amount of work that gets done in those time periods. But the people, focus for probably 2 or 3 hours and get 8 hours worth of work done because of their productivity efficiency.
I've got laundry to do. I've got a dishwasher to empty. I've got to cook lunch. Oh, that's my dog. It needs to go out. Like, yeah, you're switching and you're restarting back at ground zero every single time you're switching back and forth. So while your mind thinks, oh, I'm able to switch between these tasks, I'm able to focus on both of them at the same time, to multitask, you're not. You're switching tasks, which is, again, you are giving priority to one over the other. If you just focus on that one thing, and then once you complete that, move on to the next task at hand, that's a whole different level of life and effectiveness that you'd be able to create.
Exactly. I love that he does kind of talk about a to-do list in a weird way, but the to-do list is like a domino structure. Picture it like that, not a top-down list, and it's like, just do that one little thing to get to that next little thing, to get that next little thing, and that's how you achieve 75 hours worth of efficiency, in 7 or 8 hours. Let's go on, Joe. At the same efficiency level. And yes, multitasking. If someone could put in comments, and maybe I'll even add this to the short if I'll cut this part into a smaller chunk, but if somebody puts in comments on any of these videos, a peer-reviewed study or research study that shows multitasking even close to the efficiency of single. If anybody has a question of like which study would show multitasking is less effective, every study shows that. Every single one shows the ineffectiveness of multitasking. And again, that's a hot take, but if you find one in the last 10 years, please put it down there, because I've read so many books and they talk about it in so many different books, because it is a huge white lie. I might not have written them down here. There's a whole list of lies that they talk about in this book that are like things that aren't real. Whatever. Not a huge deal. Do you remember parts where it's like, like frog leaping out of water? Mm-hmm. That was a huge one where I've been told that my whole life. Like, if you put a frog in boiling water, it'll jump out. If you put it in regular water and then boil it, it will stay in. Like, that's a lie. That's a myth. Mm-hmm. And then the other one is Cortez burning the boats. I hear that story all the time. And apparently that entire story is different. They scuttled the ships and they sent them somewhere else. They did not burn the boats. So apparently that's another thing. They didn't.
And the one that's probably that I encounter the most is the bucket of crabs. And people are like, okay, this is a bit of a weird transition, but the whole concept is, if you speak to most crab fishermen and companies and stuff like that, especially along the coasts, is typically when you go on their boats, you'll see the buckets and they'll have the crabs on them, but they won't have covers. They won't have lids. And you wonder, you're like, hold on a second, like, aren't you worried about them escaping, like getting out? And the whole concept is, if that one person, similar to who you surround yourself with, tell you a lot about who you are, the reason they don't do that is because if another crab tries to escape, the other ones will grab it and pull it back down, whether intentionally or unintentionally isn't the point, but that's the reason why they don't have covers on there. So small little side nugget on top of that.
Is that real?
I believe so.
Okay.
Actually.
Okay. Cool. Just because in the segment I was talking about stuff that people say
fact check it. Whoever is watching this right now, I would love, if you are a crab fisherman, please let us know.
Gosh, another thing I messed up on, I can't figure it out today, is our main stream right now is on Twitch and our backup stream is on YouTube, but I only want to be streaming on YouTube. So Joe is just crawling into the camera from all.
It's our new featured guest. Oh,
God,
there we
so
go.
Cute. Aw.
I believe the
But
phrase is "close the
because
door."
I'm signed into the streaming software through Twitch, I have to multitask. There we go.
Hey,
Yeah, I still got a little bit more. We got a few minutes yet here.
yeah,
I mean,
let's
we
knock into it. Let's
keep
go rapid
diving
fire. Let's go.
through this book here. I love this quote from the book, and gosh, I have it on my phone right in front of me. This is great with Joey behind me.
I like the clearing of the throat so you can embody the quote.
I love this story from the one thing. It's the wolf you feed. And one evening, an old Cherokee told his grandson about a battle that goes on inside people. He said, "My son, the battle is between two wolves inside us all. One is evil. It is anger, envy, jealousy, sorrow, regret, greed, arrogance, self-pity, guilt, resentment, inferiority, lies, false pride, superiority, and ego. The other is good." I don't know why I smiled through that. The other is good. It is joy, peace, love, hope, serenity, humility, kindness, benevolence, empathy, generosity, truth, compassion, and faith. The grandson thought about it for a minute, and then he asked his grandfather, "Which wolf wins?" And he replied, "The one you feed."
100%. And that goes back to what we were talking about before. Your inputs are going to give you your outputs. If you're going through and feeding your life with negativity, feeding your life with envy and with greed, that's what you are going to get as your output. If you're going to input positivity and love and meaningful connection, that's what you're going to get out. So 100% that story, though I am not Cherokee, is 100% through and through something I believe in.
Yeah. I seriously, every time I hear that part of the book, my hairs stand up. And I love that you say the input output. I just started following two of the books I read last week was $100 Million Offers, $100 Million Leads by Alex Hormozi. And a lot of his videos, he talks about the input output scale, as I know a lot of people do. And the one thing with that is, like, especially tied to the one thing, it's like, if you can focus on the inputs, and the outputs are like kind of people's goals, but at the end of the day, it's like you can only focus on the inputs. Or, I mean, you should only focus on the inputs. You can only control the inputs. Like, you control how much work you're putting into this. And the cool thing is, if you know your output or you know your goal, and you're putting your inputs in and it's not working, you can do something different. That's what's exciting about life, is that you can change up your approach, you can adjust. But the one thing I love in Hormozi's scale is he talks about, and I get this all the time with a lot of things I do. I mean, you hear me, what does he say? Ignorant optimism, where you get an idea and you're like, wow, this is super easy. This is so fun. This is amazing. And then all of a sudden you start to realize that, like, there's so many problems inside of everything, and then you just ride this roller coaster down. And then as soon as you get into that pit, right where you're starting to get all this experience and all this information, right there is where most people give up their idea and they go right back to a new idea, and then they do it again and again, acting like everything is so easy, realizing there's a lot of problems with it, and then leaving. However, when you push through it just a little bit more and you start to really struggle through that growth, adjusting your game plan, still trying in your field, that's when you have informed optimism, and that's where you're able to put the entire picture together, because you can do anything you want to do. You just have to have a growth mindset, which is very simple. It's, I can learn something, because you truly can. You need to work towards it. You need to practice at it, and you need to get through that day-to-day grind of being able to do something over a long period of time. So it's like, what can I do that I enjoy somewhat, that I want to do day over day? And, you know, and even at one of my businesses at Edible, I've been there 6 years now, and I don't hate my life when I'm there. You know, it's not something I want to do the rest of my life. I would love to be doing content. I'm working on my sustainable energy company that will be starting in a few years. We have so many exciting things ahead, and it's not that I don't hate Green Bay, the plan that, you know, to move out of town. It's not that I hate it here, but it's like, it's not a good spot for the different things that I want to be doing. To find 1,200 acres somewhere to build a sustainability farm with a logistics train across the entire states
and to export to other countries is not efficient in Green Bay, Wisconsin at this time. Like being closer to a Chicago hub, a Colorado hub, LA, something like that. East of LA, not probably in California, but
probably not west.
Yeah, being able to be close to that hub though, where we can send it across those big highways, like those are things that are important to my future and putting this entire picture together, being able to read all these books and really seeing how the plan unfolds. But most importantly, understanding that I have so much yet to learn. And I love being able to, come on and talk about these different things, because it's like, even though I learned so much about so many fun things that I'm doing in this, when I go and sit down and I'm focused on this next plan and we're continually working towards being able to get there, I have all these habits and all these understandings of, what book was it? Kroc. Oh my gosh. The guy the owner of Georgia Pacific. Why am I?
Oh.
Koch.
Koch brothers.
Koch brothers. Yeah. I can't think of, oh my goodness. I'm so sorry.
Regardless, the business book.
Yeah. And either way, I'm going off on a huge tangent. Being able to put it all together, being able to move through every part of my life. I'm 30 years old, and I know, I've completely, since 23 or 24, obviously I own the bar, and that completely eliminated any hope of me wanting to go out anymore. I'm just so sick of it. I've been able to establish all of these amazing habits and genuinely enjoy the things I'm doing, where I know, even though now, I don't want to say I don't have to work, like I don't want any of my employees to think that I don't want to work. It's that I genuinely work all day. I wake up, I'm doing something. I'm cleaning my house. I'm exercising. I'm having a meeting. I'm having a call. I'm working on video editing. I'm, focused on an ad campaign. I'm doing something during the entire day. And it's like, I don't have to do anything. But the thing is, when I've done nothing for years of my life, and I recommend to people that want to do that, do it for 2 or 3 years. And then you start to have a sinking pit in your stomach, like, wow, I should be doing something. So now I know when I'm not doing anything, especially for 2 or 3 days at a time, I can't remember the last time that happened. I was sick like a month ago. No, I was even doing video editing stuff.
I was like, you're still doing something.
Yeah. But, the last time I did that, I was sitting there, I think I was hanging out with a friend, or we were on a vacation or trip or something. We just did nothing for 2 or 3 days. I was just I did not feel fulfilled at all. So at the end of the day, it's like, wow, I almost wish I could be doing something. At the same time, I don't want to act like I'm always doing stuff, because there is times that I feel like, hey, I want to do something. And that's what's amazing about working all the time, is whenever I want to do something, I just do it. I take the days off, I take the time off, which leads us into our final segment of the one thing, time blocking.
Oh, I love time blocking. So if you were to speak to me a little over 7 years ago, pre-June 1st, 2017, when I got into real estate, my entire life, my entire schedule, and how I entirely operated, I was able to keep up here. The moment I got into real estate, I realized that if I did not have a calendar, if I did not control my time would control me. And that is a huge transition that I've had to make in my business. It's a huge transition I've had to make in my marriage, and my relationships with family and friends. Is I've realized, and this quote is the one quote that will always remain true to me, because I make if I'm spending time with family, if I'm spending time with friends, if I'm spending time with my wife, it is an event that is in my calendar. And first doing that was difficult. It felt weird. It felt unnatural. It felt uncomfortable. But putting that in there allowed for two things to take place. One, it allowed me to be sure that I'm 100% present in that activity. And two, it allowed me to inform and say no to all other things that were not that top priority. So it was my one thing in that moment. And that was a huge issue point in my marriage and in my relationships with others is, well, why should I have to schedule time with you? Because am I not important? And it's a changing of the frame for that mindset. It's not that you're not important. It's that you are the most important thing in that time.
In that time
And
frame.
so when you're going through and you're working on your business, you're working on your health, you're working on your finances, your relationships, your marriage, whatever it might be, when you are time blocking that time, you are going to make that 100% where your feet are going to be. And by doing that, that's what allows you to then hit that one thing, focus on those 20% of activities that give you all the other results. Because just by simply time blocking and setting aside time for the gym or for meal prepping or for making calls with clients or with friends or date night or whatever it is, it allows you to give 100% to avoid the multitasking and to really create such an efficiency and such a level of fulfillment in doing that, that if it is not on your calendar, it does not exist.
Yeah, I love that. I should be doing that. I started doing that a little bit, but I know most of the time I'm like a last minute plan guy. So I've really, the only thing I've been, what I should do is spend some more time with other people, not be such a introvert. I like travel alone. I do.
Hey,
I just love it though,
being
man.
comfortable in doing that is also important, but it's a priority.
Yes.
It's in your calendar.
And you have to, and like you have to spend those moments with people. And I love that you bring that into the one thing. It's like, you don't have to be working 24/7. Work when you're supposed to work. And then when you don't have to work, don't work. You know, being able to put that phone, I mean, that's my new strategy it's made me so much happier in this past, year or so. It's like, I used to be able to get back to people all the time. And now it's like, I don't even open Facebook messages half the time. Or like on the computer, I don't open Facebook up. On my phone, it's in the other room all the time. So like when I'm being able to get in the one, just like writing the book, turning in 20 pages to 200, the only way to do that is you start getting into flow state and you just start going. You just start talking about different subjects and getting into different things. And if one little thing, and this happened throughout the course of many of the days during, if one little thing sidetracked me, it could be 3 or 4 hours or even an entire day before I ended up getting back to my task. And being able to finish the book, or not finish the book, but finish the final edit of the book, like I had to go to Phoenix. I was having, even right now, I'm trying to record the audiobook and there's so many different things that always pop up, but being able to get myself into a position or a situation where I can just focus on that during that time frame, my efficiency is like insane during those moments compared to when my phone is next to me or Clash of Clans is on the table next to me. I'm getting nothing done, like an hour worth of work in 4 hours.
No.
I love it. But no, you got to head out of here. It's 10:57. Any final words or
I would say my final words is if I could do one thing to add value and be of service to people, it would be with these 3 things. One is time block. Set your calendar up so that you can be 100% present wherever you are. Your marriage, your relationships with your spouse will appreciate it. Your family, your friends, everybody else will appreciate it. Be 100% wherever you are. The second thing is going to be take whatever large, overwhelming goal that you might have and physically write it down and then start working back from, okay, well, what do I need to do this year to get me one step closer to that goal? Well, what is the one thing I need to do this month to get to that 1 year goal, and just keep working backwards until you find that first domino, and then just take action on that first domino. That's the second thing I'm going to ask. And the third thing, and this is one that has helped me sleep better and just have an overall better quality of life, is once a day, give yourself, set a timer, whether it's on your phone or on your watch or computer or whatever it is, 5 minutes. I try to do it at least once a day toward the end of the day, and do a brain dump. Anything and everything that's on your mind, things that you have to do for work, things that you have to do for at home, for your health, anything that you might even give a remote thought to, write it down in there physically, just to get it off your weight, off your shoulders and out of your mind, so that you can then focus on finding that one thing and just living a better life. So I really appreciate the chance to be able to share all that with you.
I like that third thing right there. I love that so much. And that's definitely going to be a clip. Seriously, Alex, continue crushing everything. I hope to see you back on here, hopefully 3-4 weeks, and we'll be in a better situation of audio and transition, and because I still want to move to these different scenes. I actually have 2 more scenes set up, but I'm not even going to deal with
the dining room. I can't wait.
Stand up here and hang out. Yeah. And then obviously with the green screen, we could do anything with that, if you know what I mean. Either way.
I look forward to it because you're on a quest to change a lot of lives. So I'm just happy to be a part of
Hey,
it.
seriously, and I thank you for being a part of all that, because it's step one, it's day one, and we look forward to having these impactful conversations for a long time. Most importantly, to reiterate it in ourselves, because this journaling through podcasting is an amazing thing, but also to the viewers out there and the people that can get resourceful feedback, not just in this country, but in so many countries out there. Amazing people that are trying and just need the positive information. So thank you so much for coming on. I hope you have an amazing rest of your day.
You as well. Take care.
And I can't cut it.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna catch one photo of us chatting, pretending like we're chatting.
Thank you. Hey,
there we go.
Tons of technical difficulties in the back end here. I'm going to fix them right now. We'll be back in 30 minutes. We got Jay coming on in an hour. Jay from Buzz Social. He's going to break down a few different cool things, showing you a unique method to how to pick your spares up. So stay tuned for Jay coming on at noon. I'll be back for a quick monologue at 11:30. Thanks for sticking around, bringing around. I have no idea how many people are here. I apologize. I can't check chat.
That's all good.
No one has.
You have a day that's as wonderful as you are.
Hey. Thank you. I'm going to pull up chat here in a little bit. And big thank you to Alex. Have a great time in your meeting and crush it today.
You too. Take
Thank
care.
you.
I just don't want you guys to feel pressure because there's a very good chance here that you die.
Okay.
Whatever.
You guys need to know you're probably going to die.
When he said that, I was thinking of jumping off.
Probably not a bad first one. If you die, you're out. You're eliminated. Well, I mean, Sammy and I are going to carry us, and we're going to move on. I'm not
Oh,
concerned
God.
about that.
Nope, I died.
Oh,
I
out
just
for
don't want
now.
you guys to feel pressure because there's
Did
a
we
very
die at
good
the same
chance.
time?
we died
Did we
together.
did we both get bumped off that?
Yeah, we
Nice.
I think we went into each other, stuck together, and died.
I'm excited to watch that just because of the build-up that it's like, hey, guys, I'm not going to lie. Seriously, the first 30 times I played this one, I died immediately.
I'm watching Pat.
No, we just each have a dedicated teammate to watch.
Oh, I did not see that coming. Fuck me right into the ether, bud.
Yeah.
These things don't work.
Don't do it again. Did we both get bumped off that?
Oh my God, we're right there.
Stuck together.
Double puff, let's go. Finish this, baby, nice and slow.
Double puff just keeps lightly touching that one pad. He keeps
Nice
getting
and
just
slow, nice and slow, nice and slow. Nice and
Oh,
slow.
whoa. No, we just each have a dedicated teammate. Dude, that's your trouble right there. He keeps messing you up big. Oh, God. Don't do it again. How the hell do I get out of this?
We're right there. Double puff, let's go. Finish this, baby, nice and slow.
Double puff just keeps lightly touching that one pad. He keeps getting just
nice and slow.
poor little guy. He's just rolling around everywhere. Whoa. No, we just each have a dedicated teammate. Dude, that's your trouble What happened? Oh, God.
Oh my God, dude.
I was like, my camera's not even facing the right way.
Double puff, let's go. Finish this, baby, nice
Like,
and
do I
slow.
have to finish this?
Yeah, you want to go backwards and the other. No, wait. There you go. Beautiful.
Sender. Where do I go?
Left. Either way works.
You guys gotta tell me that shit's. How do I do this? My
You
camera's not
tap
even facing
A
the right
again and you
way.
grab onto the bar.
Right trigger. Do I trigger?
Oh, right trigger.
Oh no! What's going on?
You can just run and jump along the bottom there. Yeah, beautiful.
Oh, God. Where do I go?
We're past on-skill gamer guild. We're not very good at gaming, but we are good at guilding. Wait, what are we good at again?
You guys gotta tell me that.
The most important part of this game is the last 3 seconds. Nothing else really matters. A again and you grab onto the bar.
Right trigger. Do I trigger?
That's our team. Oh my God. I just stole yours, dude. I just took your tail.
Anyone who has a marker on the top is
So
on our
sorry,
team.
dude. I just grabbed fucking double gamer guild. We're not very good at gaming. I thought we were yellow. I'm so stupid.
Has one job.
Good at it again.
You guys gotta tell me
The
that.
most I don't have any tail, you guys.
7 seconds. Grace, now I'm getting beat up by this hammer 3 times in a row.
Okay, right trigger. Overtime. Right trigger.
That's our team. Oh my
Overtime.
God.
Got a concussion. God.
Yeah, qualify.
Yes.
I grabbed one.
Go.
I grabbed one.
I'm so sorry, dude. I just
Yeah,
Top
every time
2,
you beat that
baby.
out.
Top 2. I thought we were yellow. I'm so stupid. Are you kidding me?
Has one job.
17,000 live.
I don't have any tail, you guys.
7 seconds. Grace, now I'm getting beat up by this hammer 3 times you avoided 3 balls, Pat. You've been doing that your whole life, right?
Watch out for that.
Oh my God!
I grabbed one. I grabbed one.
It's getting crazy out here. Oh my God!
Six total left in play.
Oh God! One job. Oh jeez! Yes! He bumped you from one side to the other. No!
4 left in
No!
play.
Get rid of it! You avoided 3 balls, Pat. You've been doing that your whole life. Damn!
Watch out for that.
Oh my God!
Man, I literally am just having the worst game.
Oh my God!
I watched that, dude. Right in front of my face.
Oh God! One job. Oh jeez! You couldn't tell me about that, Pat. You played this before. I feel like you guys are just setting me up to lose just to see me get all fucked around.
Honestly, sometimes they go one way, sometimes they go the
I
other.
gotta adjust my camera now. Christ. Oh my God.
Oh God. Man, I literally am just. Is that first place? I can't read that.
Oh
right
my
there.
God.
Is that first place?
As of right now, we're waiting on Chuck.
Right.
Second place, yeah.
You couldn't tell me about that,
Chuck
Pat.
is also third.
Sorry,
I
what's
feel
up?
like you guys are just setting me up to lose just to see me get all fucked around.
Second
I
place.
gotta adjust my camera now. Christ.
And you can dive onto the.
I know, I have to reset my camera angle.
You can dive on when you bounce on it. Dive. There you go.
Now what? Now where?
Go left. Go left. Go down. Go down.
Can I just go down?
Yep. It's easier than trying to do the.
Oh, I don't like this at all.
It's better than the other one.
Oh, God. Get hit in the air.
Height and hit their face. If you're in the middle and you hit their face, you might be able to. Oh my God! And their
I know. I have to
stance.
reset
The
my
fans are gonna
camera
blow you
angle.
around.
Oh, yeah,
Oh
buddy.
shit! I'm not moving. Oh my God! I'm dead.
I'm paralyzed. Oh, God. I'm not moving either.
I like to run directly at the rhino's face.
Can I just go down? Whoa. Except for when they come around like that. Oh, I don't like this at all.
It's better than the other one.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
And hit their face. If you're in the middle and you hit their face, you might be able to.
Oh, God. They're pushing me around. Oh, yeah, buddy.
No, leave me alone.
I'm not moving. Oh my God! I'm
That's a
dead.
good
I'm
strategy.
paralyzed. Oh, God. I'm not
Bouncing
moving
and
either.
going up.
I like to run directly at the rhino's
Hovering.
face.
Oh no, you fell.
Whoa. Except for when they come around like that.
10 seconds,
Oh,
Chuck.
I don't like this at all.
Yeah. Just run in the middle. Yeah.
Oh, God.
That's fine. That's fine.
Thanks to Charles, buddy.
I'm gonna take Chuck on
Oh,
a
God.
safari.
I showed those rhinos what's up. Oh, yeah, buddy.
No, leave me alone.
Oh my God! I'm
That's a good strategy.
Paralyzed. Oh,
Is this
God, I'm
bouncing
not
and
moving
going
either.
up?
I like to run directly.
You like me. You really like me.
Get him!
10 seconds, Chuck.
Yes.
Get them both. The other guy.
Yes.
And the other guy. And the third one right here.
Oh, God.
That's fine. That's fine.
Thanks to Let's go, boy. Whoa! Let's make it rain! Come over here! You like me? You really like me?
Get him.
Yes.
Get both. The other guy. Yes. And the other guy. And the third one right here.
Oh, no. That got too excited. He's killed. He's got the champagne out. Whoa! You like throwing all this fake money around.
Hey, it's not safe. Yeah. It's gonna be a valued currency at some point or another.
I tell you what. I think I can run through a fucking wall right now. I mean, did anyone see that coming tonight?
No. Not a possible chance in hell.
Neller, what do you mean definitely not second place? Buddy's out there talking shit right now. He didn't think we were going to
All
win.
this fake money.
He didn't think
We should have went.
everyone was against us.
We should have
and
went
what
out
do
on
we do?
top.
Oh, I'm trying to get in the middle. It's gonna be a
God, I
valued
feel like
currency.
freaking Keanu Reeves right now. I tell you what.
Strawberry.
Through a fucking wall right now.
Oh, I'm allergic to blueberries. Get out of here.
Anyone see that coming? The mob doesn't give a fuck about the blueberries. We're running right through the blueberries.
What do you mean?
Wow, we must be in dead last place.
Buddy's out there talking shit right now. He didn't think we were gonna win.
How did we win a fucking game? Everyone was against us.
We should have went out on top.
Oh, we lost.
Yeah, but we finished. We finished the round. Maybe we should just move on.
How did we win a game?
I don't know.
Let's go, Chucky. Put it in the center for Daddy. We're running right through the blueberries. Wow, we must be in dead last place. Let's go. Hey, down to How did we win a fucking game? Oh, he took me out, Chuck. It's all you.
All right.
It's all you, Chuck.
Got it right where we want them, boys.
Right where we want
But
'em.
we finished. We finished the round. Maybe we should just move on.
No. Get back. Get back. Get
I don't
back.
know.
Let's go, Chucky. Put it in the center for Daddy. We're running right through the blueberries. I'm so sorry. We must be in dead last place. Let's go. Hey, down to
Pat apologizes for the disrespect.
Oh, he took me out, Chuck. It's all you. Off the fucking sky.
I'm just gonna get in their way.
Got it right where we want them, boys.
Do it.
We finished the round. Maybe we should
Play it, Chuck. Play it hard.
Get back,
Hit as
get
hard as
back,
you
get
can.
back.
Let's go, Chucky. Let's go! Let's go!
The assist!
Great pass!
The assist!
Ties it up. 95 seconds left.
Look at that.
Great shot. Great pass. It was perfect. The fucking sky.
I'm just gonna get in their way.
Hey, great play by Double Buff. I saw you and I know where to put it. Play it, Chuck. Play it. You got a chance. As hard as you can. Let's go! Let's go! I'm gonna rub it all over myself.
That's so.
Let's go, Machete!
My gosh.
Machete!
I'll learn something.
How to pair wine.
I see the words. They're under the chat
Great
box.
play by Double Buff. I saw you and I know where to
Ah, nice one.
put it. Play it, Chuck. You got a chance. As hard as you can. Let's go!
Hey!
Yeah. That's so.
Let's go, Machete! My God. Machete!
Is it sibling hikes? I'm gonna lose it if that's what it is. I see the words there. It's ass.
Just don't be gauche.
Yes. Yeah.
Do I want a blended red? Nice, like a nice rosé?
What was it?
Is it sibling
Pool
hikes?
toys.
I'm gonna lose it if that's what it is.
Glitter.
It's ass.
Oh, come on.
It's the fucking Acer.
How the fuck? How the fuck
Yeah.
did Pat just gain that many points in his ass with the
Do I want a blended red?
I'm the phone guy. I'm playing on my phone.
Like a nice rosé?
Here's how you play this game. You use the device here.
No, you gotta be on stream.
You guys don't know go. How the fuck? How the fuck? Gain that many points
He was
in his
voted
ass with the
most likely to be a lamb. Take this one out of the archive.
That was what stopped it.
Okay.
Nobody cares.
If you guys,
Holy shit, our whole audience is behind you. Rocket Sammy's gone. Holy shit, there he is.
What happened? Oh,
Most likely to be a category. Take this one out of the archive.
that was what stopped it.
I'm gonna piss myself. Look at
What's going on with that? I know the truth is not ice cream as one word, so I'll not go with that. Or giant loads. Dropping a bunch of ass.
It's definitely giant loads of cum.
I know the truth is not. That's a whole new reason. Is that how crop dusting started? That's a good one. Thank you.
I didn't even know
Or
you
giant
knew the word
load. Ass to boob ratio. Dropping a bunch of ass. What's got you over there, Cash?
It's definitely giant loads of cum.
I know the truth is not. That's a whole new reason. Is that how crop dusting started?
That was my answer.
Good one. Thank you.
Don't know.
I didn't even know
Or
you knew
giant
the word
load. Well, why not? It'd be the second turkey answer we've gotten. Ass to boob ratio.
Oh.
Damn, we got done fooled. Got you over there, Cash?
It's definitely giant loads of cum.
Just know the truth.
No, I was not.
Machete!
Machete!
Oh, why not? It'd be the second turkey answer. Wow, I can't believe I got second. Boob ratio. Huh?
Joey.
Joey. And we got
Joey Dow.
No, I was not.
Look at his face.
What's going on, bro?
Joey Dow. Joey.
Alright, I got it. Oh, they're gonna get picked right now.
Go, baby. Sorry. Look at his face. I think you locked it. Joey, you can't let me.
How many goals do you want to put up? Say how many.
One
Alright, I got it.
would be nice.
Say it. Tell me how many. One, you want me to stop there? So I can quit?
Let's go that one. Alright. So,
I stuffed it. That's aggressive. I still gonna score 3 more, or are you saying 3 total? I have
can't let me
many goals do you want? 3 more.
Yeah, one more goal. Would be nice.
Tell me how many. One, you want me to stop there? So I can quit?
I feel like that one. Alright. So, oh, God.
I only had 12 boosts, so I had to use
I'm just glad you're on my team. Oh, God.
I only had 12 boosts, so I had to use
I'm just glad you're on my team.
I don't hear my.
Oh, there we go. Now try. Now try.
Hear me now?
There we go. That's right. I don't think that's the mic issue.
Call me out.
Oh, it's me.
Bottom.
I keep hitting it. All right.
You can only hit it once. You hit it twice, it cancels.
I had to hit it twice.
Just like
So,
we're about to
just
get
saying.
canceled. We're stupid. We took fourth, I think.
I barely. I don't hear the mic.
Great job. Now
So
try.
what is the top one? There we go. Been qualifies.
I'm not actually sure. Sorry, guys, quiet down in here.
Oh, it's
Where
me.
it doesn't matter at the beginning, no. But I love sending a message. We just took fourth place, and two of you guys have, just like we're about to play cans, so it's like, we're fine. We got
Probably my
Sammy.
third time playing these.
Yeah, we got Sammy, we got the slime
I
line.
yeah, we did.
Do it. Now, here's the thing that you guys need to know. You're probably going to die and lose. There's nothing else.
That's part of the fun.
Slow and steady wins the race here, but this one, if you die, you're out. You're eliminated. But I love
Pat,
sending
enough of the negativity. All of us just make sure.
I just don't want you guys to feel pressure because there's a very good chance here that you die.
Okay.
Whatever.
You guys need to know. You're probably going to die.
When he said that, I was thinking of jumping off those.
That's part of the fun.
Probably wins the race. Not a bad thing. Honestly, if you die, you're out. You're eliminated.
Pat, enough.
Well, I mean, Sammy and I are going to carry us, and we're going to move on. I'm not.
Oh,
concerned
God.
about
Oh, no, I died.
Oh,
that. I just
out
don't
for
want you
now.
guys to feel pressure because there's a
Did we
very
die
good
at the same
chance.
time?
Yeah, we died
Did we
together.
get? Did we both get bumped off that?
we
Nice.
I think we went into each other, stuck together, and died. When
I'm
he said
excited to
that,
watch it just because of the build-up that I'm like, hey, guys, I'm not going to lie. Seriously, the first 30 times I played this one, I died immediately.
I'm watching Pat.
Pat,
No, we just each have a dedicated teammate to watch.
Oh, I did not see that coming. Fuck me right into the ether, bud.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Don't do it again. We both get bumped off that?
Oh my God, we're right there.
Together.
Double pump, let's go. Finish this baby, nice and slow.
Double puff just keeps lightly touching that one pad and keeps
Nice
it
and
just
slow, nice and slow, nice and
long.
slow. Nice and slow.
Oh, whoa. No, we just each have a dedicated teammate. Dude, that's your trouble right there. He keeps messing you up big. Oh, God. Don't do it again. Where the hell do I get out of this?
We're right there. Double pump, let's go. Finish this baby, nice and slow.
Double puff just keeps lightly touching that one pad and keeps it just
Nice and slow, nice and
long.
slow.
Little guy rolling around everywhere. No, we just each have a dedicated teammate. Dude, that's your trouble right there. He What happened? Oh God.
This is terrible. Oh my God.
This is awful. My camera's not even facing the right way.
Like, do I have to?
Yeah, you want to go backwards and up. Yeah, there you go. Wait. There you go. Beautiful.
Sender. Where do I go?
Either way works.
You guys gotta tell me that shit's. How do I do this?
You tap A again and you grab onto the bar.
Right trigger. Do I? Right trigger.
Oh, right trigger.
Oh no!
You can just run and jump along the bottom there. Beautiful.
Oh God. Where do I go?
That's on skill gamer deal. We're not very good at gaming, but we are good at
Gilded.
Wait, what are we good at again?
You guys gotta tell me that shit's.
The most important part of this game is the last 3 seconds. Nothing else really matters. Again, and you grab onto the bar.
Right trigger. Do I? Right trigger.
Oh, right trigger. Oh my God.
Oh,
I just
you
stole
took my
yours.
tail, dude.
I just took your tail.
Anyone who has a marker on the top is on our
Sorry,
team.
dude. I just grabbed it. Skill gamer deal. We're not very good at gaming. I thought we were yellow. I'm so
Gilded. One job.
good at again.
You guys gotta tell me that.
have tail.
I don't have any tail, you guys. 7 seconds. Christ, now I'm getting beat up by this hammer 3 times in a row.
Okay. Overtime.
Oh, right trigger.
Overtime. Got a concussion.
Yes, we qualified.
Yes.
Anyone
Let's
else?
go.
I grabbed one.
I'm so sorry, dude. I just grabbed
Yeah, that's
Top
the time to
2,
beat that
baby.
out.
Top 2. I thought we were yellow. I'm so sorry. Are you kidding me?
One job.
17,000 live.
I don't have any tail, you guys. 7 seconds. Christ, now I'm getting beat up by this hammer 3
Damn,
times
you
in a
avoided
row.
3 balls, Pat.
You've been doing that your whole life, right?
Watch out.
Oh my God! No! It's getting crazy out here.
There's 6
Oh my God!
Six total left in play.
Oh God! One job. Oh jeez! Yeah! He bumped you from one side to the other. No!
4 left in
No!
play.
No!
4 left in
Get
play.
rid of it!
You avoided 3 balls, Pat. You've been doing that your whole life.
Damn it!
Watch out.
Oh my God!
Decent.
Man, I literally am just having the worst game.
Oh my God!
I watched that, dude. Right in front of my face.
Oh God! Oh jeez! You couldn't tell me about that, Pat. You've played this before. I feel like you guys are just setting me up to lose just to see me get all fucked around.
Honestly, sometimes they go one way, sometimes they go the
I
other.
gotta adjust my camera now. Christ.
Oh, God. Man, I literally am just... Is that first place? I can't read that right there. Is that first place at the top?
As of right now, we're waiting on top.
Right?
Now second place.
Second place.
Tell me about that, Pat.
Oh, sorry.
I feel like you guys are just setting me up to lose just to see me get all fucked around.
Second place.
You dive there.
Adjust my camera now. Christ.
And you can dive onto the.
I know. I have to reset my camera angle.
You can dive on when you bounce on it. See the bounce? Dive. There you go.
Now what? Now where?
Go left. Go left and go down. Go down.
Can I just go down?
Yep. It's easier than trying to do the.
Oh, Carl, I don't like this at all.
It's better than the other one.
Oh God, get hit in the air.
Right and hit their face. If you're in the middle and you hit their face, you might be able to. Oh my God, and there's
I know, I have to
fans.
reset
The
my
fans are gonna
camera
blow you
angle.
around.
Oh yeah, buddy.
Shit, I'm not moving. Oh my God, I'm dead.
I'm paralyzed. Oh God, I'm not moving either.
I like to run directly at the rhino's face.
Can I just go down? Whoa! Except for when they come around like that. Oh, Carl, I don't like this at all.
It's better than the other one.
Oh God, get hit in the air.
Oh God.
And hit their face. If you're in the middle and you hit their face, you might be able to. Oh my
Oh
God.
God, they're pushing me around.
Oh
yeah, buddy.
No, leave me alone.
I'm moving. Oh my God, I'm dead.
That's a good
I'm
strategy.
paralyzed. Oh God, I'm not moving either.
Going up.
I like to run directly at the rhino's
Hovering
face.
up. Oh no, you fell.
Whoa! Except for when they come around like that.
10 seconds,
Oh, I
Chuck.
don't like this at all.
Yeah. Just run in the middle. Yeah.
Oh God.
That's fine. That's fine.
Thanks to Charles, buddy.
I'm gonna take Chuck on a
God,
safari.
I showed those rhinos what's up. Oh yeah, buddy.
No, leave me alone.
Oh my God, I'm dead.
That's a good strategy.
Oh God,
This one.
I like to run directly.
You like me?
Oh,
You really like me?
Get him.
Yes.
Get them both. The other guy.
Yes.
And the other guy. And the third one right here.
God.
That's fine. That's fine.
Thanks to Let's go, boy. Whoa! Let's make it rain! Come over here! You like me? You really like me?
Get him.
Yes.
The other guy. And the other
Throwing all this fake money.
Hey, it's not fake. Yeah. It's gonna be a value currency at some point or another.
I tell you what, I feel like I can run through a fucking wall right now. I mean, did anyone see that coming tonight?
No, not a popsicle chance in hell.
Neller, what do you mean definitely not second place? Buddy's out there talking shit right now. He didn't think we were
all
going to
this
win.
fake money.
He didn't think
We should have went.
Everyone was against us.
We should have
and
went
what
out
do
on
we do?
top.
Oh, I'm trying to get in the mix. It's gonna be a
And I
value
feel like
currency
freaking
at some
Keanu
point.
Reeves right now. I tell you what, I feel like I can run through a fucking wall right now.
Oh, I'm allergic to blueberries. Get out of here.
See that the mob doesn't give a fuck about the blueberries. We're running right through the blueberries. What do you mean? Wow, we must be in dead last place. Out there talking shit. How did we win a fucking game? Everyone was against us.
We should have went out on top.
Right. Oh, we just lost.
Yeah, but we finished. We finished the round. Maybe we should just move on.
How did we win a game?
I don't know.
Let's go, Chucky. Put it in the center for Daddy. We're running right through the blueberries. Wow, we must be in dead last place. Let's go. Hey, down two. How did we win a fucking game? Oh, you took me out, Chuck. It's all you.
All right.
It's all you, Chuck.
Got him right where we want him, boys.
Right where we want
But
him.
we finished. We finished the round. Maybe we should just move on.
No. Get back, get back, get
I don't
back.
know.
Let's go, Chucky. Put it in the center for Daddy. I'm so sorry. We must be in dead last place. Let's go. Hey, down.
Pat apologizes for the disrespect.
Oh, you took me out, Chuck. It's all you. Off the fucking sky.
I'm just gonna get in their way. Got him right where we want him, boys.
Do it.
We finished the round. Maybe we should
Play it, Chuck. Play it hard.
Get back,
Hit as
get
hard as
back,
you
get
can.
back.
Let's go, Chucky. Let's go. Let's go.
The assist!
Great pass.
The assist!
Ties it up. 95
apologizes
seconds
for the
left.
disrespect. Look at that.
Great shot. Great pass. That was perfect. Off the fucking sky.
I'm just gonna get in their way.
Hey, great play by Double Buff. I saw you and I know where to put it. Play it, Chuck. Play it. You got a chance. As hard as you can. Let's go, Chucky. Let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna rub it all over myself. Let's go, Machete.
My gosh.
Machete.
I'll learn something here. I see the words. They're under the chat
Great
box.
play by Double Buff. I saw you and I know where to
Ah, nice one.
put it. Play it, Chuck. Play it. You got a chance. As hard as you can. Let's go.
Hey! Yeah. I'll learn something. Is it sibling hikes? I'm gonna lose it if that's what it is. I see the words. They're under the chat box.
What? Just don't be gauche and pretty nice.
Yes. Yes. Do I want a blended red? Like a nice rosé?
What was it?
Is it sibling
Cool
hikes?
toys.
I'm gonna lose it if that's what it is. I see
Glitter?
It's ass.
Oh, come on.
It's laser bot.
How the fuck? How the fuck
Yeah.
did Pat just gain that many points in his ass with the
Do I want a blended red?
I'm the phone, guys. I'm playing on my phone.
Like a nice rosé?
Here's how you play this game. You use the device here.
No, you gotta be on stream.
glitter? You guys don't know golf. How the fuck? How the fuck? Guys, come on, guys. Gained that many points
He was
in his
voted
ass with the
most likely to be a landlord. Take this one out of the archive.
That was what stopped it.
Okay.
Use the device here.
If you guys,
Holy shit, our whole audience is behind you.
okay, if you guys, it's all
Fucking Sammy's gone. Holy shit, there he is.
What happened? Oh,
Most likely to be a landlord. Take this one out of the archive.
that was what stopped it.
I'm gonna piss myself. I'm gonna piss myself. Look at Sammy.
What's going on with that? What happened? I know the truth is not ice cream as one word, so I'll not go with that. Or giant load. a bunch of ass.
It's definitely giant loads of cum.
I know the truth is not. That's a whole new reason. Is that how crop dusting started?
That was a good one.
Thank you.
I didn't even know
Or
you
giant
knew the word
load.
down.
S to boob ratio. Dropping a bunch of ass. What's got you over there, Cash?
It's definitely giant loads of cum.
I know the truth is not. That's a whole new reason. Is that how crop dusting started?
That was my answer.
Good one. Thank you.
Oh no.
I didn't even know
Or
you
giant
knew the
load.
word down.
Well, why not? It'd be the second turkey answer we've gotten. S to boob ratio.
Oh.
Bunch of ass. Damn, we got done fooled. What's got you over there, Cash?
It's definitely giant loads of cum.
Just know the truth.
No, I was not.
Machete!
Machete!
Oh, why not? It'd be the second turkey answer. Wow, I can't believe I got second. Boob ratio. Huh?
Oh.
Joey. Joey.
Damn, we got done
Joey Dow.
fooled. What's over there, Cash?
No, I was not.
Joey, 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 Joey.
Look at this face.
What's going on, bro?
Joey Dow. Joey.
Alright, I got it. Oh, they're gonna get dick right
Go, baby.
Joey, Joey,
Sorry.
Joey.
Look at this face. I need you locked in. Joey Dow. You can't let me.
How many goals do you want to put up?
I mean,
Say them.
one
Alright, I got it.
would be nice.
Say. Tell me how many. One, you only stop there, so I can quit.
Let's go that one. Alright. So,
I stuffed it. That's aggressive. I still gonna score 3 more, or are you saying 3 total? I have
can't let me
many goals do you want? 3 more.
Yeah, one would be nice.
Tell me how many. One, you only stop there, so I can quit.
I feel like that one. Alright. So,
I stuffed it. That's aggressive. 2 more. I still gonna score 3 more, or are you saying 3 total? I have
oh god.
I only had 12 boots, so I had to use it.
I'm just glad you're on my team.
One, you only stop there, so I can quit.
I feel like oh god.
I only had 12 boots, so I had to use it.
I'm just glad you're on my team.
I think. I think we did.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, good job. Now try.
So what is the top one? There we go. Qualifies.
I'm not actually sure. Sorry, guys, quiet down in here. Where does it matter at the beginning? No, but I love cinnamon. We just took 4th place, and you guys have just like we're about playing cans, so it's like we're fine. We got Sammy. Yeah, we got Sammy. We got the slime fun.
Yeah, we did.
Do it. Now, here's the thing that you guys need to know: you're probably going to die and lose. There's nothing else. Slow and steady wins the race here, but this one, if you die, you're out. You're eliminated.
Hey, enough of the negativity. All of us,
you guys
just make sure.
I just don't want you guys to feel pressure because there's a very good chance here that you die.
Okay.
Whatever.
You guys need to know you're probably going to die.
When he said that, I was thinking of jumping off there.
Probably wins the race. Not a bad thing. If you die, you're out. You're eliminated.
Hey, enough.
Well, I mean, Sammy and I are going to carry us, and we're going to move on. I'm not.
Oh, God.
Oh, nope, I died.
Oh, out for now.
Out pressure because
Did we die at the same time?
Yeah, we died together.
Did we both get bumped off that?
Yeah, we
Nice.
I think we went into each other, stuck together, and died. When
I'm
he said
excited to
that,
watch it just because of the build-up that I'm like, hey, guys, I'm not going to lie. Seriously, the first 30 times I played this one, I died immediately.
I'm watching Pat.
No, we just each have a dedicated teammate to watch.
Oh, I did not see that coming. Fuck me right into the ether, bud.
Yeah. Don't do it again. Get bumped off that?
Oh my God, we're right there.
Together.
Double puff, let's go. Finish this baby, nice and slow.
Double puff just keeps lightly touching that one pad. It keeps
Nice and slow, nice and slow, nice and slow. Nice and slow.
Oh, whoa. No, we just each have a dedicated teammate. Dude, that's your trouble right there. He keeps messing you up big. Oh, God. Don't do it again. Get bumped off that? Where the hell do I get out of this?
We're right there. Double puff, let's go. Finish this baby, nice and slow.
Double puff just keeps lightly touching that one pad. It keeps
Nice and slow, nice and slow, nice and slow.
little guy rolling around everywhere. Whoa. No, we just each have a dedicated teammate. Dude, that's your trouble right there. What happened? Oh, God.
Oh my God.
What the hell's my camera's not even facing the right way.
Like, do I have to?
Double puff just keeps
Yeah, you want to go backwards?
Get up,
Yeah,
get
there
up.
you go. Wait. There you go. Beautiful.
Sender.
Where do I go?
That either way
You guys gotta tell me that shit's. How do I do this? My
works.
camera's
You
not even
tap
facing the
A
right
again
way.
and you grab onto the bar.
Right trigger. Do I have trigger?
Oh, right trigger. You can just run and jump along the bottom there. Beautiful.
Oh, God. Where do I go?
We're past on skill gamer go. We're not very good at gaming, but we are good at
Gilded.
Wait, what are we good at again?
You guys gotta tell me that
The
shit's.
most important part of this game is the last 3 seconds. Nothing else really matters. Again, and you grab onto the bar.
Right trigger. Do I have trigger?
That's our team. Oh my God! I just stole yours, dude. I just took your tail.
Anyone who has a marker on the top is on our
Sorry,
team.
dude. I just grabbed skill gamer go. We're not very good at. I thought we were yellow. I'm so
Had one job.
Good at it again.
You guys gotta tell me that.
Yeah,
shit's-
Jim,
I don't have any tails, you guys. 7 seconds. Christ, now I'm getting beat up by this hammer 3 times in a row.
Okay. Overtime.
Oh, right trigger.
Overtime. Got a concussion.
Yeah. Yes, we qualified.
Yes.
I grabbed one. I grabbed one.
I'm so sorry, dude. I just grabbed.
Yeah,
Top
time to
2,
beat that
baby.
out.
Top 2. I thought we were yellow. I'm so sorry. Are you kidding me?
One job.
17,000 live.
I don't have any tails, you guys. 7 seconds. Christ, now I'm getting beat up by this hammer 3 times
Damn,
in
you
a row.
avoided 3 balls, Pat.
You've been doing that your whole life, right?
Watch out.
Oh my God!
Let's go. I grabbed one.
No! It's getting crazy out here.
There's
Oh my God!
Six total left in play.
Oh God! One job. Oh jeez! Yeah! He bumped you from one side to the other. No!
4 left in
No!
play.
Pat, get rid of it!
You avoided 3 balls, Pat. You've been doing that your whole life.
Damn it!
Watch out.
Oh my God!
Decent.
Man, I literally am just having the worst game.
Oh my God!
I watched that, dude. Right in front of my face.
Oh God! Oh jeez! You couldn't tell me about that, Pat. You played this before.
No.
I feel like you guys are just setting me up to lose just to see me get all fucked around.
Honestly, sometimes they go one way, sometimes they go the
I
other.
gotta adjust my camera now. Christ.
Oh, God. Man, I literally am just... Is that first place? I can't read that right there. Is that first place at the top?
As of right now, we're waiting on Chuck.
Right?
Not second place. Yeah.
Second place.
Chuck, you lost first.
Oh, sorry.
I feel like you guys are just setting me up to lose just to see me get all fucked
Let's
around.
see, second place.
Do a dive there.
I gotta adjust my camera now. Christ.
And you can dive onto the.
I know, I have to reset my camera angle.
You can dive on when you bounce on it. Let's do the bounce. Dive. There you go.
Now what? Now where?
Go left. Left and go down. Go down.
Can I just go down?
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
It's easier than trying to do the.
Oh, Carl, I don't like this at all.
It's better than the other one.
Oh, God. Get hit in the air.
And hit their face. If you're in the middle and you hit their face, you might be able to. Oh my God! And there's
I know, I have to
fans.
reset
The
my
fans are gonna
camera
blow you
angle.
around.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Shit, I'm not moving. Oh my God! I'm dead.
I'm paralyzed. Oh, God, I'm not moving either.
I like to run directly at the rhino's face.
Can I just go down? Whoa. Except for when they come around like that. Oh, I don't like this at all.
It's better than the other one.
Oh, God. Get hit in the Oh, God.
And hit their face. If you're in the middle and you hit their face, you might be able to. Oh my
Oh,
God!
God. They're pushing me
The fans are
around.
gonna blow you around.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
No, leave me alone.
Not moving. Oh my God! I'm dead.
That's a good
I'm
strategy.
paralyzed. Oh, God, I'm not moving either.
Going up.
I like to run directly at the rhino's
Hovering
face.
up. Oh no, you fell.
Whoa. Except for when they come around like that.
10 seconds,
Oh,
Chuck.
I don't like this at all.
Yeah. Just run in the middle. Yeah.
Oh, God.
That's fine. That's fine.
Thanks to Charles, buddy.
I'm gonna take Chuck
Oh,
on a
God.
safari.
I showed those rhinos what's up. Oh, yeah, buddy.
No, leave me alone.
Oh my God! I'm dead.
That's a good strategy.
Oh, God. This one.
I like to run directly.
You like me. You really like me.
Get him.
Yes.
Get them both. The other guy.
Yes.
And the other guy. And the third one right here.
God.
That's fine. That's fine.
Thanks to I showed those rhinos. Let's go, boys. Whoa! Let's make it rain! Come over here! You like me? You really like me?
Get him.
Yes.
Get them both. The other guy. And the other guy. And the third one right here.
Oh, no. That got too excited. He spilled. He's got the champagne out. You like me? Throwing all this fake money around.
Hey, it's not fake. Yeah. It's gonna be a valued currency at some point or another.
I tell you what. I feel like I can run through a fucking wall right now. I mean, did anyone see that coming tonight?
No. Not a popsicle chance in hell.
Neller, what do you mean definitely not second place? Buddy's out there talking shit right now. He didn't think we were
All
going to
this
win.
fake money.
He didn't think
We should have went.
everyone was against us.
We should have went out on top.
Oh, I'm trying to get in the mix. It's gonna be a
And I
valued
feel like
currency.
freaking Keanu Reeves right now. I tell you what. I feel like I can run through a fucking wall right now.
Oh, I'm allergic to blueberries. Get out of here.
See that coming tonight? The mob doesn't give a fuck about the blueberries. We're running right through the blueberries. What do you mean definitely wow, we must be in dead last place. They're talking shit. How did we win a fucking
We
game?
should have went.
Everyone was against
All right.
us.
We should have went out on top.
Right. Oh, we did lost.
Yeah.
But we finished. We finished the round. Maybe we should just move on.
How did we win a game?
I don't know.
Let's go, Chucky. Put it in the center for Daddy. We're running right through the blueberries. Wow, we must be in dead last place. Let's go. Hey, down two. How did we win a fucking game? Oh, you took me out, Chuck. It's all you.
All right.
It's all you, Chuck.
Got him right where we want him, boys.
Right where we want
But
him.
we finished. We finished the round. Maybe we should just move on.
No. Get back. Get back. Get
I don't
back.
know.
Let's go, Chucky. Put it in the center for Daddy. I'm so sorry. We must be in dead last place. Let's go. Hey, down.
Pat apologizes for the disrespect.
Oh, you took me out, Chuck. It's all you. Off the fucking sky.
I'm just gonna get in their way.
Got him right where we want him, boys.
Do it.
We finished the round. Maybe we should just
Play it, Chuck. Play it hard.
Get back,
Hit as
get
hard as
back.
you can.
know.
Let's go, Chucky. Let's go. Let's go.
This assist.
Great pass.
The assist.
Ties it up.
I
95
apologize
seconds
for the
left.
disrespect. Look at that.
Great shot. Great pass. It was perfect.
the fucking sky.
I'm just gonna get in their way.
Hey, great play by Double Buff. I saw you and I know where to put it. Play it, Chuck. Play it. You got a chance as far as you can. Let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna rub it all over myself.
That's so.
Let's go, Machete.
My gosh.
Machete.
Yo, I'll learn something here.
Out a pair wide.
I see the words. They're under the chat
Great
box.
play by Double Buff. I saw you and I know where to
Ah, nice one.
put it. Play it, Chuck. Play it. You got a chance as far as you can. Let's go.
Hey. Yeah. That's so. I'll learn something. Is it sibling hikes? I'm gonna lose it if that's what it is. I see the words. They're under the ass.
What? Just don't be gauche.
Yes. Yes. Do I want a blended red? Like a nice rosé?
What was it?
Is it sibling hikes? I'm gonna lose it if that's what it is.
Glitter?
Oh, come on.
It's the laser bot.
How the fuck? How the fuck
Yes.
did Pat just gain that many points in his ass with the
Do I want a blended red?
I'm the phone guy. I'm playing on my phone.
Like a nice rosé?
Here's how you play this game. You use the device here.
No, you gotta be on stream.
glitter? You guys don't know golf. How the fuck? How the fuck? You guys, gained that many points
He was
in
voted
his ass with the
most likely to be a landlord. Take this one out of the archives.
That was what stopped it.
Okay.
If
If you guys,
our whole audience is behind you. Holy shit, there he is.
What happened? Oh,
Most likely to be a category. Take this one out of the archives.
that was what stopped it.
I'm gonna piss myself.
Happens to
What's
already
going on
be
with
married
that?
to. Write your lines now.
I know the truth is not ice cream as one word, so
Test.
I'll not go with that. Or giant loads. Dropping a bunch of ass.
It's definitely giant loads of counts.
Just, I know the truth is not. That's a whole new reason. Is that how crop dusting started?
That was a good one.
Thank you.
I didn't even know you knew the word down.
Ass to boob ratio. Nice. Dropping. It's got you over there, Cash.
Inflatable turkey. And now Chuck's like, that was my answer.
I honestly don't know.
Well, why not? It'd be the second turkey answer we've gotten.
I know. Oh.
Damn, we got done fooled.
Pat.
No, I was
Well, I got
not.
last. Oh.
Machete!
Machete!
Machete! Wow, I can't believe I got second.
I got second.
Huh?
Joey.
Joey Doubt.
Test.
Joey.
Look at his face.
What's going on, bro?
Joey.
All right, I got it. Oh, they're gonna get dicked right now.
Test. Go, baby. Sorry. Tap. I need you locked in here, bro.
Test.
You can't let me.
How many goals do you want to put up?
I mean,
Say how many.
one would be nice.
Say. Tell me how many. One? You want me to stop there so I can quit? Plug one.
Can you score that one? Okay. So
I stuffed it. That was aggressive. I still got to score 3 more, or are you saying 3 total? I have 3 already. 3 more. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I got it. Here we go. Here's one.
Total.
Here's one. Okay.
I feel like it's not going anywhere. Here's
2 more.
Oh god.
I only had 12 booths, so I had to use it well.
I'm just glad you're on my team.
I don't hear him in my.
Oh, there we go.
Headset.
Now try it. Now try it.
You hear me now?
There we go.
Oh,
That's
my God.
better.
Beautiful.
There we
Love
go.
it.
I don't think that was a mic issue. I think that was producer.
Call me out.
Oh, it's me?
Yeah. Bottom.
I keep hitting it. All right.
You can only hit it once. You hit it twice, it cancels.
Yeah.
I had to hit it twice.
Just like
so
we're about
just
to get
saying.
canceled because of our stupid. We took 4th, I think. I think we took 4th.
Yeah, we did.
All right, great job, boys.
So
great
what is
job.
the top one that qualifies? What is it?
I'm not actually sure. Sorry, guys, quiet down in here. Where does it matter at the beginning? No, but I love. Test. 12. All right. Welcome back. Audio's looking good. First day on PUGG Network. Obviously, some things are going to go sideways, but thank you guys for coming by today. We just had Alex Young of the Bowtie Group, does an incredible job. He ended up making me $30,000 over what 9 other realtors had. Very simple story. I was renting the house out. I had, the ability to sell it because the housing market during COVID was straight through the roof. So it was a very simple, there was a price that made sense to sell. There's a price that made sense to keep renting. And everybody else was like, no, we need to do 30,000 less than what you're talking here. And it's like, well, then I'll keep renting. And so Alex came in, listed it within 2 weeks, was able to close a huge deal for me, and made the process just amazing. It was a hectic, headache time of my life, working a ton, and super thankful for him to make it easy. We have another realtor / travel bug / Just incredible individual coming on later this afternoon, 2 p.m. Central Time, 1 p.m. her time. Jewel is coming on this afternoon. We're going to talk about some touring. I want to get her okay before I show a couple of the videos that I made up for some stuff that she sent me. It's just so cool. Breathtaking pictures, videos. So excited to bring her on later this afternoon, as well as Cash Money Carl. If you have Hulu or if you have Netflix, check out season 2 of Holy Moly. There's an episode he's riding this bull, and Rob Riggle just has some very, very choice words for him. So funny guy. Great time. He has been emceeing open mic. Well, actually, the first time was this past week, but I believe he's doing it again at some point coming up. And he does so many cool events across the state. I want to say in February. We'll bring that up during his segment, but I'm not looking at all his information right now, so I apologize for stuttering through some of the words here. But later this afternoon, he'll be coming on at 3:30 p.m., possibly closer to 4, depending on when he's done working. But just talking about all the upcoming events he's doing. He's doing something for the Super Bowl with a former NFL player. He's got his own bankruptcy tour that's going on. Which leads us into our next guest, which will be joining us. Oh! 1 second. Which will be joining us any second now. Ooh, see, I don't have my soundboard hooked up next to me. My iPad's not working with my computer. When I tested all this stuff, I didn't realize my desktop was on Wi-Fi. So when I'm doing all this stuff on my iPad, it's on the same Wi-Fi frequency. And everything worked. Everything worked fine. But then, obviously, I go live, and it's like I want to make sure I'm on Ethernet cord because – you know, what happens if something happens to Wi-Fi while I'm streaming? Just would rather have it on a physical line. And boom. Oh, I got to move that thing to the right. And boom, my iPad can't connect to it because it's not on the same Wi-Fi network. It's just a mess. Just a mess. But, hey, we got Jay joining us. I fixed some of the sound.
Well, I have to fix mine because now I can only hear you through my computer with my ears a minute ago, but I don't know. I'll figure it out as well.
I'll keep rambling for a little bit. You let me know when I'm good on your end. But
okay,
I'll ramble for another 2 minutes because that's what I'm good for. But thank you. I hear you clean. And
okay, that's good.
Bankruptcy tour, Cash Money Carl later this afternoon. We have some fun stuff. Before that, gosh, I had 12 topics for Alex, who was just on here. 12 topics, obviously, as I've sent over to you as well, Jay. We did not even make it through one topic, so full hour. And
Well, in all honesty, you guys did deeply into that topic, and you went off on many tangents. So, I mean, I don't think anybody noticed you didn't cover all your topics.
No, and that's what I love about it because he's going to be back on. There's Joey. He's going to be back on. He'll be a recurring guest with us, as obviously I hope you and a lot of the guests that are on this week. I hope that we can have conversations throughout the week because
you might change your mind after we're done.
But that's the fun part is like we have so much fun stuff to talk about, and now. The reason I have these screens so blank, you know, normally I got stuff moving all over the place and stuff all over, is because I'm going to be taking this and I'll be able to crop just you out during, you know, when we go to the different angles. We'll be able to zoom in on one, zoom in on me. And that's all going to expand because I do have 2 other camera setups here, but I can't get the stream to switch over without the iPad, so I'm not even going to worry about switching those today. But there's plenty of stuff for us to go over, talk about. And that's the thing, like Alex and I, we had an hour and a half. He had a last-minute meeting for something that came up at 11. So we were going to talk till 11:30. And granted, if we talked till 11:30, I think we would have perfectly covered the one thing. But I had just one final note on the book. So it's like I still think we have an incredible video in there where we had, let's say,
15 different shorts that were 30 to 45 seconds long of just like small impactful content that I'll be able to post over the next 2 or 3 weeks. Plus we have about 7 minutes in there of us talking about the one thing, 7 minutes clipped down to the really impactful things we said.
Right.
Plus we have, I guess I was going to say that's wrapped into the shorts as well. I was going to say the end scene, but that's just another short. And that's exactly what I want out of today. And this is going to be in a whole different way. And the big thing is, even though I am talking about or promoting growth mindset, it's like I want to talk about anything. I want to talk about fun stuff, meaningful stuff, impactful stuff. But I want to talk about it in a way where what could be better, what could be different, not like there's nothing we can do. And
No, for sure. What you're doing is you're giving the average guy who doesn't think about growth mindset in a daily basis like you do, you're giving that person a glimpse into some other kind of vehicle that might drive them forward to a new location, to a new hobby, to a new career, a new path, a new joy, whatever it may be. But it absolutely is valuable, but you can never judge the value to someone else because they have different skill sets, experiences, etc. So what you think is like, oh, I just did this and we just talked about that. That may have been the one thing that XYZ person hears and goes, oh, I didn't think about things this way. Wow, this and with my life and my way and what that person said, it makes me think differently about what my outcomes can be, what my life could be, what my desires are, things of that nature that it's hard. We don't have these conversations enough. I know I didn't have them growing up. I didn't have someone in my life pushing me to be a different person or to understand who I was as a person and, kind of quell the things that I didn't like about me or that other people didn't like about me and push the things up that I did well or really enjoyed. I didn't have that growing up. So, we're left to just exist and do what we do and you end up where you are. But at some point in time, um, people come into your life for different reasons. That saying, they're in your life for a season, a reason, or a lifetime. And that's very true when you look back at the people who have come into your life and left your life. Doesn't mean you like them more or less, doesn't mean you don't love some of these people more or less. Just means that that's how life works. You're grouped together with people in generally those three basic kind of categories for so many times.
yeah. And I love that you mentioned that. And the big thing I've been telling a lot of people lately that are having a hard time with, because unfortunately I've gotten almost too good at breaking those connections off, but like only in a way for benefits for both parties. It's like, I don't want to talk about relationships or anything, but it's like in all the relationships that we've left on, it's like we're both on better journeys without each other. Like you hear about all these mutual splittings and great growth situations from there because it's like, hey, you don't know what back to what I was really trying to say. You don't know what 10, 15, 20 years down the road looks like. You don't know what 5 years down the road looks like. You don't know what 1 year down the road looks like. And you don't know how everybody else is going to grow, but you can focus on yourself and you can focus on what you can do. And when you have a true belief in meaning and passion in who you are as a person and what you're not going to let into that bubble, that doesn't mean that these people that aren't in our lives or maybe have left our lives, or there's so many people we haven't even met yet that we're going to meet over these next several years that will be coming into our lives. And when you just have that idea of like, it's not like I don't want to surround myself with rich people. I mean, like I have tons of felon friends and, friends with tremendous
You mean
problems that they've gone
riffraff?
through. But they all have something in common in that they've all learned from their mistakes. And they're some of the most special people I've met. And that's what's truly unique about so many people is, I care in the least about, finances and all that other stuff. A lot of people think that's like my number one ego or thing like that. And it's like, well, because I was made fun of my entire life for being a poor asshole. So, I just want to make sure I don't have a lack of money. But, the last thing I care about is money. And at the end of the day, it's like when I do have the opportunity to give or do things, those are the moments that bring me the most dopamine rushes, the most happiness to my life. And I'm just so glad to be able to have these conversations. Alex, right before this, Jay now, super thankful to have you here. How's life been?
It's interesting you bring me on today of all days. Life has been great. Life is good. Life is always good if you look at it that way. You may be going through ups and downs. You may be down for a long period of time. I know I suffer from um, a mind that I cannot control. I personally oftentimes um, will not always let everybody know everything, but my close friends know most things, and that's the hard part because you lean on the people who are closest to you for that support group. And when you have a very small support group that you know and trust, life can get old and quick sometimes. We all have that friend who calls us, and all every time they call us, you're like, crap, I don't want to talk to Joey because Joey's not in a good place and I'm going to have to hear about, his broken down car and his job he hates and that girl that just screwed him over. And I just don't want to talk about these things with that person because I don't have anything nice to say about them. Like we've all been in that position. But what happens when you're Joey and you have to rely on your friends? That's a true thing. So you have to at some point in time have some self-actualization and awareness that where are you in your personal journey, and that is exactly what you, I think, have done very well. Is you have outlined your journey, you planned a journey, you have a vision for an end result of a journey today. Tomorrow that might be different, and you're okay with that. And that's the key, because some people want this. Oh, I'm gonna be married by 30 and have 2 kids at 33, and I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that. What happens when the first wheel comes off and you married someone because the tick tock was expiring and get married because it's time?
And then everything else start to force the
to
next
to do
path.
to
the
do
next
to
path.
do to yeah. So having things too planned out, I think, yields disaster in real life sometimes. I think that the opposite can also be true. Like me, I don't like to plan anything. I am not a great planner when it comes to my personal life and stuff. A business event, tournament, to the T. I have every rule outlined. I do this, I do that. I know exactly how we're going to set up. I'm very demanding. I'm very difficult to work with from time to time because I'm so particular, right? I want things this way and that way because I know how to do it my way, and this will get me my results. But throw 3 new people into the mix, I might have to change my way. I might have to not expect so much. I might have to alter my outcome. I might have to be okay with okay. And that's hard for somebody who's a perfectionist and who is, a competitor and really wants to do the best all the time, because, certain people have different, we all have makeups that are different. We all have past experiences that drew us to who we are today. And when you dig a little deeply into doing some self-discovery and self-work, and you find out what you're kind of made of and what makes you tick differently than other people, boy, that can be interesting, can't it? And it can also be limiting, but it could also be freeing and joyful and being like, wow. And what I've kind of discovered in the last 2 to 3 to 4 years since I've been on this personal leg of this journey that I'm on, whatever it is that right? I mean, it's
It's a
changed.
leg.
It's one leg.
No
Who
one
knows
knows
where
whose leg it is, but
this might be leg number 9, but I don't know if there's 9 more behind me or no more behind me. So I have to just be like, this is the leg we're on today. Um, but it's hard because you have your own set of strengths that you develop over time because of your personality, and these also, by the way, ebb and flow and morph and change as you grow and get older. But I do know, for me, I discovered, about maybe 10 years ago when I was working at this one company. When I say hard to work with sometimes, just ask some of my employees and my co-owners and workers, because I'm me, I do things my way and I want it this particular way. I love to work with people. I love to be a part of a collaborative effort. But when it comes to a specific thing being done, when I say I got it, this means I want it this way and I'm going to do it this way, or we're going to agree to do it one way. And I'm very bad at being like, well, it's sort of good and nobody else cares. I want it exactly this way. But I've had to learn to let some of that go over time. That's that's a difficult thing
yeah.
for a control freak like me sometimes. Um, But where I was going with the strengths finders is like I learned early on that I was had these three main strengths. I didn't know that those are my strengths because I took, some massive 3,000 question thing and it boiled it down. But when they read you or you get this summary, you're just like, how do they know this? I mean, like Jesus, I was going, talk to these people, show them these things. 'Cause,
Did you do the strengths
um,
finder, like the actual strengths
I
finder? Because
did.
yeah, I've done that. I don't remember
So
results.
here's what my top three were, and I know I have one of them wrong. Creativity. There is not one called creativity, but there's one that means creativity. I can't remember what it was called. Creativity. Duh. I kind of knew I'm creative, but I didn't realize it. I never looked at it as a strength, as crazy as that is. I'm a creative person, but it can be a very powerful strength. Combined with ideation, I didn't know about ideation, but now I do. Ideation, and I have a little. I do want to like just read this quick thing about
Yeah.
ideation, right? Um, sorry, I'm going. I
No,
alt
this is
tab, so I can't
perfect. This
see
is
you.
perfect.
It says ideation is people especially talented in the ideation theme are fascinated by ideas. They are able to find connections between seemingly disparate phenomena. And when I tell you that that definitely is a strength of mine that I never really knew existed, but I'm really good at it now that I know about it, I'm really good at it. Like I can pull, like I just observe things differently and I can see connections that don't normally exist that other people don't see.
I love that. Can you do one favor? This is live
Yeah.
stream. I got to move Joey. I got to test something really quick. I got to grab my coffee. Can you read that one more time? I'm going to put you on the
Yeah.
full screen, though, and I'll be back in 30 seconds because this is perfect. And then we'll lead right back
All
into
right.
it.
So ideation, the strength of ideation, people that have this strength are especially talented in the, no, I'm screwing this up. People especially talented in the ideation theme are fascinated by ideas. They're able to find connections between seemingly disparate phenomena. Simple as that. You are able to look at groups of objects, things, events, symptoms. I don't know. There's a lot of ways that I use this strength unknowingly that I'm using it, but it just happens. And you're able to just draw connections between cause and effect, actions and reactions, and all these things that don't make sense to most people. But then all of a sudden, things start to come into view and you're like, oh, that's how that impacts this and that's why this does this. And for me, when I'm really strong with my ideation, somebody will say, you know what, I would really love to put a deck around that above ground pool. I think would make it so much nicer. And right away I'm like, well, is this is a sandy ground? You have to go deeper with your supports. I'm not a builder. I'm not a contractor, but I'm like, oh, do we have enough clearance between the building and the house? And what about that weird edge that sticks out? And you're going to wrap the deck fully around. How do you get on? How do you get like? There's all these. I'm just making up a scene, but in real life, my brain doesn't stop, and that's a problem sometimes because I will overthink things, and yeah, and it can get you in trouble. So the competition is my third strength, Pat.
Heck yeah.
Competition and ideation and creativity. Competition screws me 9 ways to Sunday sometimes because I want to win at all costs. If it's a game to be played, give me the dice. I want to roll them. We're going to play and I want to win. I don't care if there's no prize. That's not the point. Point is winning.
I love
And
this.
for some reason, that's just my top three. But I can see how they have impacted my professional life, but between job to job to job.
And the whole point of that book and all those things are exactly what Alex was talking about in the last episode, where you use your strengths. Your strengths are, I think Strengths Finder was also the 80-20 because I thought he got it from that book, but he said the one thing. Either way, what you are 20% good at, you want to do 80% of the time. And Strengths Finder, the point of it is, yes, work on your weaknesses and yes, work on the things that you're not good at, but lean into the things that you are good at. And I love that you're bringing that up because you understand. Turn notifications off. You understand that
you have areas, even though you're really strong in these, like, how do I start to work at this stuff? And it takes so much time. And one of the biggest problems it takes so much time at is because we have our behavioral habits. And that's where a lot of people will tell you, like, oh, you haven't changed, even though 90 times in a row you did the better habit. But one time we mess up and it's like, you haven't changed, see? It's like, no, we haven't changed. We still have those behavioral patterns underneath everything, but we are working at setting these new habits and these new cue pattern reward segments inside of our brain, and it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and we need that support around us when we do struggle and we do fail.
You said a really important thing, Pat, and I'm just going to pull this out because this is how, once again, ideation, I'm seeing things differently, right? You said we've done this one thing 90 times, and this one time we didn't do it. See, our friend says, see, you haven't changed, or someone we know told us we haven't changed. And this is the problem with the value system and the judgment that we are accustomed to. That one person is now reaffirming something that is not true because you know that you've put in the effort 90 times to do the better action and I didn't do it once. That is change, number one. So because they didn't have your expectations, they didn't go through your experiences, and they don't have operation of your mind. That's the Judge Judy rule. You don't have operation of that person's mind. You can't tell me what they're thinking and what they're feeling. Only they can. But we don't remember this sometimes. So we're quick to judge, and we're quick to be, whatever that may be, to someone, whether we know them or not, or, it's just what we do. But when it's you sitting here and hearing that from someone, I want to reach through the screen and punch him in the face and be like,
Do it.
no, you don't get to tell me what I did and what I didn't do. You can tell me, it appears like to me you haven't made progress. Great. How about it? You know, it appears like to me that Jordan Love sucked in the first 7 weeks, but we ain't talking about that, are we? No, because it doesn't effing matter. You're not Jordan Love. Who cares what you think about Jordan Love? Jordan Love certainly don't give a damn about what you think about him. He's doing his job, and you should too. So you can have your opinion. It might be valuable to some, but it is of zero net value in the long run.
Yeah, and that's the thing that people need to understand, though, is that their opinions could be valuable, but like you just said, it's how you say these things. And that's one of the biggest things I've learned from self-development books, starting with How to Win Friends and Influence People. It's like, you need to be saying things a different way, and it's led me to raising 2 incredible cats. I mean, they literally act like dogs.
I remember when you got those cats, and they were skittish AF. They wouldn't come to you. They wouldn't come to anybody. Look at them now.
Yeah, seriously.
And that comes from mentorship and ownership and love and time and kindness and just treating people.
Reinforcement and training. Yeah.
Yes. The problem is these are all great things that we talk about. The problem is, see, I have to stop saying the problem is, because I use that as a crutch sometimes when I'm having a conversation, and instantly I can only imagine, because when somebody says to me, the problem is, I'm like, there ain't no fucking problem. I know who you're talking to. There's no problem.
Do you know what my next book is called?
The problem is?
Don't learn to be smart, learn to solve problems. Because that's what it is.
That.
Our brain, all of our brains are coming up with problems, but especially at the bar, all these drunk people talking to me, when they tell me the problem is, and then they tell me what the problem is, I'm like, really? That's what you think the problem is? Like, why are you putting so much focus and energy on something that doesn't matter? And that's what we do though, naturally. And I do it all the time. It's crazy. But being able to be
like
self-aware.
I'm the biggest proponent of it.
What is the problem, though? Sorry, we cut you off.
Oh no, I'm just saying the problem. Well, I forget where I was going because now we're on another.
Sorry, let's
go
on.
I do want to stop saying the problem is to someone, because what I don't mean that you have a problem or there is problematics. This concept or this idea or this thing is flawed. That's not what I really mean when I say that. But it's language. But it means something very specific to people who hear it. And God bless. For somebody who is in their own mind a lot of the day and a lot of the time, it's hard to take my own brain and say, now, shit, you just told Pat and all the thing. Now apply it to yourself. Go for it, okay? That's why most counselors, most therapy people, they also need counselors. They're your counselor, but guess what? Who's theirs? Because they all have them. Right? It's
100%.
all about being a flawed human being and living in the moment and just accepting who you are. That doesn't mean settling, accepting who you are. I don't know that I have still accepted who I am as an individual, which leads me to some, stressful, maybe not stressful. I don't know the right word I'm thinking of, but it leads you to some uncomfortable places in life, because if you really think about like who you are and who you want to be, and what you said is you can make decisions and you can control and change your life, but you have to inherently believe that and understand how it happens. And if you can't do that, because in so many cases you can't really understand it until you've been through it and done it. And even on a small one thing level, I'm going to quit eating popcorn because it's bad microwave popcorn, because that chemical they put in there, and that one person died from eating a bag every day for 10 years. And, you know, but I really love microwave popcorn, and I'm going to eat a handful when I walk by that bowl. I'm just not going to eat it every day. That's knowing who you are. And that's saying, yeah, you're right. That shit is terrible. I'm not going to eat much of it, but you're not going to eating it. Do enjoy it. Unless, maybe an alternative comes around that I could fulfill that need with. And knowing yourself as an individual and saying, I'm okay with eating popcorn, microwave popcorn, is great. I'm okay with being 10 minutes late to every meeting I go to. If you're okay, that's okay. And then people who know you will be like, tell Jay 15 minutes early. I used to always be forever and ever late to everything. I was.
That doesn't sound like
And
me.
now yeah, not like you, right? Oh, practice started 15 minutes ago. We're in the fourth frame. Good luck.
Oh, fuck. All right. Sorry, I gotta get my shoes on. Yeah.
Usually you pull off the first six then, and you're like, oh, I don't need practice.
And then it just straight into the ground.
After you're warmed up, it goes in the toilet.
Yeah.
No, but like the journey that everyone on this planet is on, is their own. It's their own to figure out. It's their own to own, and kind of mold and adapt and drive whatever way they want to. We don't always get taught this. We don't always know how to make this happen because we're so busy existing, and that's hard. It's hard for many people. What do you mean I can? No, I have to I have to go to work. I have to wake up, and I have kids, and I have a dog, and I have to feed my cat, and my mom needs this, and I have to do that, and I have to do all, like, yeah, that's life. But if we just do life and we never think about life, then you're going to get to the end of your life and you're like, I did it. And then you're like, oh, what did I do? I existed. And some people, and that's okay. And some people, existing is phenomenal for them. Other people, not so much.
And there's two big things to that. Is earlier you were talking about, when you set these goals and agendas, like, I have to get married by 30 and I have to have kids by 32 and all this other stuff, you start to go down this path. There's another crazy statistic. Before the year 2000, I can confirm this. Well, I can confirm that Joe Rogan said it, so no, I was kidding. Andrew Huberman as well. Fact check us. If this is inaccurate, let us know. But over 50% of the information that was in textbooks that students learned before the year 2000 was inaccurate information. And as of 6 months ago, the belief is that the information in medical, this is on Andrew Huberman and Rick Rubin podcast, so this is my source here, over 50%, somewhere around 50% of the information in 10 years that they'll look back on the medical information in medical books today, in 10 years, 50% of this information that's in these books is going to be inaccurate. It's going to be different. And so it's like all of us are learning all this stuff, basing our entire belief system on a set of rules and a set of rubric when it's not even accurate. And now you're making all these decisions on top of that. You're stacking these levels. At some point, all that stress and anxiety, which is energy, it's energy towards what you should be doing next. But it's energy that when at times, and I have it happen to me a lot as well, where it's like you don't know where to focus the energy, and then that's where you have these explosions of energy that cause significant problems. And the biggest thing I try and talk about to this day is like preventative skills, like preventative in everything, preventative in health, preventative on mental health. And it's like
that's the key in that, is understanding that stress and anxiety is energy. Like it's some
Oh,
sort
for
of
sure.
signal, and it's something that you need to use in a certain way. And what your brain naturally wants to do is nothing. So if you allow that energy to essentially go nowhere, that's where problems build up so much. And I love studying the brain now, and I've had so much fun with it. But those are the big things: is we're learning inaccurate information. We don't have a constant need for continuous improvement. So now we use all these beliefs every single day, and eventually this stuff just bottles up, and we have these problems. And problems are going to happen naturally, but it's like having that support network around you that doesn't kick you, back to where
That's
this
the
all
key.
started, doesn't kick you when you're down, and is able to, just like in Jordan Love, when he's able to have that support network around him. He had tons of friends that were like, dude, we got you. Aaron Rodgers sent him a message every week. Dude, I know that you care about this more than anybody, and I know you're going to turn this around. He had all these resources, and he believed in himself, and he did it. And now they're talking about, one of the best quarterbacks in the league. When in week 7, they're talking about a guy that might get cut on the news. I mean, I'm not saying the Packers, but it's
I
crazy
know,
just
but
to hear them talk about the amazing season he had, and like they're all were trashing him 8 weeks through the year. It's like, just why can't we, rather than trashing people, believe in them? And very luckily, Jordan had the support system, because just like Tom Brady talks about, often he had those moments where you lose 2 or 3 games. It's like that team had to hold together, and they always did throughout that entire time, because they believed in each other. And that sounds so easy, but I've been a part of a lot of teams, and one of the biggest things I bring to a team is trying to hold that team together, rather than how quickly it can start to fall apart with 1 or 2 disagreements internally.
it doesn't take much. There's some I like this whole concept of being a part of that dream team, so to speak, teams that are really supportive and have your back, and then look what you can do as a team because of that. I've had the pleasure of having that happen 3 or 4 times in my professional career with certain businesses and companies that I've worked with in the past. And I would take some of my dream teams to do anything in the world, and we would crush it because we did have this connection amongst each other. We were all a bit of nobody was the expert and I'm the boss kind of deal. It was all of us who were like, I knew that I was working with intelligent people. I knew that I was working with people who understood the goal, and they understood that the goal was to do X well. And they didn't care about some of the other variables that we had to deal with. So we just worked well together to get that done. And once you do that once, like you say, and you produce or you deliver or whatever it may be, now your team becomes an entity, and it becomes looked at differently as a team and as this force. Whereas an individual delivering that same thing isn't quite the same, or 2 or 3 individuals coming together aren't quite the same. You do have, you do become part of a larger force. So I don't know another way to say
Yeah.
it.
No,
And
I love
and the
that.
best part is the best
Synergy.
ones is you don't realize that you're into this until you don't have it. And you look back and you're like, God damn it, that was like the fucking best team ever.
That's
You
another
know?
important thing, is to understand that our life, no matter how good it gets, is always relative to our current spot in time space, our current spot in the 4th dimension, the
Hmm.
observatory spot in time, where like things just get nicer and nicer and nicer, uh, typically for most people. And when you're at that level, you talk to so many, you see it all over the social media and everywhere. You talk to these millionaires and billionaires and everything else. And it's like they don't see the life around them as much differently.
No,
A lot of them,
no.
and especially you're talking 10 or 15, 20 million people, like they don't consider themselves different at all. It's just like, I'm just a normal guy trying to make ends meet. Even though they
Yeah.
have plenty of money, they still, often live in that regard. And it's like, you look at in my book. Fuck, I was going to talk about that earlier. Sorry, there's a first swear word out of my mouth. But in my book, Quantum Beliefs: A Future of Sustainability Utilizing AI. Machete, I am so sorry, man. Hey, thank you for popping by. Seriously, this is exactly what I would like to get started, is running these during the day where you're able to like work from home. And I apologize, I was going to send out all my work from home friends message to get them online. I don't know if a couple of you are in here, but thank you so much. But Machete, thank you for having it on all day, and we'll be live all day Wednesday, all day Friday. Back to Jay. Sorry about that. Quantum Beliefs, a future of sustainability utilizing AI. That is so blurry. But in my book, I talk about, in the mental health category, the percentages of individuals, and I'm not saying at all by any means that mental illness is not a real thing, but the numbers are so consistent based on this philosophy of people over 60. I should find it. Whatever. Know that these aren't right. Buy the book if you want to fact check me. But people over like 65 years old, like 15% of them have like depression. Like 50 to 65, it's like 20%. And then the next 5 years, it's like 25%. The next 10 years, it's like 30%. And the next 10 years, it goes all the way down to like 16. And it's just constant percentages evolving with the age. And it's like kids under 16, I believe it was almost 60% are living with, depression. I shouldn't, it's a wide range of mental illness that kind of circumvents. But I'm not saying any of that is wrong. What I'm saying by that is that these kids' lives are easier. They're significantly easier than anybody else.
That's my point.
And you have plenty of, I actually make fun of this all the time. You have a lot of elderly folks that go like,
in my day,
back in my day, I walked uphill school both ways with my shoes on, and they'll say it right to the kid. And the point is, just like with these cats, you have to be teaching with positive reinforcement, because when you just say that stuff, they literally, even though you put a visualization in their brain, they don't understand that viewpoint. So now they just reinforce the behavior that they're feeling because they don't understand that they should be doing something different. And now, again, that anxiety and that stress, no one's teaching people that is energy. I shouldn't say that. That's a terrible thing. Very few people teach that is energy. And you look at all the neuroscience out there, and it's like stress is an energy that, like when you're learning math, it's very stressful, especially if you don't understand it. It is extremely stressful. And what's happening, if you look at like a brain scan, is your neural pathways are expanding. And not to relate it to a muscle because it's very different in how it does it, but essentially those bridges of brain pattern are reinforcing, and that's what's so painful. All of a sudden you learn a math problem. You learn whatever it is you're trying to learn in math, and then the next time you go back to it, you know it immediately. And it's like, well, how does that happen? Yeah. Because you're reinforcing this stress, and you're using that to actually grow your brain. And it's so cool with the way that the brain works and reinforcing this behavior. But also at the end of the day, like, we get back to our normal lives. We're doing our normal stuff day in and day out. And gosh, again, we still got plenty of time yet. I just want to make sure we're not too off track. But seriously, I love having these conversations, and that's what I'm so looking forward to into the future, just being able to reinforce this into my life, be able to give a lot of this information to other people, be able to cut this into shorter segments so more people can be hit with more impactful topics, but also we can rally and talk about whatever in our life or whatever BS on the live form because, two people are paying attention. I just can't. But it's just fun to have these conversations because it's like, oh, why do I want to have this talk or whatever? It allows us to just dive into these subjects and just reinforce these behaviors. And
why shouldn't you have these talks? Why shouldn't you expand your knowledge of what someone else is seeing and feeling and how they view it and how they're handling it and dealing with it? Because at the end of the day, you do the same exact thing in any job that you have. Your goal is to do this job good or better or to your best ability, whatever that is.
I love the better.
And I'm sorry, but nobody knows how to be a plumber without going and learning from a plumber, right? Like, you have to go through an apprentice program. You don't have to. You could watch YouTube videos till you're blue in the face and learn that way. But I'm saying as that's the path for learning to be a plumber. But some people didn't take that path. Some people learned their own way. And we discount those individuals pretty easily in the real world. Oh, Pat wrote a book on quantum beliefs. Well, what the hell does he know about that?
Yeah.
Interesting, huh? But we do this subconsciously in our brain because we've been programmed to do that. We've been programmed by watching news programs, comedies, sitcoms, movies, your grandmother. I mean, this is the problem. So everything goes in, and it is part of the recipe of you as a dish, so to speak. And when you let everything in there and you're not sure where to put it, you have a pile of shit at the end of the day to eat because you didn't edit yourself. You didn't, oh, you don't put oregano in with your cornflakes. That's going to taste nasty. You know what I'm saying? If you're
Ugh.
building like a recipe up, I'm just saying we don't take that as a value. We just assume that that's what happens in life. But really clever individuals and people who maximize their abilities oftentimes will be able to allow everything to come in, sort it out in their brain, throw the shit out they don't want, and then focus only on the things that they do want and want to forward with themselves, move forward with themselves.
Yeah.
And that's a tough skill set that is not something that you just turn on. That is a learned experience. You learned it the hard way. You learned it from being a different person who didn't want to be this person and changing your entire life from your body to your brain to the place you're sitting your butt down in. And you've experienced so much more. You had to take action for that to happen. Nobody came to you every day and said, "Hey, Pat, did you think about 2027 what you're going to do yet?" Nobody did that to you.
The
You had to
magical
do that
fairy
to you.
came down and whispered through
Yes.
my window.
I mean, I did have that magical fairy show up one time, but it wasn't that fairy. It was a bad one. So
God, I love that you brought up the thing about what does Pat know about quantum beliefs, blah blah blah. I love that mindset because that's part of the life that I've lived my entire. That's a lesson in all that. Is like,
how did you learn how to stop that? How did you learn how to? I'm sorry to cut you off, but
Yeah.
this is my ADHD brain. I'm gonna forget this question.
Well, so it's in both. Like everything I learn, I try and learn on the opposite end of the spectrum. Like if I think a positive moment, I think something really good in it. I always try and think of the negative in it. Obviously, I want to focus and move towards the positive, but I want to understand the opposite end. And then in a negative, so Tony Robbins did a test on. He does a focus test. He says like look around the room and look for everything that's red. And he goes, okay, what did you see that's brown? Actually, he does it the opposite way. What did you see that's red? And he asks you to look around the room and see what's brown. You look and you go, well, I don't remember anything that was, that color. So then he does the opposite, and then he eventually talks about. I don't want to like steal his entire speech or anything. I guess
Okay, so you're just gonna tease us and drop it there?
I guess I should just say it. It's not super relative, but he goes, look around the room and tell me. And look at everything that's red, everything that's
Okay.
like red.
I'm doing that as you're saying
Yeah.
this. Okay.
So look around the room. So open your eyes. All right, now what did you see that's brown? And typically most people, like I could obviously say my sectional. It's normally in a big room of people, and it's like, well, you didn't see anything that's brown. You saw a bunch of stuff that was red. And the bigger part of that focus point is that we see and we find. He just did this with Theo Von, actually, for people that want to see the entire thing. Very recent short. It's like 2 minutes long. But him and Theo Von are sitting at a table with Tony Robbins, and he says, all right, so now all that stuff that you saw that was red, what was actually red? What was maroon? What was burgundy? What was all these other colors? You just said that it was red because, you wanted to believe in the things you're focused on. And, like, that's such an impactful part of life where when you focus on these different things, and then he talks about you can change your state. In an instant, and he goes, you can be super angry, and within a moment, you can be back to being happy. And it's like, he's like, well, you don't believe me? Well, okay.
I don't believe him because I've not been able to do that.
He goes, what about the opposite? I bet you can do that. He goes, I bet you can be happy as hell, and all of a sudden something happens, and boom, in an instant, you're pissed off. And that's the, like, flip of mindset that's like, holy shit, you can do it. And it's like, how do you do that? And he dives into anchored state. That's something that's helped me so much. It takes me about 5 minutes to come out of, like if I'm really upset at something, I've been getting better. But I would still say about 5 minutes to like completely come out of that. Compared to 10 years ago, I would be pissed off for weeks at a time. For weeks, I would just hold something in and be so, miserable. But to be able to get this stuff off my chest and not to just hide it or fake it, but to be able to eliminate that negative energy from the body. He does like an anchor state. Like before I come on a podcast or I do something, if I'm ever getting in front of people, doing a best man speech, like the reason I have been getting better and better in front of people is A, obviously I've been learning how to talk to people, but B, it's this anchored state. Jordan Belfort talks about olfactory anchoring, where he uses boomstick, where you sniff it. Well, you have to anchor your sniff state. It's a weird thing. Straight line selling. But Tony Robbins, you do like a quick move. So first you get your body in so you're doing like all these jumps and everything else. You're moving around, you're spinning, you're clapping really loud, tons of music's vibrating. Then he puts you in these deep, intimate states of thought of like getting you into like this really peaceful, like energetic moment. And then you anchor your state by making like a big move and like screaming. So, it's like and then boom, now you're into that peak state. So if I was ever trying to get into these different states, it's just a lot of this practice over so much time to be able to run down these different paths. But at the same time, like having too high a dopamine levels for periods of time is not good. You can't just like run through life trying to be this insanely happy person, because the way the brain works is the ebbs and the flows. I mean, you're going to have opposite ends of that spectrum, and that's what I've really been trying to focus on, is how do I learn from the positive, how do I learn from the negative, and how do I live down that middle line, how do I live down that middle road, because it allows you to think of things so differently.
It does. Well, I think you've just answered sort of the reason why the kids are so depressed in some ways, because what you said is very true. If your whole life as a totality, it is, ebb and flow of happiness and depression and frustration and sadness and all of the emotions. That's part of the whole thing. But what if, remember, and we do this in mathematical, formulations and, different judgmental things. What if we only took the top half of that challenge, that all the experiences in life, I'm only taking the top half of them. Meaning if I was saying, better, exciting, fun, depression, sad, bad, if I just take the top half of those, I lived a life where I never went below here to here. Well, now my depression is right here. Like somebody else's absolute fucking joy is depressed to you because you don't have the bandwidth of background experience and knowledge to understand that, oh, my shit could be way down here because it's never been down here. And we see this happen when we see people lose a loved one for the first time, who have been very much coddled and had just a certain type of lifestyle that they were born into. Not any of their fault of their own, but like, oh, this 30-year-old is like, my grandmother died and her world has just collapsed because nothing bad has ever happened to her. And I'm like, my grandmother died when I was 5 and I didn't know her. So grandma's dying to me and grandma dying to you are two completely different things in life. Both of them have a dead grandmother that we can't communicate with ever again. And, I can't get to know my grandmother because I was 5. You knew your grandmother. But the point is, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
And look how I view it and look how you view it. Look how, and if you take that out of context, I'm making this up, right?
Anything.
But you can see what I'm saying. So and then magnify that out a billion times more. A 60-year-old person has gone through life and they have their set of experiences. If you come from nothing and you now have something, you have a very interesting set of experiences, because how did you get your something? Did you learn how to be better at something? Did you win the lotto and you did nothing different to yourself? You have at 30 years old, you have a rich history of experiences, emotions, conquering, challenges and things that you can draw upon at 30. Some people are 80 on their deathbed and don't have some of those things. And that's just life. That's the human race. That's where we are as a thing. And when we focus as a society, which what we do, and Madonna said it well, we're living in a material world where all we care about is shit and things and money and shit and things and money that don't matter. Because when you die, you ain't bringing this with you. It doesn't matter that you have $40 billion. Jeff Bezos gonna die in the ground like everybody else. Yes, maybe by then there'll be some artificial intelligence that puts his image up there, but he dead. Same as all of us. And his family will be happy because they'll have billions of dollars. They'll be sad that he's gone. But the bottom line is like, it doesn't matter. That's the problem. But we don't, nowhere in our society do we say that. I mean, don't even look for religion, my friends, because I would live in Houston. And you know what Houston's the capital of, don't you?
Texas.
The mega church.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So, little Joel Osteen
Yeah.
and his 49,000 people that show up on Sunday
Yeah.
in a church. Yeah, it's true. And he's just one. There's 40 of them down in Houston alone. Like, that's just the way. I'm being facetious, but I'm just saying we are like, we teach people as a society that this is the way it should be. Like, the more things you have, the more wealth you have, the more, it's better. And if you don't have it, you're less worthy, you're less deserving, you're less happy. You can convince that. Go back 75, 80 years before certain things happened, like the Industrial Revolution, and maybe even more than that. But people that were born and raised on, like, say, a farm in the middle of nowhere, and all they knew were the people around them because they couldn't get on planes and travel to Paris to meet people. Like, all these things, they were much happier in the grand scheme of life because there were purposes that were handed to them. You had a purpose, a sense of purpose when you woke up. Your purpose is now you live on a farm. You better take care of these animals so that you can feed your family and maybe sell some products to get stuff to support your family, but also feed other people. And that sense of purpose, I think, is missing out of so many people's lives, including my own in some ways, because, I don't have children to take care of. I've got cats, God bless, thank God they're not prancing in front of the camera now, and a husband,
Joey's next to me.
but it's different. It's just different. And that's where I see religion being of value in so many people's lives, because it draws that purpose into their life. Oh, I'm living because of this God that I'm believing in. And I'm following this path of life. It's my purpose. Does it get them joy? Yes, or they wouldn't do it, or maybe not. I don't know because I'm not them. To me, that's not a purpose for me, but I understand the value of why it is for them. So, how do we bring a really deep sense of purpose back to life? And shouldn't the purpose be just to be kind and nice to the planet we live in and the people that we are around and the animals that we have and the resources that we have? I would think that would be enough, but I just don't see it
Yeah.
getting like teeth and growing because nobody's doing that.
Elon Musk and Lex Friedman had a podcast recently, and Elon kind of dove into that about like why hate could possibly exist in the universe. And it's like, because we do all want to be kind and support each other, but something in the universe's energy, like when people are all kind to each other, whatever, there starts to become this, all the negative energy stems from kind of ebbs and flows of the world to push us forward. And the problem is, like, people take all this negatives way too far. But Mike, thank you for reaching out. He commented on what you were saying with the material world. Couldn't have said it better. It doesn't matter, 100%. And that's what I love about what you were saying is I just highly recommend for everybody out there to follow Andrew Huberman. He does so many amazing things with science. He's a Stanford professor, and he does an incredible podcast just talking about so many of these fun things. And one of the biggest, two things I learned from him is that I don't have ADD. In a way, I kind of do, but there's trainings for that I do all the time of just like focused exercises where I just stare at a point on the wall for 4 or 5 minutes at a time, especially if you tie it into like a meditation phase. Then it's like this incredible blissful journey, and that allows me to focus. People with ADD are supposed to do that, things like that. But either way, there's a whole episode on it for stuff like that. But also, he does a whole episode on intrinsic motivation. And intrinsic motivation is so crucial, and that's 100%. I know the rest of my life, I have everything I need today. I have every single thing I need. I can go anywhere I want, whenever I want. I can. I have a house. I have cats. I have heat. I have food. There's so much food at the grocery store. Like, what more could I possibly need? The only thing that's going to change in my life, and I'm not saying I have much. I don't have much. Like, I just have a house. I have cats. And I have a vehicle and a credit card. I just can't.
Look what you just said. This is so true of our Westernized society. I don't have much. I just have a house and a car and some cats and some food and
relative.
A relative, yeah. Look at other people would be like, you live like a god, you
Well,
know? Well,
so
it's our experience. It's so true.
so many people like I say that to, and they're like, "Well, dude, Pat, we know you're so well off," and you're like, "Well, it's like I'm not saying well off. Like people said that to me that we're living in a much nicer house, much nicer cars, and they said that to me. And I'm like, just because I've been able to be somewhat more flexible on maybe my work life, like we have the same. You have nicer stuff than me. The big thing I'm focused at, and the big thing that my point is here, is that it's all about intrinsic motivation. It's all about how do I not allow any external things in my life to affect me. And I'm telling you this, I've been working on this for years, and I am still there. For whatever reason, if I'm not a little indica gummed up, I'll run into a wall or I'll hit my head on something, and I just get mad. I immediately react to it. Within 1 second, I used to get really pissed off at it, but within 1 or 2 seconds, I am able to get over it now. But it's still a problem for me. It's still my initial reaction. It just spikes that behavioral tendency that humans, for saber-toothed tigers, if you saw something jump out of the bushes, the reason for that jerk reaction. And I'm still working on it, and it's something that takes so much time, so much effort.
Well, some of these things that I agree with you. I don't know how you're able to get off of being mad so quickly. That must have taken and it's still,
years.
it's a constant effort. You're always going to be working at that, right?
Every day.
I want to, I want to have
Before
the
this shit
skill.
was going wrong, I'm like, just breathe, breathe.
It's humorous because Taylor Swift has a line in the
August
song.
just a minute ago.
What's that?
I was listening to August a minute ago.
Oh, is that a folklore?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't think I like that album as much. Personally, I like
just
her
that one
poppy,
song.
dancey stuff. I don't know them all. I don't. Yeah. Anyway, well, I want to find the line. I just know it's in this song, but getting over, moving on, being not mad, being not upset, being whatever it may be. She has a line in her song. She goes, "I bury all the hatchets, but I keep mats to where I put them."
Yes.
And I resonate with that so much. When I tell you that I do like to forgive people, and I do forgive people, but I never forget, and I'm ready to pull it right back out when I need it. And I don't know how to let that go sometimes. There are people in my life from, God bless, 50, 30 years ago, I don't know, that still own space there, because I'll think of something and I'll be like, yeah, and that MFer did this, and now to this day I'm still mad about it. Why? How
Well,
can you,
look into the mirror and dive deeper.
Well, I must have made myself mad because that's the only thing I see when I look in the mirror.
Honestly,
I mean,
I don't really know, but one thing I've like learned in those little moments is like, bringing it to the surface and being like, why is this still affecting me, and what am I missing from this that could have been different or better? And
fair enough. But even after you've identified why it affects you, let's just say I'm gonna make something up.
Yeah.
Dang, now I know why it affected me. I still have the feeling. All I know is why. And
that's a great point, because I mean, I still have definitely thought I can think of a couple just top of my head right now, and I won't talk about on air just because they're not obviously good moments. But
no, and if somebody else did exactly the same thing to you tomorrow, you would still be just as mad as that first person who did it to you, or whatever, if the situations were the same. And it's just crazy. Like, so why can't I be like, it's okay for me to hate XYZ person and not want anything to do with them, or still be mad at them 20 years later? They caused me a severe amount of pain, and oh, just let it go, just let it go, just let it go. Well, if we did that, we wouldn't be here as a human race, because that little instinct, the fight or flight, like you said, is what kept us alive. It's what keeps us from being like, oh, I think it also plays into racism in general, because we're conditioned on our experience. My personal experience with metal tumblers is terrible. It fell out of the cupboard, it hit me on the head, and I had a cut, and da 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 da. So now when I see a metal tumbler on the top shelf, I'm like, oh shit, I ain't opening that cupboard. But I would be, oh, you're racist? You don't like metal tumblers? What's wrong with you? Metal tumblers are great. I'm like, I didn't say I didn't like them. I had a bad experience with one, and it's still with me. So if you take and put a human as the tumbler, and I have a bad experience with somebody who has red hair and wears a hoodie and I don't know, this logo on them, I'm making shit up again as I'm going.
Yeah.
Next time I see that person or a person with a hoodie and the red hair and this logo, I'm gonna be like, well, that's like the other one that just stole my wallet and put a knife to my throat. I'm not gonna go near that person. Oh, well, that's racist. You just don't like people in red hoodies. I'm like, no, that's being smart for me. I might find out later that that person's a good person. But today, right now, me, this information that I have in front of me, no, we ain't dealing with each other.
Yeah, and
Now you come around the corner and you go, hey, have you met my friend Tom yet? And Tom comes around, he's like, hey, I'm Tom. Pulls down his head. I'm like, oh, it's the same person. And I'm like, oh, pleased to meet you. And da da da. And I'm like, oh, hey, Tom, because I know more about him now. You see what I'm
oh, I
saying?
love
And
it.
this is the problem with racism in general is, you know, people say you're putting somebody in a box. And I'm saying, I'm not putting every person who has this color skin or does this action or wears these clothes in that box. I'm saying that when I had an experience with people that looked like that or acted like that or behaved like that or came from this thing, I don't know what it is, that was bad. So I'm leery and I'm not going to engage in that again. The same way when you go to the casino for your very first time and you lose everything you own,
Ooh.
you probably aren't going to be a gambler anymore.
Well, a lot of
Go,
people are
go,
coming back
go
with
3 times in a row
the
and go
next.
bankrupt and watch what happens. Those people are like, well, gambling's stupid. I would never do it anymore. I lost everything. But you go and win one
They
time,
come
and
right
then you're
back.
like, well,
Yeah.
this shit's free money. I'm going back. You know, it's all conditioning. It's all about your personal experiences. And yes, people are racist. People are hateful. People are all of that. But we are all inherently that way, wired to be in some fashion. So
Well,
we have to let it go and not use it for bad, not you know assume that just because I'm having this one thought about this one situation, it applies blanketly to everything and everybody that you know touches that one square on the board. You know, I don't know.
exactly.
I
Our
just view life
memory,
very differently.
one crazy thing about memory is so, like, I have essentially photographic memory, but the problem with this photographic memory is I also
Mm.
have a visionary creative memory where I can create this incredibly visualized images essentially in my brain or animated visual, you know, whatever. So the problem is that I've learned, especially things that I know I can confirm that I know they're right. I know 100% they're right. And all of a sudden somebody tells me that it's wrong and I go, no, it's right. And then we end up looking it up and I was wrong. And so that's taught me partially part of this process. But then the next part is I physically, I make a habit of like where I set my keys down, and I take essentially like a little photograph, a little emotional memory of like where I set them. And I've learned that, you know, I can visualize where I set my keys. And as soon as I visualize that, I go, what's around the keys? And then I start to like draw up a picture in my head. And every time I go and find my keys, it is never accurate. It's always
Eh.
slightly wrong. And so that's the big thing with memory and prejudice is that we have these memories of different things, but they're slightly wrong, where
Mhm.
that leads our entire behavioral system down, you know, all these different paths. But these memories are there for a reason. The memories are there so
They
that
are.
you are going to be safe. You're going to be able to fight or flight. You're going to be able to do these different things. And even in the individual situations, those memories are coming to the surface because your brain is going like, hey, these are the set of the rules we got to activate. What happened here in the past? You know, how does it work? A crazy memory I had in Minneapolis 2 summers ago. I actually saw them just a couple weekends ago for New Year's Eve. Oh my God, it's a month now for New Year's Eve. But so all these guys, we
That's
used
been
to
a month.
party every year for Oktoberfest in La Crosse, Wisconsin. And all these guys I would hang out with for one weekend. We'd have the time of our life, and then I would not see them for the next year because a lot of them came from other areas. And so all of a sudden, we're all at this bachelor party in Minneapolis, and we're all hanging out. And one by one, I like sit down and have a conversation with all these guys. And these thoughts and memories, I couldn't even bring them up right now. But all of a sudden, when I'm sitting there looking these guys in the eye, and all of a sudden these memories of just doom, 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 these just blocks and chunks of some of the most unbelievable nights of my life. Now, a couple of them are coming back because I'm thinking about it. But all these memories come back to me. And I said to the person, I think I said to every single one of them, I said, remember all these different moments. And then I went, if I never saw you this weekend, because we're not friends on Facebook, we're not friends anywhere, I said, I would never, ever, ever
have thought of any of these
Remember,
moments. Any of this stuff. It's
that
just
happens
so
to me
crazy.
as well. You'll like, this happened when I went home for my, nobody's going to see this. I went home for a reunion several years back. I brought Matthew for a high school reunion. It was our 30th year, maybe 35th. I don't know. It was a long time ago, but it wasn't, I'm old. Um, anyway, he's like
Sorry, do you know
sitting
Mike
there.
Neer? Mike's in chat right now, hanging out.
Oh, Mike. Yes, that's Joshua's father.
Yeah,
Correct.
he's coming on Friday.
Hey, Mike, how's it going? He's a painter.
Yeah. Sorry,
Good
go on.
painter.
I just wanted to
Anyway,
let you know.
I'm just saying, like, it's humorous that you say that because we were at this reunion and these people had never met Matthew before. So we're sitting around a table, and some of them, I'm just like, and I already warned Matthew, I'm like, look, I went to high school with these people, but I had zero in common with most of them. We just, you existed there because you had to. And so, I have a view of what I think people thought of me or what I felt about people. And I was blown away that like this one girl said, "Oh my God, the only reason I got through math was because of Jay, because he would every day would do this and he would come over and he would make sure I was fine and blah, blah." And I was like, "I did? Oh, I guess I might have. I don't remember. Like, I just totally don't remember how I appeared to people. So, you tell yourself the story of like, oh, I'm sure this person thinks this of me or that. You can never be sure.
Well,
You
remember how
never
we
know how
met?
you're yes.
The Eliminator
No, I
Challenge. I
don't.
mean, I don't bowl a lot of exactly. I don't bowl a lot of tournaments ever. And I can't remember who it was, but one of my friends is like, "Hey, this guy's running."
I
Dan.
remember now.
Dan. Yeah,
Dan.
I had bowled the tournament
You
with Dan.
met
He's like, "Hey,
Dan.
we're doing an
Yeah.
Eliminator tournament." I was like, "Oh, cool. I'll come down check it out." So I went down there, bowled really well, missed the cut by like 2 pins, and ended up bowling the next shift. Didn't bowl well, but Eric Fritton had just edged me out. And I mean, he's
Yeah.
amazing. So, but
He
the way
is.
the format was run, and we had a great conversation for like 5 minutes. So obviously, you were
I
talking
remember
to.
that because you were very vocal and you came up to me and were like, "Oh my God, thank you so much for running. You running a great event." And
Yeah.
I was just sitting there going, "Thank you." Like nobody ever notices this kind of thing. They don't usually comment on it. They might say, "Hey, good job," but you went out of your way to engage me in a different manner, and I really appreciated that.
Well, and seriously, you did. And like, I don't bowl in a ton of tournaments, so like, I have such an outsider viewpoint when I go into different stuff like that. But I have seen tons of tournament that like they're still fun. I understand. When I run
Yeah.
tournaments, shit goes wrong all the time. And when a lot of people do a lot of stuff, it's like, wow, they did not care at all. They didn't put anything into the computer. They're doing it by hand. They're messing all the numbers up. It's like, wow, I just wish somebody would use the computer, which would take a little bit of time. Either way, like we don't need to argue about any of people running good or bad. But when you did run that event, since I don't have so much history, everyone else is used to people running tournaments, and they don't notice some of the differences between some of them. And quite frankly, we're humans. All we really care about is ourselves. So
Right.
being able to see an event, though, like it was so fun. It was so unique where, you have the first shift, you take this many from this shift, you have the next shift, next shift, next shift. And then at the end, you had that one game. Why can't I think of the name of it?
The shootout round. The top four goes to one game shootout.
What's the name for the final squad?
Oh, the Desperado
The
squad.
Desperado squad. Yeah.
Yeah, people that are desperate as AF
Dude,
because
yeah.
they didn't make it.
That's
So
cool.
all the qualifying's done, and we stole this idea. We didn't come up with this idea. Mike Rose and I stole this from the people that were going over to overseas to bowl a lot of these tournaments in the mid '90s. Global bowling started to be a thing. We go to the high rollers once a year and see all these people from around the world that we knew from bowling the U.S. stuff, usually twice a year. February, Super Bowl time, beginning of February, and then 4th of July weekend. That was always the Vegas weeks. We were there for sometimes 2 weeks at a time each time. So it was a big trip. But we would learn so
Made a lot
much
of
about
money.
how they did. Yeah, I did make a fair amount of money.
Sorry.
Where did it go though? That's the other question. Where did I put that money? I don't remember. But we would learn about how things were done in other parts of the world, and some things were just bafflingly batshit crazy, and some things were intriguing. And this Desperado squad was one of the ones that I was like, well, we're gonna F and do that. Like, why wouldn't we? And just to tell everybody the way it goes, it's like usually in a tournament that is multiple squads, they'll take so many per squad, or they'll just put all the scores at the end and take the top, which is usually less favorable in today's bowling world because the lane condition that you're
Could be
playing on
different.
changes, and there's an advantage later in the day than there would be to some in the morning. Whatever, there's ways to solve that. Anyway, they do a final 1 game squad. Normally it's 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 games of qualifying, and it's a lot more of a test. But they save 1 spot in the finals for this Desperado squad. And it is so much fun because you get to, well, we made our own rules to this. We said you can pick whatever pair you want to bowl on, but once there's 4 on that pair, it's closed. So now people run up after their squad is done and they not bowl the next squad. They're like, here's my $20. I want lanes 9 and 10 because I bowled 240 on that pair. Even though I bowled 130, 120, 180 the rest of the game, I'm gonna bowl my final game on that pair to try to be the highest score. You might think that works out for them most of the time, but I would say 85% of the time, their game
They're
is
on the
much
Desperado
less on
squad
that
like me
really
for a
good.
reason.
Yeah, yeah. But it's so fun to see that somebody can have this one chance and bowl one good game, and now they make the finals. And how many people in all the tournaments that I've run, I probably have run, I would say about 100 events in the last 20 years, I'd say. It just doesn't sound like a lot, but I mean, I didn't
Sounds like a
run them for
lot
like
to
9
most
years.
people. To people that
Maybe
run
a
tons of
little bit
tournaments,
more.
maybe not, but that sounds like a lot. Yeah.
Well, so for the New York Eliminator and the Texas Eliminator, the number of people who won the event coming from the Desperado squad, I think it's only 2 in the whole time we've been doing it, which was kind of fun when you think about
Oh
it.
yeah.
Only twice, but it really gives another person a chance. So that's the ideation brain of me going, oh, we're doing that because it's exciting, it's interesting, it's fun, it's different. It doesn't impact the level of competition. It doesn't make it less valuable because you still have to bowl
Only
one
one person out of the whole
one game.
Desperado moves on. So yeah, no, it is
Correct.
not exactly. Really quick, what's up? Mike says, "What's up, Jay? You got that bowling alley looking top notch. Finally got back over there last week. I've been in there
Mike,
a few times. I was there last week before. Josh's dad, Mike. Yeah.
yeah. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. We put a lot of effort into, making it look nicer. We there's I'm impatient as, whatever. I want more and more things to be done. I have so many ideas and they're just ideas. They're on paper, some of them, but it's like, where do you stop? Like, I could be there painting something. I could be there reorganizing something right now, but, for my own sake, I'm not
I
today.
love
Thank you for that.
not to adjust anything or even say anything specifically, but this is something that I put in my notes from today that I got to work on from the one thing. But earlier, Alex brought it up and mentioned it with just putting stuff into the calendar, not even specific things, but like 4 hours of I'm going to be on my computer doing video editing. Like block that time off, and for those 4 hours, just be doing that. Like put everything else aside. And even on the smaller, subtle things, I definitely want to start time blocking those moments because it's like I have to focus during these times. And then it's like, let's focus 100% during these times. And then when I'm not doing that, it's like that's the time where
Right.
I should be spent away. Because that's such a challenge. It's like, when do you stop? And for me, it's like I just love all the different stuff I'm working on because I just do so much.
Don't we all have that nice little fun assistant in
Oh.
our hands at all times? And what was life like before you had a phone and you went to like the doctor and they're like, oh, okay, yeah, you need to follow up March 23rd at 9:30. I've got you down, and you take that little piece of paper and you stuck it on the fridge and you hope it was still there on March 22nd and that you actually saw it. But you know, when he said time blocking, when Alex was talking about time blocking earlier, I was like, oh, yes, I know. I need to do more of that, but I don't. And it's just as simple as opening up your calendar and going 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, work on this and put
Yeah.
it in your phone.
Even Hey
Because
Siri.
what
Don't listen to me.
and what happens is you end up having your daily schedule mapped out for you for the most part. If you're really good and consistent and you go to your phone or you go to a scheduler or even a little book, whatever it may be, if you do this religiously, I'm
Yeah.
sure you've read enough books on highly successful people and traits,
Yeah.
and I guarantee that's one of every single person. Nobody lives up here anymore. Zero people in today's world can be successful without the use of technology to push them to the forward, the best part of their being. They cannot do it by themselves because we live in a society that doesn't allow that anymore. So you better lean into it and do it in the best way that you can do it. That's the key right there. You might find a situation or a platform or a vehicle or a vessel that you think is attractive, which I've done multiple times. I'm like, oh, I'm getting that app. It's going to make my day the best thing ever. You want to know how many I deleted off my phone last month? I mean, it's just crazy. The Better Sleep app. I love that app because it's got the great sounds, like with all the different white noise, brown noise, purple noise, I don't know, farting noise, pick one. And it plays and you sleep, and you can layer them and all that stuff. But do I turn it on every night? No.
That's a big part of Atomic Habits, is making everything so simple. Like, me even recording my book, and I finally got back to it because my computer was all over the place for a full week when I was cleaning this whole house up, and putting everything into a position for, like, me recording this book, where I have to turn the computer on, pull up the file, like one click, pull up the file, and I'm recording the next part of the audiobook. Like, having to make it that simple, because just something so extra, like when I did not just have this thing set up, I haven't recorded anything in 3 weeks. And it's like, because it's in the other room and it's not set up, and all I got to do is grab it and set it up and hook it up and then plug it in, and then all of a sudden in your mind it's like, I'm not getting to that tonight.
Isn't that interesting? And I have a parallel to that, because yesterday I ran the tournament, the double knockout at Buzz Social, which is that new format that everybody really, really loves. We only had 21 entries yesterday because that fog in the morning was not pretty.
Yeah.
But we still paid out over $1,500 in money. And I paid like 8 people money out of the 21. So, it was really good payout. First place was still 500. Second was 300. Third was 200. Like, we paid good money. But I don't run tournaments every weekend. It might be 3 months before I run another event. So for me, in my mind, and my people who work with me will tell you this. Here's the conversation with Jay. Oh, Jay, we need what we really need? We need some drink tickets made up, and we need this sign, and we need these marketing things done. Oh yeah, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I got it. Oh yeah, simple. I got it. I already have something halfway done. Yeah. It's not that simple. The problem is I think it's simple, or my brain tells me, oh, you've done this so many times. It's great. So I set up for my tournament yesterday, and I'm like, I know what I'm going to do. I got it all ready. I'm like, open this file, get my things ready. And then the first person comes through the line, and I'm like, oh, hey, whatever. I'm like, oh, yeah, I got to type your name here. I have to put that there. And I'm like, oh, I forgot to open that file up. And now there's 3 people on it. I'm like,
yep.
Because it's not, by the middle of the check-in, I'm like, oh, I got it back. I remember all this shit now. But we're not, I mean, as you get older, maybe it's me, maybe I'm got some Alzheimer early thing. I don't know. I'm just saying it's harder to
get into that rule set, and then you remember it again. It's like riding a bike.
And one of the things that I have to realize is that no matter how easy I think something's going to be, because I did it in 1997 in 5 minutes, doesn't mean I can do it in 5 minutes anymore. Or doesn't mean that this time it's going to take me 5 minutes to do.
All of a sudden something goes wrong, though, and it's like, wait, and how do I fix this? And then this starts going wrong, and then these things start piling up, and then this is overwhelming. It's like, oh my God. That's what I love about the one thing, where it's like, all right, what's the one thing? Boom, 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 one thing at a time.
Being honest with yourself about these processes throughout your life, whether it be, humorously for work or for personal development or growth or whatever, or hobby, is how you be successful. And then that translates into proper planning. So had I been like superstar, I'd have been there 2 hours early, and I'd have properly planned. I'd had all my files up, and I'd have tested my run through. But I'm like, okay, who needs that? I can just do this. Well, I can.
Well, it worked out.
These are the struggles that an ADHD person goes through.
I work every Sunday, but I am excited to be out at Buzz Social March 24th. I have a friend that does not bowl that is supposed to be bowling with me. He's trying to get the weekend off and move his stuff around, so there's a chance that doesn't work out. But either way, I will be there, and I will find another guy if he, for some reason, can't bowl. But me and Aaron are excited to bowl together March 24th at Buzz Social. We have not covered a single topic yet, which is completely fine. I've loved this conversation. I've loved this. And, there's so much I'll be able to pull from all of that, and that was such an amazing time. How much time do you have?
Whatever you need. If you want to go a little bit more, we can. I'm
Let's go.
fine.
Yeah,
But
let's
you
go
have
another
other
10
guests,
minutes if
so
that's cool with you. Then I got to take a quick break.
perfect.
And Jewel is joining us at 2:00. She has incredible photographs, videos, some different stuff that, again, I want to get her okay before I show to everybody out there.
Well, you better get this okay, because now I want to see him. You've been
Yeah,
talking about him already.
yeah. Seriously, it was so cool because this is some of the stuff I've been playing with. Obviously, the goal of this network is I want to be working with so many different people that have so many cool ideas, and even like this talk right now, like just bringing this stuff to top of mind and us checking in again in 2 weeks and 3 weeks. I mean, honestly, for anybody out there, I don't want to take up any of your day or any time like that, but I would love to have weekly guests on for an hour and just talking about this, that, and the other. I mean, seriously, we have 12 topics here in front of me, and we could talk for 6 more hours. Obviously, I don't want
That's the bad thing.
to waste your entire day up, but it's like we have so much fun stuff that we can talk about, where I want to bring you guys. Next week, I have just the full week booked out with Valentine's Day, because obviously my business is stupid that week. But moving on past that, it's like I want to get 3, 4, 5 guests on. I think 3 or 4 is good for me, because I do want to put a lot of prep into each guest. But the nice thing is, when I start to have you on every week, it's like I already have all of these talking points with you that we've already done, and we know where we're at. We know this conversation. It's not a new guest every single time. And at the same time, I'll be able to focus on those new guests little by little as we keep just having new guests on and new guests on. But so thankful. I don't need to keep rambling about the format of the show, but it is really cool where, I mean, seriously, even funny stuff. My biggest TikTok thing, I don't post on TikTok too much, but I had like 1,000 views on TikTok. I think normally I get around 300 or 400 on that platform, so significantly more on that one video. And what was it? It was a segment of me saying, what does it do, or what do you do to make it hurt less? What do you do to make it hurt or feel better? And it was just us. We lost a game. We lost a video game, and I was just joking. And so I clipped that like 15-second clip, and I put behind it, when you don't win the Mega Millions, because there was like the $1 billion Mega Millions ticket. And because so many people were trending that topic, so many people saw that video. And it's like, you never know. The biggest thing why people don't, succeed or anything in the content world is 2 reasons. First of all, they never turn the camera on. Secondly, they don't try and get better. I mean, there's so many content networks that are not growing at all. And if I signed in 3 years ago, if I look at episode 1 to episode 300, it's probably, nothing's probably very different. And the continued growth and stuff like that is what I'm so excited for in regards to all this stuff and continuing these conversations. And the next time you're on, we have better, frames and scenes and screens. And I'm up there. I'm on the green screen. We have the full screen up. You're small. We're small in each corner, and we're going over something, that's on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
And all that different stuff, which unfortunately all my technology is not working with me. But again, like you said, it's like I tried to test all this stuff. I mean, I've been working on this every minute of the last 2-3 weeks. But even something like that I tested 10 times to make sure the iPad was working, now today it can't connect. It's like, God.
Right.
And now what? And all of a sudden I'm scrambling with this and that. And that's why
At the end of the day, what happens? You're going with the flow. You're just doing what you do, and it's no big deal.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't affect. You could have said, well, F this. Game over. No, which, I mean, I've done that many a times myself. Okay, well, this is not meant to be. We're done here. Put it all together.
Machete. Machete's been one of our earliest fans. I apologize for not being able to hit you too much, Machete, but seriously, thank you for coming by. And I look forward to having more people like you that can just pull it up, even if it's on mute or low volume. You're working from home. If you just have a window up, that helps us so much. And thank you to the other, 15, 20 people in here. Thank you for even pulling it up. Even if you're not listening, that helps us so much. We're trying to get 1,000 subscribers in 30 days. More importantly, 4,000 watch hours. And it is slow, steady growth. We're going to keep making stuff better. A lot of these shorts are going to be where a lot of the feedback and views do come from. But these live streams are a big part of that. And we're able to goof off, and that's what's fun about this, while having, a couple people in the background. But Machete says, if I won the lottery and became a millionaire, billionaire, I would still go to work every day until I'm too old to continue. Material possessions and luxury is a foreign concept to me. I love that. And that's the biggest thing with me is I grew up in a family. I shouldn't blame everybody in my family, but some of my family where the goal was work until you make enough money and then, retire and just sit and do nothing. And it's like now I know that I hate doing nothing, but I want to work and I want to do the vocation that I want to do. I want to change the world. I want to, start a sustainable energy company. I want to manufacture batteries while creating organic content for, YouTube, for my own network, obviously down the road, doing all this different stuff. But it's like that passion didn't just come overnight. I mean, I've been working this for 10 years trying to build a sustainable energy company. How do you start a sustainable energy company? Well, you just go down to the bank and they give you $4 million. Like, no, you have to.
Oh, yeah. I did that last week.
Yeah, you have to get a job. You have to work. You have to learn things. You have to learn about business management. You have to learn about structures. And I'm still probably 5 years away. However, if I won the lottery, boom, now I got the 2,000 acres and the manufacturing plant. I have the whole thing set up. And I know at some point all that stuff is going to line up. But seriously, thank you, Machete, for reaching out. And I love that message that, like, we want to keep working. Did I cut you off on something, Jay? I apologize.
No, not at all. I didn't know if you wanted to dig into picking spares with a 10.5 pound or 12-pound bowling ball.
Yeah,
I didn't know what you wanted to talk about.
Let's cover that one because I'm excited for that, and we'll turn this into a most likely a fun little short. But so I'll just we'll restart as if this is the first second of the show and just have some fun with this conversation.
All right. I'm going to change my position here so I get a little bit better view. There we go. It's weird because I'm tilting away from the computer so that I'm facing towards you in the video. But anyway.
I love it. Straight Line Selling, he talks about like man-to-man conversation, how it's like letting air out of a balloon if you sit at like a 45 degree angle to somebody compared to like male-female typically is more straight on. Either way, I'm sure all that physiology is whatever. But it is like if you're in person and you're in somebody's bubble, like you just stand at a little bit of an angle and it's so much more relaxing.
It's less, I don't know. It's back to the primal instincts that we have, apparently.
Yeah. So we talked about the bowling events we're running, and I want to give another big shout out to March 24th. We're running a doubles tournament. Why don't we cover that format?
Sure.
What is the format of the March 24th tournament? Buzz Social. Start time is
10 a.m. 11 a.m. Sorry, 11 a.m. 10 a.m. check-in. Yeah. So Nick asked to have a tournament at Buzz. I was giving him some flack for not having an event there lately, and he's like, "Okay, I'm ready to have an event." And I was like, "Okay, well, we can't be on a Saturday because we're way too busy." And when you have that kind of venue, you're either replacing revenue or generating revenue. I'm not a fan of replacement. I'm a fan of generating because my customer base is a casual, fun, event-driven, open play bowler. And if we start being the place that always has a tournament on Saturday morning from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., they're going to be mad at us.
They're at Chuck E. Cheese.
They pay my bills all the year long too, so they need to at least have some. So I'm cautious. That doesn't mean we're not doing tournaments. Of course, we have the Knights of Columbus, and we have other tournaments, events, but it has to be done in a manner that works best for both worlds.
Generate
it complements our business. Yeah, absolutely. So I got him to come on a Sunday because I thought Sunday's better for us. It's a little bit slower. Well, some Sundays. And I convinced him to come to the 24th. And then 2 days, or the day he posted on his thing, he posted a little teaser. Bill Fabian. Do you know Bill Fabian from Ripon? He owns Rippon's the bowling center in Ripon. Well, he was my doubles partner last year for senior state, and we broke the state record, the 20-year state record, and we won the doubles. And he says to me, he goes, "Oh, I love that you're having this tournament at your place on the 24th. I'd love to bowl that with you, but we'll be defending our title. Don't forget." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, we will be." So I convinced Nick to have the tournament at Buzz. We came up with an amazing format that hasn't been done yet on a day that I won't be there. See, but Dan will be there. So the format's really cool. It's a doubles event. And usually when you bowl a doubles tournament, it's just you and the other guy, and you're bowling your whole games together in our total, and that's that. Now there's Baker doubles, which for those people that aren't bowlers, the way a bowling game works is 10 frames. And so a Baker tournament is like you bowl frames 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. I bowl frame 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and that's our score. We're bowling one game together as a team. And that's another way to bowl. But it also favors a certain type of team, right? One that is both talented, because now I can't fly through the scoring of bowling on one person's success. Because if I suck and my partner's really good and he gets a strike, and the next frame I get up and I don't have a strike, we don't have any momentum. You need those strikes in a row to get the big scores. So both players have to be able to strike. In a doubles traditional, you might shoot 300 because you struck every shot. I can shoot 180, and we have a score of 480, which is a great two-person score. That's two people bowling 240. That's hard to do. But guess what happens if you take both of those things and shove them together in a Baker match? We barely have 200. You see the difference?
Yeah.
So it takes a different skill set. So the way the format is, it's 4 traditional games of doubles, meaning 8 games total, 4 for me and 4 for you. We're going to determine who the top 24 teams are. And those 24 teams are going to come back and bowl match play in a round robin format, only Baker style. And you're going to bowl every team in the 24 match. As a matter of fact, the way that's going to work is you'll go to a pair of lanes and there'll be 3 teams or 4 teams on that pair, and you're bowling all 4 teams of the other 3 teams at once. You'll all bowl your one game. The top score is going to get 4 points for beating everybody. The next person's going to get 3 points, 2 points, and then, or 3 points, 2 points, 1 point, no points, right? And you do this until the last game. The last game you move to a weird pair where there's only 2 teams because there's 23 matches in a 24 person thing. Well, whatever. And then it'll be the match play points to determine who goes onto the step ladder. And that's the hiccup that some people have problems with. They're like, well, what do you mean it doesn't, the pins carry over from the first round? Yes, because with the 24 matches, there's a really good chance that teams could tie, with the number of points that they've won in that match play round. And then your total pins of all your games so far will determine the tiebreaker for that reason. But then after that is done, the top 4 teams will go back to stepladder finals, and they will bowl traditional regular play again instead of Baker. So it really does take a dynamic team with a good set of skills on both ends of the spectrum to win this event. Something that I haven't seen a lot of done ever. So I'm excited for it. I wish I could actually bowl it. I wish I could actually help him run it. I should be back to the bowl to see part of the finals because we are bowling doubles and singles that morning,
Heck yeah.
and it's only in like Sheboygan. So it's going to be a fun time. If he doesn't have 72 teams, I don't think he'll have one. I'm sure he'll get, we've even got contingency to go to 96 if we need to. So, we're ready.
Yeah, and I'll be there. I'm looking forward to it. I love those doubles formats. I love just bowling with another guy and just having a good time trying to win.
I do too.
And it's I hate losing, but like being able to watch some of the other teams that are really good and that do practice all the time, them work together like that. That is also very fun to watch as well. I love unique tournaments. Like there's so many singles tournaments and stuff out there. The doubles, the trios, even the
double knockout. Talk about a unique tournament. I'll just plug it. We're going to do another double knockout. I'll plug this. How about this for a format? Every single game you bowl, starting from game number 1, is a separate event. So game number 1, the whole field bowls, and we take the scores, the one game, and rank them high to low. If there's 20 people, the top 10 are safe. The bottom 10 receive a strike against them. 2 strikes, you go home. There's insurance in there that you can avoid a strike, one of the frame. But you see how it goes. So you can bowl 110, be in the bottom for 1 round, and still win the entire tournament and never look back. Like it really does favor. I like tournaments that don't favor the biggest skill set solely all the time, because we all know that that's such a small pool of people. And if they always win everything, the pool who wants to compete gets smaller and smaller.
Exactly.
We need to have formats that allow for the fringe players. I know it sounds negative to say that about people, but I don't mean it in a negative way. I just mean there's a lot of people that are on the fringe, meaning when they're at a tournament, they might win. But there's a lot of people that you look at the field and you go, who's going to win this event? Well, the bowler people would say the same 7 names, 8 names every time. But the fringe people tend to get in there and win every now and then, or more often than now and then. And that's what I mean by fringe, is like, if you can devise a format where the fringe people have a really good chance to win as well, it's a winner, because now more fringe people want to come and bowl 100%. That event. And let me tell you, in the sport of bowling, the good bowlers will always make the money. I don't care who you are. I'm not listening to you because you're the best bowler and you want the rules this way. Go F yourself.
Exactly.
It's not best for the whole. It's not best to grow our sport. And so many times, the reason the sport of bowling has not grown is because the vocal minority, as I like to call it, have their way. and they get in there and they make rules that don't benefit the whole, and it's specific, and that ends up being negative in the long run for an event or a sport. So we try to just change that
Yeah.
by having these fun formats.
We and Nick's done an incredible job with that because he's able to blend in, you know, scratch or money for brackets and all these other things for the scratch bowler, where it's like, hey, you know, maybe this format isn't the best for like who is really the best in the eliminator, but
Right.
not your eliminator either, but the eliminator finals that he runs through most of his big tournaments. And it also allows those fringe players to have a chance because you just have to take top half, you sneak in, then you just have to take top two, sneak in. You know, you just have to take top two, sneak in. And like myself, I've made it very far in a lot of these events, even though I don't practice, I don't bowl ever. And I was 76th. I think they took the top 77. I made the cut by 1 pin and I ended up taking top 8 out of 165
Yeah.
bowlers because I'm a fringe guy and because of his format. I have zero chance at taking top. I shouldn't say that. I have a very small chance of taking top 4 or top 8 if that were the format. You know, hey, we're going to take top 24 and move on. Very small chance. You know, I'm getting into that. Okay, let's say with a 3-game format, anybody could shoot 260 and move in. I would be
But
given
you bowl
everything.
a 10-game marathon, and you're not going to beat a lefty or a two-hander
16
after the
games.
pattern.
Yep. I'm
You're not
never
gonna
going to
do
come
it.
to the top of that list, especially
It's just
against
the way it is.
some of the.
And it's not a knock against the lefties or the two-handers or whoever else is in that little category that it favors. It's just it is circumstance, but recognizing that is the key.
There's
And
a
then
space
if
for
you
that.
look at there is space for that. If
PBA
you look at
bowlers.
the yeah, right. Well, they have the same problem out on tour.
Yeah.
You know, if you look at the mass of the events that I've run in the past, it's funny that you bring up Nick because Nick didn't create that format. Nick borrowed some of those ideas from other things. The
Yes.
same way we stole the Desperado squad, and I stole some of the great Hoinky, the Super Hoinky format. They used to have you qualify the top people, they get put in these brackets, these little bubbles, and like half the people move on. So they had a pair with 5, 3 would move on. Or pair with 4, 2 would move on. And my New York and Texas Eliminator events were mostly that same kind of format where we made it a little more cerebral. Like, I don't know, there's a lot of bowlers like a Brad Angelo. I'm picking on Brad. I don't mean to pick on. Well, I do mean to pick on Brad because he's fun to pick on, but he's a good guy. But he will call you out if he's at a tournament and the prize fund's not appropriate. You're taking too much money for yourself, or this rule is completely blatantly unfair. He'll go right up to the tournament director and say, "Hey, this is stupid." You know, the da 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 da. And that's how we grow. He is a vocal minority as well. So you also have to go, well, why does Brad Angelo want this rule change? Why does Anthony Simonson want this rule changed this way? Is it to benefit him or is it to benefit everybody? But what I found is these early years in the Western New York Buffalo culture, they are very much similar to the Green Bay, Wisconsin, or Wisconsin as a whole culture of traditional mindset bowlers, very much honoring the sport and the integrity of the game for what it is. And you gotta love that because when you balance the two as best you can, where you're trying to take care of the sport and grow it at the same time, you are going to kick some of these people to the curb who have these, strengths that you don't want them to dominate because you want more people to come. So anyway, life is fun. Life is great. Bowling will continue to evolve, and who knows what it's going to be like 20 years from now.
Yeah, and honestly, like when I'm on the East Coast a lot, and I don't know how many are around you, but like there's so many fun ways of bowling that we can adapt back into, especially in the future, especially the cost of being able to 3D print or use recycled materials to have some cool bowling alleys in your house in like 10 years, for like $1,000. But there's like duck pin bowling and candle pin bowling, and there's so many fun things to do for so many reasons. But when we don't trap ourselves in a box of like, we're just bowling to be amazing, because ultimately it's like if you're trying to do that, go do that. Do it on the pro tour. Do it at state level tournaments or, whatever. There's so many of that out there, but don't try and bring that to your local community where there's only maybe 8 to 15 of you that are really good. And, have your Masters tournament. Big shout out, Jay, for taking second place.
Oh my God. Scott Weber won his 103rd Masters tournament win. And I swear to God, every time he doesn't win, we should all just send him a thank you gift, which I think has been like 4 times ever. But I was fortunate enough to get to the finals and I did my best. The fate wasn't on my side and I made a couple of not great shots, and he just crushed it. So,
Heck yeah.
I thought I had my Weber bowling club. I was drinking my coffee out of it this morning. So shout out to Scott.
I don't have it near me.
What's bad about Scott? This is shitty that I'm going to say this. He is so talented. He has proven himself so many times. But he's an amazing business person, and he is kind, and he is nice, and he will do whatever it takes from a perspective to nurture a sport or an individual or help them. Where do you see that happening nowadays? Usually people who are really talented are assholes. And you know what I mean? He is just the nicest person. And I couldn't be happier with a second place ever in my life. Normally I'd be kind of like, damn it, I wanted to win. I did want to win. Am I mad I didn't win? No, I'm not mad. I got out more than I put into it, and it's okay. It really is. So if he had to win, A+.
Heck yeah. Good guy to lose to. Mike says, bowling grows with fringe players. It feels rewarding, even losing, seeing this in tournament formats. Cannot agree more, Mike. Cannot.
Thank you, Mike. Very true. Very, very true.
Love that conversation with Scott. Scott's a great friend to me, and just being able to, it's been a while since I've needed his advice or feedback, but especially when I started owning the business. And another big shout out to Mark Simonet. He's definitely, even in the bar industry, he helped me a ton. But even before that, with the other stuff I've done, these guys that not everybody you can just reach out to and be like, hey, man, this is a problem that I have. And,
right.
Could you maybe give me a little bit of feedback on it? And even if what they're saying is right or wrong, and this is what I love about my own perspective, is like, I know that it might not be right or wrong, but I'm saying, hey, this is how we've maybe done it before. Try and get some more research in these. That's what I love the way my brain works, is like, I'm able to identify where you should start to research and look. I'm not going to be the answer. And that's what's just so exciting about some guys like that.
But you can help lead someone to an answer.
Exactly. And that's what I've learned so much from these guys, and being able to use the resources around you and the people that are willing to help you out and be, kind and patient and like, hey, my brain's not clicking on this. Boom, all of a sudden, they're able to put it in different terms. So huge shout out to them. Gosh, we should take.
And here it is, 1:40. We just did another half an hour. Boom.
And we could keep going. I told Jewel I'd send her a message at 1 to get into the chat. So Jay, why don't we try and get together again soon? Maybe
Absolutely.
even try and schedule something in 2 weeks where
Let me know.
I'll send you the days that I'm on full time, and whatever time you can blank it in, just have another conversation like this. We got 11. We still haven't even covered the spares.
That list was just for show.
We could go 10 more minutes on this before we even got to the stairs. So if we could just do that, seriously, thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to do this. I would love to do it again. Cannot thank you more for all the amazing conversations I've had with you. We've had tons of growth conversations.
I couldn't agree more. You have been a breath of fresh air to someone who's new to the area, and to have met you as quickly as I did, I'm blessed in that matter, because wow, thank you for thank you for your friendship, thank you for starting this, and I'm happy to be a small fraction of your journey, so thank you.
I love
Appreciate
it. Hey, thank you, and thank you for being a part of my journey times 12 and a half.
12 and a half. It can't be more than 12 and a half.
Our mics are still live. Seriously, Jay, thank you. I'm going to run away. I will reach out to you later today, and we'll set up something to get back live soon. The week after Valentine's Day, I would love Monday, Wednesday, or Friday to reach out.
Let me know. I'm available for you, Bubba.
It's the other 19th. I'll send you a message.
Sounds great. All right, we'll have a great afternoon. Rest of the show. We'll see you soon.
I'll see you soon. Thanks, Jay.
I don't hear him in my.
Oh, there
in
we
my
go. Now
headset.
try it. Now try it.
You hear me now?
There we go.
Oh my
That's
God,
better.
beautiful.
There we
Love
go.
it.
I don't think that was a mic issue. I think that was producer.
Call me out.
Oh, it's me.
Yeah. Bottom.
I keep hitting it. All right.
You can only hit it once. You hit it twice, it cancels.
Yeah.
I had to hit it twice.
Just like
so
we're about
just
to get
saying.
canceled because of our stupid. We took fourth, I think. I think we took fourth.
Yeah, we did.
All right.
Great job, boys.
So what is the top what fit qualifies? What is it?
I'm not actually sure. Sorry, guys, quiet down in here. Where does it matter at the beginning? No, but I love sending a message. We just took fourth place, and 2 of you guys have not played in a while, so it's like we're fine. We got
probably
Sammy.
my third time playing this.
Yeah, we got Sammy. We got the slime climb. We're gonna do it here. Here's the thing that you guys need to know.
The slime climb,
You're
nice.
probably going to die and lose. There's nothing else I could tell you.
I thought that was part of the fun.
Slow and steady wins the race here, but this one, if you die, you're out. You're eliminated.
Oh, Pat, enough of the negativity. All of us are gonna finish. Just make sure.
I just don't want you guys to feel pressure because there's a very good chance here that you die immediately.
Okay. Whatever. That's fine.
For some reason, I'm not on my screen. Okay, cool.
Oh, that's
When he said that, I was thinking of jumping off right away. Just right over the edge.
Probably not a bad thing, honestly.
No, we're going to make it. We're gonna make it.
Well, I mean, Sammy and I are going to carry us, and we're going to move on. I'm not concerned
God.
about that.
Nope, I died.
Oh.
We're out.
Out for now.
Out for now.
both of you.
Did we die at the same time?
Yeah, we died together.
Did we both get bumped off that?
Yeah, we.
Nice.
I think we went into each other, stuck together, and died.
I'm excited to watch that just because of the build-up
it's
of like,
slimy out there,
hey,
you
guys,
know?
I'm not going to lie. Seriously, the first 30 times I played this one, I died immediately.
I'm watching Pat.
And
No, we just each have a dedicated teammate to watch.
Oh, I did not see that coming. Fuck me right into the ether, bud.
Yeah.
These things don't work.
Don't do it again.
We're gonna do
Oh
this.
my God,
Oh.
we're right there. We're right there. Double puff, let's go. Finish this, baby. Nice and slow.
Okay.
Double Puff just keeps lightly touching that one pad, and he keeps
Nice
getting
and
just
slow, nice and slow, nice and slow.
It's trying, it's very complicated because the one part that we try and emphasize is we want to educate our customers as they come in. We want to be able to be an opportunity for anybody in the community. One of our other stores, the police department will bring products that they find at gas stations or other places and bring it into our bud tenders or our store managers to say, hey, can you help us identify? Is this real? And funny story, we actually, the police brought in some of these gummies and they took off, they brought it into our store and this little sticker said Delta 8. But the second you take the little sticker off, underneath it says Delta 9 California label.
Wow.
Because these distributors, and this isn't trying to take a shot, but some of these guys purchasing will put Delta 9 on the shelf. What would you say? How would you say this is that fake weed, or what would you call it?
No, I absolutely would not say this is fake. Especially because what you guys said from the very beginning, like you make your own products. So like that's a big safety thing for me when I'm hearing that you guys make your own products. To me, that makes me go, okay, they are putting right things into it. They're putting, because obviously you don't want to be putting bad things into it as a company, because you don't want that. But yeah, no, it's that type of thing, because it does not feel fake. So why would you be saying it's fake? And that's the thing. It's like there's no reason to say that or feel that. I mean, you definitely are sitting there going, this is legal.
Overwhelmed in a good way. What did you notice? Like,
well, I guess this is kind of it's in a good way. Like you can tell that you guys put in the effort to make sure that you want us to know what's here for you. And then even in the customer service side of things, you have your employees that are sitting here giving you all the information you need. They're very welcoming the moment you walk in. Even when you're leaving, they're making sure you have a good day and this, that, and the other. Granted, I know that's customary, but you don't get that everywhere. And so like there's that you get from just going into the stores. But then again, the product are sitting there ready for you right there. I mean, it is for you. It's everything explained. You got at the prices, everything. When you walk in, it's overwhelming because there's so much to choose from. You don't know what to choose, especially if you're someone who hasn't done it in a while. So like that's the biggest thing, because then the employees are there to help you, and they do.
Reached out to him, and here he is, reluctantly responded back to an email.
Yeah. So if you guys watched our last podcast, we said we were going to reach out to some customers because we wanted some customer interaction, and we wanted to find out like what brings the customers to us, and how the customer feels about our products. Josiah is not a paid actor. We're going to disclose that right away.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
But apparently you started out at shopping out at our Green Bay East store?
Yes. Started there. Got introduced there. Just literally looking up the dispensary, not meaning to actually be looking up the dispensary. I was just looking up a dispensary, if there was anyone around, because I had originally gotten introduced to Delta 8, and I was like, there's got to be more than just at a regular CBD store. And so that's when I started looking it up. Sure enough, I'm like, all right, headed there, went to the Green Bay East and walked in and just overwhelmed in a good way of just all the different things. I didn't know Delta 8 was around, honestly. That's really kind of the biggest thing that came out of it, was just I didn't know how heavy of an industry it was becoming.
So did they tell you that we make all of our own products?
Yes, they did.
They're good.
They're from the very beginning. That's one of the first things that's said. Whenever, because I was like, I'm new to all of this here. Like I've been to CBD stores and it's been in a corner, and they tell you what they can tell you because they're not heavy into it yet. But then you come in here and then you've got all the answers. And then the very first thing is said, like, that's the difference, is we actually make all of our product. Like this is all us. And then
Almost went too quick there. All right, where are we? Main living room. Hey! Gosh, 1 second. I never closed. I'll be right back. Hey! All right. Welcome back. Thank you guys for coming by. I love this because we're skipping right through. I had a monologue set for 11:30. I had a monologue set for this afternoon. I had 12 topics to cover with Alex. Alex Young of the Bowtie Group, incredible human being. If you need real estate needs in Green Bay or Green Bay area, seek Alex. If you have, he does so much these days. If you need real estate advice in Colorado, though, we got Jewel here. Thanks for coming on. God, I'm so excited to continue just to talk about your journey and other things like that, because A, it's amazing just being able to catch up with you, so thank you for coming on. But B, gosh, I should have had name tags on here. Sorry, but B, it's like, hey, we're able to catch up, and we're able to do it for a fun cause, and I'm sure we'll have tons of impactful information. We have a loaded list of topics, but hey, we haven't actually gotten to any topics yet today. We got to one with Alex. We had we talked about the one thing, but we did that the whole hour. And then with Jay, we covered so much stuff, and we had so many amazing conversations, but we never actually talked about a single thing on topic, which is completely fine because it was such a fun conversation. We were going to talk for an hour, and next thing you know, it was like 1:10, and we're like, hey, we'll stop at 1:30. And next thing you know, it's 1:40, and it's like, oh my gosh, like time is just flying. But thank you for coming on. Jewel, how are you doing? How's your day?
I'm good. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. We have tons to talk about. I have everything planned out. So if you're trying to get through topics, I'm ready.
No, I love it. I want to talk about life and fun stuff. And why don't we, before we dive into anything too deep, actually, why don't we cover this? What did you do? God, how long has it been? 2 years? When did you leave?
I left November of 2021.
Over 2 years?
Over 2 years now. Yep.
Holy crap.
So what did you decide to do in November of 2021?
Well, it actually started a few months prior. So in July, I came and visited a friend of mine that lives in Green Bay. He moved there, and he lived there for 2 years himself. So he invited me to come visit. So I came here to visit, and I just fell in love with the place. I immediately went back and talked to my boyfriend and just was like, hey, like, I'd love to take you here. We were already in the process of thinking of moving. We just weren't exactly sure where we were going to end up, or where we were going to go. So we planned a trip and came back and visited and went home, saved money, and moved. So it's been a journey, quite the journey.
Well, and it's fun because, like, in the lead up, well, it's probably some of the biggest times that we've, talked, because you were at Ned's, Ned Kelly's, so that Wednesday night group, I'd be there and we'd discuss. And then, just so many fun things. I mean, there's 2 or 3 different farewell parties. And just being able to catch up and just hear your vision of what you wanted to do. And then I hear it from a lot of people what they want to do, but then physically putting yourself in a position, getting in the car, going across the country, and having these incredible experiences. And now what blows my mind is, like, you've been showing me pictures for the last 2.5 years, and I can't believe that first trip was over 2 years ago, where, like, you did such a long trip. I was actually in Phoenix, I believe, at that point.
Yeah.
And, I was like, how far away it's way farther than I thought it was. It's like 10 hours or something. Oh my gosh. But, to be able to watch those pictures, and then you sent me these pictures and videos, which we'll get into here in a second. But those were just Colorado. Like, you have.
Yes, those were just Colorado, and that was maybe a handful compared to hundreds and hundreds of videos that I have. So I just tried to pick the best of the best, but there's so many more that I could have sent you just of Colorado alone, let alone all the other places that I went. So it's been incredible.
I've been having fun just, like, being able, because I have so much other content that I'm excited to be, well, plus this entire day's worth of videos is going to be 100 shorts, and it's just so fun for me when I'm just, like, going through this content plug up. The big thing is you need to get the content, you need to have something at it. So I appreciate you being able to send it to me. And I love just, like, obviously the beauty and all of it, but, like, I'm learning so much while I'm going through these different things. And I really appreciate that. When you started your journey though, what did you hit on your trip to Colorado? Cause you hit so much.
We did. So it was a 13-day trip that we took. So we left Wisconsin and then drove through Minnesota. We stopped in South Dakota. We went to Mount Rushmore, which was pretty cool. That was pretty. Yeah, so we got to go there, but we only had 13 days, so we tried to go through each state and hit the biggest points. I would love to go back and visit the spots that we visited certain places, and I didn't get to spend as much time there as what I would have loved to. So now I'd love to go back, and just spend a specific week in those exact spots, each one of them, to be able to really fully experience. But our lease ended October 31st in Wisconsin, and it didn't start until November 13th. So we had those days, we figured we could either stay here in Wisconsin and try to stay with somebody and cramp somebody's style, or we could, take a trip and experience a bunch of stuff before landing in Colorado. So we started there, went to Mount Rushmore, and then went over. The next stop that we made, I would think, would be Montana. And then after that, we started after that to Utah. So Utah was really the first biggest stop that we made. We started in the northern end, went over, we kind of bounced back and forth. So we went to Utah twice, actually. But we started in the northern part. We went to Salt Lake City, which was incredible. There's like 1.2 million people in the metro area there. So that was just amazing. It's just this like city, and there's nothing else for miles. There's nothing else around, and just this beautiful mountain range behind. So that was like our first really good experience of being very, very close to the mountains. We only stayed there for a day. So we just got electric scooters and we rode around. We went to a few restaurants, got some beers. We just kind of, it was our first like relaxing part of the vacation. So we kind of just relaxed and did our thing there. And then as soon as we were done there, we went to Yellowstone National Park. And that was one of the most incredible things I've ever done in my life. So Yellowstone's it's amazing. There's a few things that I took notes on just because it's so amazing. I didn't want to miss any. So Yellowstone is 2.2 million acres. So if you can even understand that 2.2 million acres is Yellowstone. It's the first ever national park, and there's over 500 active geysers. So you're actually on top of an active volcano. So these geysers are like these huge pits of like extremely hot water with like bubbling water coming out of the top of it, and there's like hundreds of them there. So that was pretty cool to see, just different colored geysers. There was like aqua and pink. It was pretty cool.
Seriously, they're different colors?
Some of them were different.
Naturally?
Yeah, naturally. Yep. And the stone around them was different colors as well. And that was a pretty crazy experience to be able to see that.
2 million acres. I can't even fathom how big that, like my brain can't even understand. Like how big is Green Bay and Appleton? Like, is that 2 million acres?
Yeah, exactly. Like it was massive. We only got to experience just a small corner of the park. I mean, and it's crazy to think that I don't even know what the rest of the park consists of. Like there's so much that we never even got to see or anything. So that was amazing.
Yeah, you went to remind me, and we'll get to it in a second, but did you go to the Grand Canyon in this adventure?
We did.
Okay,
Yep.
I was going to say, like, the Grand Canyon is the same thing. Like, you could go there 3 times and see
Yeah.
3 different parts. But sorry, so
You're
where was
fine.
that again? Salt Lake City and then Yellowstone. How far? Yellowstone's on the way to Colorado from Salt Lake City?
Oh, okay. So Colorado is like central. So we kind of went around Colorado, back a little down, and then up because we wanted to. There was so much to see.
Yeah.
And
Oh my
so
gosh.
next-
Those are on my list.
Yes, yes. So the next thing we did after that, we drove down through the Tetons, the Grand Tetons, which is right below Yellowstone, and popped back into Utah. So when we popped back into Utah, we went to Zion National Park, and that was way, way south. Like that's at the bottom of Utah. And I figured from there, we're only 3 hours from the Grand Canyon. There's no way that we're going to go that close and not go. So that's kind of why we ended up going down. We had a little extra time and wanted to, just go down there while we could. But yeah, so it was incredible. It was amazing. Zion's super cool as well. I would definitely recommend that for people who like to hike. Yeah,
Heck
it's
yeah.
incredible. It's incredible. They have a hike there called Angel's Landing, and it's supposed to be one of the scariest hikes in America. So it has like all these like huge drop-offs and like steep hills and just all this cool stuff. But once you get to the top, they have like a 360 view of like a 1,500-foot deep canyon. So you're at the top and you're able to see it all. So it was pretty amazing.
Oh, that sounds incredible. I was in Sedona, and they had like this Devil's Bridge, and we went up on top of that, and like it was all icy that day. And like, gosh, it's just crazy, some of those cliffs, and that's like nothing compared to, I'm sure you're talking about, with that amount of height. I can't even fathom. But yeah, Zion, like all those are that's like, those are all one vacation, and to be able to hit them in 13 days is incredible. And to be able to hit like impactful moments on each one.
Yes.
So where did Zion take you?
That took me to the Grand Canyon after that. That was about a 3-hour drive south. So we visited the north.
Close?
Yeah. And that's why I was like, we have to go. We're that close already. And so we went to the North Rim is where we were, and a couple cool fun facts. So the Grand Canyon is bigger than the whole state of Rhode Island. So that kind of puts into perspective. If you were to drive from the North Rim of the Grand Canyon to the South Rim, it's over 200 miles. So that just, I mean, it's one of those things where until you're there and until you are seeing it, you just can't even fathom it. You can't understand it until you're there. And once you're there, it is just breathtaking. It's incredible. I was speechless. Like it was something I could just sit down on a bench and just stare at for hours. Like it was incredible.
And there's just so much cool ways to like take that in. Like I know this one guy I was hanging out with in oh my gosh, Phoenix, Scottsdale. Wow. There too many times you forget the name, but down in Scottsdale, he was talking about like how he's like a reporter, and so like he did these like documentaries through the Grand Canyon. They're like flying through and they're camping overnight, and he's got these like crazy visuals of like this bear that was chasing after him, and it's just crazy, like the ways to take in this nature. And like you said, you can watch it in a YouTube video or do that different stuff, but the feeling you get in your stomach when you're in some of these, or just in your body when you see some of these areas, is just incredible. I mean, it's so,
your whole physiology, the energy is just so different to be able to take that leap and take it all in. Gosh, there's so many of these places that I need to hit. I've never actually been to the Grand Canyon, which is crazy.
Oh, you have to go. It's unlike anything that I've ever seen. Like it's just like you're saying, the energy, like when you're there, it's just life changing, really. You see something like that and you realize how small your problems really are and how big the world really is. And that really puts things into perspective and gives a lot of clarity.
Yeah. What do they talk about in Sedona? They talk about something with like these specific points or something like that. They're like this crazy magnetic energy. I wish I should have had that information pulled up. But either way, we don't need to get into Sedona right now. But I'm sure in these other areas there's very similar energy forces, and just with all the universe is so incredible, amazing. Really quick, I have a note. It says, "Hi, Jewel. I love you and I miss you. Love your proud mom."
Oh, thank you. She was excited to watch me today.
Oh, I love it. I love it. And I'm excited, to have you on. I'm so thankful for everybody that's said no in this first week. That said no. That said yes and coming on, because it's like, we're starting this amazing channel. Yes, we've been doing it for a while, and yes, we've had success in it. But like, it takes a lot of people coming together and having great conversations in order to do that. So I'm so thankful for Alex coming on, for Jay coming on, now for you to have this incredible conversation. Just in such a because it's like, well, how does travel have anything to do with growth mindset or my business or anything like that? It's like, it could be one of the, even right to time blocking. Traveling and visualizing the world could be one of the most important things to life, to make sure you set aside time to experience these things, because you're able to take back so many emotions and memory into this. It's incredible. And somebody that's done so much, just not traveling to different big cities, but somebody that's done so much, like the I don't want to say the nitty gritty, the deep diving into traveling. So we're at the Grand Canyon. We came into the Grand Canyon. How long were you in the Grand Canyon for?
We stayed there for we visited like, I think 6 or 7 national parks, and we visited probably 15 national forests in 13 days. So we spent about a day in each place. So yeah, we weren't there too long. We stayed a day, and then we stayed overnight at a hotel somewhere pretty near there. Woke up, took a look again, and then left because it was just so incredible. But yes, it was amazing. And then after that was almost our last day, so we headed back to We headed to Colorado. After that, we came in on the west side and then went all the way up to the Springs. So,
gosh, heck yeah! And now we're gonna cut into Colorado. And hanging out there. We're going to see a quick picture slideshow, which is cool. Honestly, some of these scenes, I'm not even kidding, especially when we get to the video portion, like when I just sit back and relax and allow the bass to kick in that middle, I think I was telling you that, the bass kind of kicks in the middle, and you like see the scene drop and pan around, and it's like, it just gives me chills. Like it does, not to be too dramatic.
No,
in that middle.
Yes, and being here, imagine how much more of an impact that would feel on you just seeing it yourself. Like, yeah, it's incredible.
I was finishing the final edit of my book. My book was already done, but I had to go through the entire thing and re-edit, and I was staying in this 4-story Airbnb, and so I went up to the top floor. And you over here is mountains, over here is residential and city, and it's just like at my house where it's like, I call it the mountain, but it's just a huge cement pile right downtown Green Bay. And you have an industrial factory over here, and then you have the downtown skyline. But it's so much different being in Denver and just sitting there and seeing this all around, and then you look everywhere else, it's just mountains, and it's it's just an incredible spot to be in. And let's take a quick peek at, hopefully I did this right.
If I open up my arms, I can see the skies. I can see the sky. See the sky. See the sky. Watch your
let's try that one more time, and I'm gonna watch the whole thing. Gosh, it sucks without the music though in my headset, and I know everybody else gets to hear it. But either way, I'm just gonna watch it and not complain. Back to Colorado.
I open up my arms, I can see the skies. I can see the skies. See the sky. See the sky. Watch
Now's the videos. Gosh, I love that. I really wish that I got to figure that out. I'm going to put a note of that. I have to
You're
figure out how
good.
we can listen to the audio because I didn't want to talk over it.
Yeah,
It
no, I
sounded
understand.
good. Because, yeah, I got to get that audio to our headset. It's set up like that so that we're not listening to everything else, but at the same time, even like at the beginning, we're able to talk off camera or whatever. But either way, got to figure that out. That is honestly incredible. I mean, the second part, the part that I love so much, even the first part, the fact that it pans the camera is kind of a cool motion. But when you're actually, like, even in the one scene, you're driving to the video, and it's just like, I almost take in a breath of air, and I like feel like I'm in that area. You give me a travel bug, and I got Valentine's Day next week, so I will not be traveling, but I would love to. My brother lives down in Tampa. Michael, if you're listening, thank you. If not, get the life is the greatest teacher. I love that. I'm sure Jewel would love that. But my brother down in Tampa, his roommate just bought a house, and he's staying at his place for the next 2 months and does not have a roommate. So he's like, hey, $1,500, somebody come down here and spend 2 months with me. And I'm like, well, maybe I'll spend a month down there. Maybe we'll give you $800. And just being able to go down there and like have these conversations from poolside down in Tampa would be pretty cool. And
That
being
would
able to do that the week after Valentine's Day, I might take advantage of that. Especially if he doesn't find anybody to move in with him, I won't mind for.
And that's something that you'll take something away from, and you'll never look back and think that that was something that was, oh, I shouldn't have done. Like, it's always something where at the end of it, you take something big away from it, and it was amazing. If you have the opportunity to jump to something like that, do it, because you'll never get that time back. And that's something that, that's the amazing part about traveling. And the most important thing to me in this world is traveling. Like, that is what I want my entire life to consist of. That is why I started real estate. That's why I got into everything. That's why I moved, because I want to experience something new as often as I possibly can. This world is so big and there's so much to experience, and I just can't wait. Every time I walk away, a different person than what I was when I started. So
Hell yeah. And you have this visualization of certain things that you're going towards, and you're allowing, the ebbs and flows of the world to guide you there, where it's not like every single second is mapped out. But the big thing, like in what you said, is, there's so much to do out there. And that's a problem for a lot of people because they never pick anything or any passion. Or if they do have a passion, actually, my third book, I came up with this name a couple weeks ago, but won't dive too deep into whatever, but it's about like unlocking your passion and understanding that it might have been pushed out of your life from a young age. You know, there's a lot of things where, you know, I wanted to be a professional football player my entire childhood, and every year the teacher would say, you know, what do you want to do when you grow up? And I'd be like, I want to be a pro football player. And they'd be like, yeah, but you realize you're probably not going to be a pro football player. It's like, okay, what do you mean? And it's like, you know, very small amount of people actually are professional football player. It's like, okay, so then I'll be a lawyer. And they're like, Pat, you haven't taken a shower in a month. You're probably not going to be a lawyer. You know, and eventually I'm like a veterinary assistant or something after 7 times. And then the next year, it's the same conversation the next year. It's like all these passions get stripped. And I don't want to, I'm no special case. This happens to everybody where you start to, it's such a bad thing to say. It happens to a lot of people where, you know, you find a passion, you find something you love when you're a kid, and then all the people around you are like, you know, no, you can't do that. And, you know, very small amount of people can do that, or, you know, this and that. And you start getting around these limiting beliefs and this negative belief structure, and then you never end up taking that jump. And that's what I love, just surrounding myself with people like you, where it's like, yes, there is so much struggle in taking that jump. But the thing about all that struggle is that it takes us to the next level and the next level and the next level. And like you said, that's what makes us grow personally, professionally, in every single way, rather than, you know, utilizing some sort of like fallback system, or like, if this doesn't work after 3 days, I'm going to go back. It's never going to work if you just kind of utilize that, because you're just going to go back to, you know, the way you had it. But when that force of how you had it is so strong in like your visualize of the future that you're looking at, it just pushes us. And we utilize that energy and that passion to guide us towards that direction that we want to go. And at the end of the day, it's never going to be perfect. It's never going to be happiness all the time. But when we can start to focus on it more and more, on positivity, positive thinking. I don't love saying happiness because that's kind of tied to fulfillment. But when we're able to, you know, chase these different passions and realize that, like, learning something about this, you know, I mean, even bartending, you know, for you, for so many years, you talk to how many people, you learn to have conversations with people. And then, you know, you tie it into real estate, and it's like, well, now you have to develop rapport. You have to get to know a family. You have to get to know people. And being able to tie all these life skills in, when you learn life skills, you can use it in every regard, especially the way this future is lined up. It's incredible. And just being able, I mean, travel is going to get so much cheaper in 10 or 15 years. It's going to get so much more efficient. Like, oh, I can't even think of and people that would argue that. It's like, I go down to Orlando for like $50 round trip. Just got to get at the right time. But
yeah, there's a trip ticket right now you can get from Chicago to Denver for $78. I just looked up a ticket for a friend. So yeah.
I get to Denver every Thursday and Sunday through Frontier. It's $15, which is crazy. So I can go to Denver like any Thursday.
And so there's
most people say $25.
There's no excuse for people not to travel. People act like they create this thing in their head that it's so expensive, which it can be depending on what you do and where you go. But on the other end, like, you can actually make like a very cheap trip. I mean, you could rent a car, and if you rent a nice like Subaru, they have like, you could camp out in your Subaru. I mean, you can make it happen, like, just to have the experience. And kind of back to what you were saying about when you were young and teachers, you know, would give that letdown of, oh, you're probably never going to get this, you're never going to get that. And I think as I got older, I was like, I don't know what I want to do for a career. You know, do I think that you should be passionate about your job? Yeah, I do. But as time went on, I realized, what am I passionate about in my life? What is my life passion? It's not my career, not my job passion. What is my life passion? And then I realized that was traveling for me. So then I figured, okay, I want to be passionate about my life, but what job can I do that's going to get me there? So I'm passionate about real estate. I am. But the reason I'm so passionate about it is because that is my direct ticket to traveling. So, you know,
learning all these life skills and having this established job and being able to, you know, lean in towards your travel bug and be able to do that. But it's like, who knows, with opportunity, with people you meet, with every other situation, like where that goes, where now all of a sudden you're, you know, a full-time, I didn't even know, I mean, the amount of jobs inside travel is obviously huge, but it's like at that point, obviously you don't want to overlap job with vocation, but at the same time, if you can tie it into a way where it is something you're passionate about, and you are able to separate, you know, the times that you enjoy it, you know, you never know where that future is going to take. And then when you're in that phase, it's like, hey, I've already done this, I've done this, I've done this. And you have all these stories to just keep stacking at getting to the next level. I love the way that you broke that entire thing down. Sorry, I need a drink.
You're good.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, no, I love entirely the way you broke it down. And the same thing is why me and you and I are chatting right now. It's like this started 15 years ago of like, how do I just fell in love with sustainable energy. Like how can we turn wind and temperature adjustments and the sun into power? Like that blows my freaking mind. Um, but again, what's the next step? Okay, you make $25,000 a year, an entry level job. You go to school for 6 years to install solar panels. There's not a lot of money into it right now. There's not a lot of research. Then you advance in the company. You make $40,000 a year. You advance in the company there. And I just found out, like, hey, I should be trying to learn a lot of different stuff, a lot of different industries, because that's only going to help me ultimately down the road. And, in getting some of those initially first jobs, it's like, this is not where I would love to be right now, but I know this is where I need to be to get to the next step. And putting all that different stuff together, all of the energy and stressors that I had throughout my life, like I couldn't, maybe I've stepped into a furniture store one time since I've no longer been at furniture. I loved the companies. I loved the positions I worked for, but like, I can't even think of going into a furniture store and sitting there and listening to a customer. Like, I'm just trying to help them. Like, seriously, I was like a manager. I was, taking care of other stuff, or like if it wasn't even a lead of mine or anything like that, just like having a friendly conversation. The amount of people that are so rude, like back, it's like, dude, I'm just saying, hey, I'm Pat. You don't have to be, they're like, oh, I'm good. It's like, dude, I'm not even like your salesperson. I'm just saying hi, like chill. In all of those experiences, actually, one of my favorite jobs I've ever had is I reffed flag football. And during this, you have a bunch of grown men over here and a bunch of grown men over here. You would not believe how angry they get at each other over a recreational game over nothing. You don't get anything for winning the game. You get a pat on the back. These guys are just crazy. And the other thing that I've learned from that is that no matter what decision I made, in every single instance, one team was mad and one team was either content or happy, because some teams you just can't make happy. But so the point of that is that every decision that we make along the line, every decision we make to travel, every decision we make to go across country, there's going to be people that are, that disagree with your decision, and there's going to be people that agree with your decision. And the thing is, when you surround yourself with disagreeable people constantly, that's when a lot of people decide not to take those risks. And again, to me, it's so rewarding seeing so many people that are chasing these dreams and chasing this different stuff. And then ultimately, it's like, you want to do these things. And I know I want to start this huge YouTube channel and do all this fun stuff and blah, 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 blah. But the reason why we came to that decision is because, like, along the way, as I started to move out of this, it's like, well, what is a position I could be in where I could do something from across the country, where I could do something from across the world, where I want to travel 4 months next year, which is crazy. I've been talking about this for 5 years to say, hey, in 2025, I'm going to be going to Europe for 4 months, and boom, like, we're here, which is insane. I'm already going to be planning it in just a couple of months. I'm taking a trip through everywhere in Europe, anywhere that's not war torn. But either way, so, all this different stuff. And it's like, well, what can I do in my next step before I get to the manufacturing facility and before I raise all these different funds, where I don't have to like leverage debt and like stress myself out and do all this other stuff. It's like, I've already put all that stuff behind me. Don't put yourself in a position where you have the opportunity to lack money. Just be patient in the next step of the journey. And it's like, the reason why I landed on YouTube was because of those conversations with myself. Just like you're talking about, why did I get into real estate? Because it's an opportunity for me that checks off every single one of my boxes with so much detailed planning from that. And then, being able to hit that one thing. Today is our first episode. Like, I'm not expecting a ton of viewers. I'm so thankful that we have viewers, which are amazing. But this is a whole plan, out of where we got to this point. This isn't just flying by the seat of our pants. And I love that you brought that up into that exact sequence, because it's like, yes, we have a mission, we have a passion that we're trying to run down, but how does our vocation tie into that? And how do I give back to society? How do I contribute to society? But how do I also take in these incredible moments? And I love just so much of that, of your story, being able to do all that, because I do share that story. I don't necessarily say your name or anything like that, because I don't want any I don't know. Some people are weird about. There's a lot of weird people, but
Yeah.
just about my friend that has traveled across the country and moved to Colorado and is crushing it down there. I'm so thankful for that. I didn't cut you off on anything there, did I? Okay.
No, of course not.
I started rambling down a segue and I was like, wait.
You're good.
But I love that you talked about how you got into real estate because it was part of the whole plan. And it's like a lot of people think they don't want a vocation. It's like, oh, I just want to have a bunch of money and retire and just do nothing. You look at those people and maybe they did live a great life. Maybe they are living a great life. But when you look at the full percentage, not individual situation, the amount of people that retire and start to do nothing, their cognitive decline, their personal decline, their physical decline, everything goes off so steep. And at the end of the day, I was one of those guys growing up where I just want to retire and I want to do nothing. And then 10 years ago, I found Tony Robbins and Grant Cardone and all these other people where it's like, if you don't like what you're doing, there's something else to do in today's day and age. 50 years ago, 20 years ago, you didn't necessarily have the amount of options that we have today. And even today, it is not easy. It's simple, but it's not easy. You have to put in the time, you have to put in the work, you have to make sure that you're showing up to work, which is one of the hardest things, especially during certain years in my life. You're able to do all these different things and to be able to find some of these passions. It's not like you and I just woke up one day and we're like, I guess I shouldn't be speaking for you, but it's not like we woke up one day and we're like, oh, I want to start a sustainable energy company and I want to manufacture batteries and I want to be able to run studios inside these different warehouses and have office meeting rooms and have an Airbnb on the far end of the property while we're touring through, how solar thermal works, how solar photovoltaic works, how, these wind farms work, how the geothermal work. It's like I didn't just wake up one morning and go, oh, here's the plan. There were so many side segues. And even in 2008, we had a YouTube video, 130,000 views. We had the opportunity to monetize because of our, watch hours back in 2008. And we ended up not going down that road. And my friend later told me, he's like, well, I didn't think that we were trying to monetize. And I'm like, dude, we made like 500 videos just doing nothing, like goofing off. I feel like kind of the point was to try and make money off it. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm stupid. But either way, I could look back on that day and be like, wow, I wish that we would have ran with YouTube. And now it's like, hold on. Now fast forward, 15 years, and look at all the incredible stuff that I've learned across that process. And now rather than me, I'm sure I won't get a lot of views, but rather than me shaking my body on camera and trying to get a bunch of views or like making stupid jokes, trying to get a lot of views, like I have so much valuable information to focus on the world that I want to try to create. And obviously working with other people that are trying to see this future of my future is not like anything crazy. You don't have to work 100 hours a week. It's follow your passions, follow your joy. And when you realize that tying a vocation to your purpose, like life becomes so fun, it's so meaningful. You are excited to get out of bed. You're excited to do these different things. And the reason for self-development is to just hone all these different skills. And I love, God, I just love these conversations. So much fun. So I don't want to go down too far down that
You're fine.
rabbit hole. It's only been 25 minutes. God, time flies. Or wait, no, we started about 1:45, didn't we?
We started at 1:45.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Heck yeah. Sorry, did you have any last thoughts on traveling?
Not anything particular. No, just all about my hiking experiences here.
Yeah. Actually, that's the next thing. Sorry, I kind of cut you off there with what is the next thing? Or I'm sorry, with the hiking. Did you have, gosh. So in Colorado Springs, I have some information about some hikes there. Do you have kind of hikes from like everywhere?
So the main ones I pulled are from Colorado Springs or near Colorado Springs. Just because obviously I know most of them or I am familiar more with most of them in this area. I have hiked Rocky Mountain National Park and I've hiked in a few other places, but mostly Colorado Springs is where I have the most memorable hiking experiences.
So this would be amazing if we go step by step through each hike. And what I want to do on my end is I just want to pull them up on, normally I would have it up for the viewer now, but what I'm going to do later is I'm going to put a review like a small review for each one of these hikes into a short, and this will be just an incredible little segment here. Let me pull up my thing, and it's not there.
And I do have photos also for afterwards if you want, from my specific pictures of each hike. Like when I was at the peak, I
Heck
took
yeah.
photos.
Oh my
I
God.
took photos of each hike,
Like,
and
seriously, because that would be so perfect. Like, that'd be 2-minute segment, just on like boom, this hill, this thing, and then it's like that is a segment of hey, here's a review of this hike, because that's what people like to look up.
yes.
All right, I have sorry. Right here, sweet. So I have 3 hikes in front of me. What I also have all trails pulled up. Can you give me like how many hikes do you have in front of you?
I have 3.
Sweet. Why don't you give me the names of all 3? I'll start to pull up the information, and then we'll get into each one.
Okay, I actually have 4. Sorry.
What is the first one?
So the first one is Blodgett Peak.
Can you spell that for me?
It's Blodgett. So Blodgett Peak.
All right, and the second one?
The second one is Perkins Central Garden Trail, and that's part of Garden of the Gods.
Perfect. And third one?
So the third one's Centennial Point Trail. And that's one of the videos that was in the main video that you showed. One of those
hell
videos.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, there was 2 of them that I just seriously, I look over and just my heart, like I picture myself on top of, there's this view from South Mountain in Phoenix, and I just love like overlooking the city, just driving up there and like just sitting there for a few minutes every time I'm down in. Oh shit, sorry. I will fix this really quick. And then what's the fourth one?
The fourth one is Mount Cutler, and that's like probably my favorite. I've hiked that trail the most out of all the trails that I've hiked here. That one's my favorite. And that one's on the pictures are on the video, or videos and pictures on the slide that you put up as well.
Okay, sweet. Sorry about that. Let's do that one more time. The first one again was
Blodgett Peak. And then it's not in Colorado Springs, but it's very close. It's part of Pikes National Forest, if that helps.
okay, beautiful. This is coming along nicely. And the second one more time.
Was Centennial Point Trail. And if I'm thinking right, I believe that's part of Pikes National Forest also.
And the third one, sorry, I already have the fourth one.
The third one's Perkins Central Garden Trail, and that's part of Garden of the Gods.
And that should be good.
Okay.
All right, so first up, we are going to dive into Blodgett Peak. Oh my God. I didn't realize that it's making me confirm something every time I plug in the next one.
You're good. Blodgett Peak was amazing. It was, I want to say, maybe a 5 or 6 hour hike to the top. We did stop and take pictures a lot of the times, but yeah, it was pretty incredible. Once you get to the top, you have like a 360 view of Pikes Peak, Colorado Springs, and you can see like the Air Force Academy below. You can see the entire city. That hike, I tried to pick the most memorable. So that hike was pretty crazy. When we got to the top, it was pouring. So we got hammered with rain. So it's really hard to hike because sometimes you can look at the weather and you can look up, what's the weather going to be like today, and it'll say 80 degrees in Colorado Springs. And then once you get to the tops of these hikes, it could be 40, 30 degrees by the time you get to the top because of how high you are. And it's hard to tell what the weather is going to be. It could be sunny in Colorado Springs and snowing on top of where you're hiking. So that sometimes can make things a little difficult.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, we
these
went up.
aren't even mountains you're hiking, right? These are just.
That one was 12,000.
Oh, that was okay.
So that was, yep, it was not a 14er, but it was 12,500 feet in elevation. But that was our highest hike that we had done. And we did not bring sticks or spikes on our shoes at all. And we went up, we saw that it was steep, but you don't realize how steep it is until you're coming back down. And on the way down, like pretty much the first half, I was sliding down the mountain on my hands, like behind me. I had to go down like that or I would have went forward. So that was like kind of our first experience of being like, okay, like that was a little higher than a little steeper than what we thought. We need to bring sticks. So yeah, that was our first memorable hike.
Oh my gosh. What was I? Yeah, Sedona, like I was saying, it was all icy and stuff, and I just can't imagine, like, not know. Like, I would assume you have to bring extra gear, not knowing if you're gonna need. Like, you can't just go on like an easy walk trail. I mean, is there anything crazy you had to like bring on that hike?
No, but we should have brought sticks and we should have had spikes on the bottom of our shoes because the stick. You're coming down, the sticks is what keeps you from like going forward. And we realized that once we got to the top and saw a few other people with sticks. And we're like, yeah, we should have done that. We didn't prepare. So yeah, but it went well. Like it was fine. It was just a little scary on the way down because of how steep that it was. Once we got like halfway down, it was way better. But just that initial descent from the peak was a little iffy.
Yeah, this is what it says on all trails. Finally got it pulled up here. Sorry about that. I was trying to multitask, and obviously that doesn't work. Get to know this 3.4-mile out and back trail near the USAF Academy. As you were saying, is a beautiful view. Generally considered a challenging route, this is a very popular area for birding, hiking, and snowshoeing. Birding? You look at birds?
I mean, I should be, I guess. It's a whole sport.
So you'll likely encounter other people while exploring. The best times to visit here are April through October. What month did you go?
I think we went in August.
Heck yeah.
So
dogs are welcome and must be on a leash. Yeah, it says 3.4 miles. It says very hard. That's crazy. I'm excited to see this view here.
And when it's on all trails, it's hard. When I first moved here, like I feel like I'm a relatively active person. I'm a pretty active person. And when I first moved here from Green Bay, like we picked like an easy trail on all trails where it says easy on it. And by the time I got to the top, I was literally dying. Like, I mean, dying. Like, so it took us months and months and months of hiking to be able to accomplish that. You have to build, because if you try to start from the beginning, as you're going up, you're losing oxygen. So that's like a big thing that, people don't take into account. It's not just a 3.4 mile walk with, some elevation. You're losing oxygen every step that you go up. So that really affects a lot of people.
Gosh, I can't even imagine. Blodgett Peak, though, I think that was perfect. We'll get better on my end here because I finally have. God, see, it came. I shouldn't be using this app. I should just be right on all trails. The second one, I apologize, not in order. Was it Centennial Point?
Centennial Point, yep.
Okay, I do have that one here. And Centennial Point says 6.3 miles. How was your hike in Centennial Point, Colorado?
Centennial Peak was amazing. That I don't know if you remember out of like the video that you showed, but one of the videos, it has like a rock on my left side, and then I came out and you could see like that was insane. That one was, I think, the highest that we did. I'm pretty sure that was the one that was 12,500 feet in elevation. That was the highest one that we did.
It says you go up 3,000 feet on the hike. That's crazy.
Yeah. And the temperature difference. I went up. Oh my goodness. It was so hot the day we went. It was probably 90 degrees. So I just not thinking, thought there's no way that I'm going to bring a jacket or a sweater because I will die. Like it is so hot. Like I was just, in the complete sun. So I wore like a sports bra and spandex and I was ready to get it and it was going good. Everything was great. And then as we started getting closer and closer to the top, it was awful. I was so cold. It was probably 40 degrees, if that. And it started pouring, like literally pouring down rain. We got caught in a lightning storm. Like it was insane. It was really cool. Like it didn't snow. It didn't storm until we started going down, which was great because we got time to take pictures and go up there. And we saw some animals. They were kind of far away, so it was hard to see, but it was some kind of a cat, some kind of a mountain lion or something like that was perched up on one of these rocks. So what happens is once you get high enough on some of these trails, there is no trail anymore. There's of course, there's basically like these huge boulders and you have to pull yourself up to the on top of each one. So it's not like there's a walking trail anymore at that point. So yeah, there's a few times where I climbed pretty high and I was a little nervous. I climbed a little too high where I went to get down and tried to put my leg out and I couldn't without jumping. And if you jump and you roll, you're going down the hill.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh my gosh. I'm an easy hiker. I can walk 10, 15, 20 miles. I also Sedona, we did 32 miles in 2 days. I can do that. And there was some challenging parts. I did not love the challenging parts. I like just walking. I can even walk with elevation, but some of that stuff sketches me out, especially with 3, 4, 5 people. I hate being like so anxious about not just myself, but somebody else. Like what happens if somebody does fall? I mean, it's like, oh my gosh. But I have so many daredevil friends that do that crazy stuff. And I have a lot of respect for that. I'm a scaredy cat.
Yes.
Phil says steps to being a pro hiker. Do you know Phil by chance? Guy with less hair than most people. What do they call that when they don't have hair on their head?
I don't think so.
But Phil, what's going on? Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. I had to beg him in the bathroom. Wait, what's that mean? So yeah, sorry, back to Centennial Point. I will cut that part out. It takes an average of 5 hours to complete this trail. And that's kind of what I was saying before. It's like with all these temperature changes, you might have to bring extra equipment. In terms of hiking, bringing extra equipment is such a extra task when you're talking about extensive hiking. I mean, every extra pound is so important. So you realistically, like you're saying, it could be 90 degrees outside and you could have to bring a jacket to have to put on halfway up so now you got to carry a jacket in 90-degree weather for 3 miles before then you have to put it on for 3 miles. Then if you get sweaty while it's cold, now you have problems with moisture. I mean,
yeah, which you would too, because we didn't stop. We hiked Centennial Point Trail to the top. We didn't stop one time. So that was our first inclination that, hey, we're doing really good and we're almost ready for a 14er. So like this summer is going to be our first 14er. We're going to climb a 14er for sure. And my goal even if I don't permanently live here forever, like I plan on having at least a few different properties, hopefully one out of the country, and then hopefully, 2 within, but one of them we plan on having in Colorado. So I plan on coming back every single year and climbing a 14er. I'm hoping that within 30 years, I can climb every 14er in Colorado. So that's kind of my goal. So yeah, I haven't done it yet, but I'm getting there.
Well, and this podcast will be going for a long time. Who knows if I probably won't plan on doing it full time for more than a few months, just because I definitely want to work more on the back end of like doing, long form videos and stuff like that, where, I could even have interviews like this offline. That way I don't have to deal with like upload times and stuff like that in case maybe I'm in an area where it doesn't have good internet. Now I can't upload it properly for live people. Who knows how all that goes? But this has been going for a long time, and I'm excited, 6 months from now, a year from now, 2 years from now, to keep checking in and talking with you about, these new hikes and these new things. But even myself, when I end up back in the Denver area, I hope to be there probably like late April. But I have one more planned trip this year. I don't know if it's gonna be spring or fall yet. A couple of dials to fall down, but as soon as I know that, I'll reach out to you and let you know.
Yes, I know the last couple of times we haven't been able to work out, but I promise.
Bad news. Yeah, just bad, unfortunate news. No, and that's the thing. I mean, I'm all about opportunity cost. Where like, I go to all these tons of cities. Even my friend that made me start coming down to Phoenix, like there's been trips where I don't even see him, and it's like I'm doing so much other stuff. And that's the cool thing. It's like opportunity cost where, maybe it doesn't work out this time or this trip or whatever, but I end up doing so many other things that are so fun. And, we have gosh, we had a fun time. We didn't actually end up making it down to the Springs. We made it like a little bit south of Colorado. We had a great time, like hitting up a few different things. I can't remember exactly the name of where we
Castle Rock, maybe.
walked around. That sounds maybe right. Is that like 15 minutes south of Denver?
So there's a few different places. So Denver's so huge, but there's different like sub areas of Denver, and like it goes. I mean, I would say so. There's basically Denver, and then Castle Rock, and then Colorado Springs. But there are sub areas in between there.
I think it was in between Castle Rock. It was just a weird spot. Then we ended up back north we went back up to Denver, went to Meow Wolf, and that was just a really cool experience. I'm excited. I want to go to the one in Santa Fe, New Mexico, El Paso. I don't know. But there's one out there, just such cool stuff and unique stuff. I'm not even like a super, artistic like design freak, but when you pop a gummy or two and you go in there and you're able to just explore this, such a unique place, just such a cool, fun little experience. Phil says, I get it. A lot of people get anxious when they get that high. Yeah, very, very true, Phil. Very true with stepping up by the cliffs. Centennial Point, though, getting back to that, was there any other cool things like on the view? Because I'm assuming that was one of the videos, right?
It was one of the videos. Yeah. Yeah. The view was just incredible. Like I mentioned, we saw some animals so that was pretty cool, a little scary just because you could tell whatever it was a good distance away, but it was big. It was very big. So it was just a little, we were like, yeah, let's keep an eye on that. Maybe we'll go around the back way instead of going around the front way. But yeah, so basically that was good. And on the way back down is when it started raining. By the time we got down, we were covered in cuts and literally soaked from head to toe. It was quite the experience, but we were just trying to get down as quick as we could because it was lightning and stuff halfway down. So we were like, yeah, well, we're probably going to get struck by lightning trying to do this, but yeah, didn't plan for that, but it was incredible. One of the best I've done so far.
I love that. I don't know, but that one you said is like a lot of my first trip down there I probably don't want to do, especially the way I travel. I probably don't want to do like I mean, that's just such a like it's not like you're talking, it's not a straight trail up. This is like you're climbing rocks, boulders.
Once you get to the top, so it does have a trail. It is a straight trail up, but it kind of goes back, forth. But once you get to the top is where the last like 20 minutes of the trail is a lot of boulders. And if you want to stop sooner than that, you still have the views. You still see all the views. And it's just when I'm climbing, I want to go to the top. Well, that's just me. You can
end up doing that.
But you can still definitely have like a really good experience and climb without having to go on boulders. You can climb pretty high and still get to see everything. And that's about 12,500 feet in elevation, that one.
Yeah, it says you gain 6,000. So that's like, you're already a mile high and you're going another over a mile.
Mm-hmm.
Or 3,000 feet elevation game. Phil says the one in Vegas is killer. Mega Mart. I'm assuming he's talking about Meow Wolf. Yeah, Meow Wolves they're very unique, and it's very expensive, but it's a unique experience. And what, $35, $40? A couple hours to hang out with some friends. It's a good time. Very good time. So next trail up is what was the next one?
You could either do Perkins Central Garden Trail or Mount Cutler.
I got Mount Cutler right here. Heck yeah, let's do that one. Mount Cutler Trail, 1.7 miles, 472-foot elevation gain.
That is something that I would recommend someone who doesn't hike a lot. So the fourth one that we're going to talk about after this is easy. It's extremely easy. That's why I picked it, because for people who are looking for more of like a walk, but they still want to see good views, they don't have to, really put in a lot of effort. It's something very, very simple. Like that would be like a beginner for the next one. But for this one, it's labeled moderate. So for people who don't ever hike, you'd probably still be breaking a sweat and huffing and puffing to get to the top. But for people who are pretty experienced and hike more regularly, it's very easy. It's about a 1 hour climb to the summit. But it's a decent moderate hike. There's some areas that are a little, there's a couple spots where, you know, you're kind of close to the edge, but other than that, it's about, I think it's about 2 miles. And once you get to the top, it has spectacular views. I mean, you can see a 360 view of the mountains behind you, the whole mountain range, the city in front of you. And then you look over like Manitou Springs area, which is like a city that's really close to Colorado Springs. It's almost connected.
I want to go there next time.
Yeah. So you can look over all of that. But Mount Cutler is my personal favorite. It's something where you could just get up one day and be like, okay, like I need the views, I need the mountain experience, and it only takes an hour out of your day.
Heck
Like,
yeah. That's actually somewhere I think we were looking. Was that somewhere that you were possibly going to take me? Dude,
Thank
hell
you.
yeah. I definitely want to do that next time. Let's plan probably April. And I'll get weekends over to you. But I guess it really depends. If I spend a month and a half in Tampa, I would come there in April. If not, I might come there before that. But if I'm in Tampa and I got a spot there, like I'll spend a month there, then I won't go back there for, you know, a year or two. Obviously, I'll want to see my brother at some point, but he'll come up here at some point. And you never know. Like I'm down in Orlando in July again for convention, so I'll be back 45 minutes away from him. I'm sure I'll pop by and say hi. I think I mentioned he lived in Tampa, but yeah, we were just talking about that. Really quick, I'm gonna say Mount Cutler description, and I'm gonna plug it in maybe somewhere in this video, and then I'm gonna go back actually to Centennial, and like we'll continue with Mount Cutler, but I just want to get these little clips down because I'll put these into the description. So Mount Cutler Trail, location North Cheyenne Canyon Park, Colorado, United States. The description is here, and this is straight from All Trails. Description is straight from All Trails. Here is a leisurely family hike you can do in a morning or an afternoon. Mount Cutler, named after Henry Cutler, one of General Palmer's friends and a supporter of Colorado College, rises above Cheyenne Creek about halfway up the Cheyenne Canyon. On the south side, the trailhead is well marked and has limited parking. Spectacular views are available from the summits, and like Jewel said, you'll be able to look right over Manitou Springs, and great brewery there that I've heard of, Manitou Springs Brewery. What is it?
I'm not sure. I've never been to that specific one. There's quite a few in Colorado also, but I went to a few in Colorado, Old Colorado City, which is part of Colorado Springs, but it's really, really close to Manitou. It's really close to that area.
Heck yeah.
And there.
I didn't lie when I said that. That's the hike that you can overlook Manitou Springs. Heck yeah. Perfect. Sorry, really quick, I'm going to do the one for Centennial Point. Sentinel Point. Sentinel Point? What is it?
I think it's Centennial, but maybe not.
Maybe I have the wrong one here too. Either way, I'll just say this. Sentinel Point Trail. Check out the I should say that better. Sentinel Point Trail. Check out the 6.3 mile loop trail near Florissant, Colorado. Is this the wrong one?
Yes. No, that's the right one.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Check out this 6.3 mile loop trail near Florissant, Colorado. Generally considered a challenging route, it takes an average of 4 hours and 45 minutes to complete. This trail is great for hiking and mountain biking, and it's unlikely you'll encounter many other people while exploring. The trail is open year-round and is beautiful to visit anytime. Dogs are welcome, but must be on a leash.
Yeah, right. Everyone has their dogs off leashes. Sometimes it's fucking nuts.
I love it. I'm sure if they're causing like big problems or something. But again, I just want to add this part. This is straight from All Trails. Okay, perfect. So back to Mount Cutler. Great family hike. Like you said, you can do it. So basically 2 hours out of your day?
So for me, it takes me an hour. But yeah, I would
Up
say
and back.
I would say yeah, it takes me it takes me probably 45. Well, it probably takes me like an hour total. But if you were to do it for your first time, it would probably take 2 hours. Not you specifically, but just any person. I just have done it so many times that I'm a lot quicker at it now. But my first time doing it took me about 2 hours. Yep.
Heck yeah. And yeah, I probably would. Well, I mean, I'd probably spend 45 minutes up top. It's just
and some last time I did. So if you see the picture that I sent you with my my hammock, I that's where I was. I sat there for probably 3 hours. I just laid there in my hammock.
That's amazing. I'm gonna tie those two pictures into that small short. Like that's 60 seconds of just like, hey, what is this hike? What does it do? Boom, 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 bam. Like that's a perfect segment. I love that. And the final hike, or is there anything else on Mount Cutler you want to talk about?
No.
Heck yeah. And the final hike that we're going to dive into today, plenty more down the road, is what's the last one?
Perkins Central Garden Trail.
Oh, yeah, for some reason that skated all the way up to the top on my.
And that hike is part of Garden of the Gods. It's amazing. It's really easy. Like it's basically a walk. So if you're ever looking to get some views and not have to deal with the elevation differences, not have to deal with the weather, but you want to just, be able to see something for your first time, that's definitely a hike that I would recommend to anybody. Anybody could walk that hike. And Garden of the Gods is incredible. It's a world-renowned place. People come from all over the world to see it. It was caused by like millions of years of erosion, and there's different large red rock formations there that are like over 300 feet tall. So you can actually, that trail winds in between Garden of the Gods, and you're able to just walk through, and you can see Pikes Peak, and then you can see Garden of the Gods right next to you. So,
gosh, just be careful of rock avalanches. Yeah, it says right here again. Sorry, I'll just repeat this. So this is right from All Trails, and Perkins Central Garden Trail 4.7, and it's rated easy. Like Jewel had said, 1.1 miles in length and only 88 feet of elevation. So this is a great, easy hike. Explore this 1.1 mile loop trail near Manitou Springs, Colorado. God, I suck at life. Explore this 1.1 mile loop near Manitou Springs, Colorado. I can't. I love it. Explore this 1.1 mile loop trail near Manitou Springs, Colorado. Generally considered an easy route. It takes an average of 25 minutes to complete. This is a very popular area for running and walking, so you will likely encounter other people while exploring. This trail is open year-round and is beautiful to visit anytime. Dogs are welcome, but must be on a leash.
Will not happen.
Again, I think it's respectful, especially if you're around a lot of people, to be very courteous of the dog. Because, I mean, the big thing is, like, I'm sure the reason for the rule is, like, if something does happen, it's like, hey, like your dog should be on a leash. But ultimately, as long as your dog is not causing problems, I'm sure it is what it is. But I love this. 25 minutes, you can do this easy.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's super easy. I recommend to anybody who's coming here for the first time and just kind of wants to get the first experience of hiking, definitely. But there will be a lot of other people there, so it's very very busy all year round. There'll be tons and tons of people there.
Wow. And so is this hike close to the last one?
It is. It's kind of near the same area. It's probably about 15 minutes away. North Cheyenne Canyon Park is, so everyone comes to Garden of the Gods, and I get it. It's so beautiful and it's something that everyone should see. But North Cheyenne Canyon Park is more for there's easy hikes, there's moderate hikes, there's hard hikes. So that's a very good park to go and to scale your hiking experiences to get better views, get higher each time. And then it's probably about 15 minutes from Garden of the Gods, and it's a lot more secluded. You won't see as many people hiking there. It's kind of like a hidden gem. People who come from places that, not from Colorado, everyone goes straight to Garden of the Gods. So I do like North Cheyenne specifically because you have a lot of privacy and you don't pass as many people while you're hiking.
That is great, like, advice, because these two are near each other, kind of depending on feel and vibe. I mean, one takes an hour, one takes 25 minutes. You could do both of them. How long of a drive, like, roughly is it between the two?
Probably about 15, maybe 20 minutes. Yeah, it's super close.
Oh, Phil, pivotable. Gosh, I was trying to record my audiobook the first time, and there's a word pivotal, and I kept saying pivotable. And he was saying that, so I was stumbling over my words there. Yeah, that was good. I love that. Like, I love those blooper reels. I mean, we have so many back in the day where we were trying to record like a live skit on like traveling. Hey, how's it going? We were trying to record a skit of something. We all just start uncontrollably laughing at like the camera, and especially some of the first times on camera. I mean, it's just kind of natural to just chuckle. I've gotten better at being able to catch myself and not just let myself go, especially with a little bit of the gummy bear. So Perkins Central Garden Park, final thoughts, Manitou Springs, 25-minute walk, very a simple walk, decent amount of people, but beautiful views being inside. This is inside of the Garden of the Gods.
Yeah, you're walking right through Garden of Gods. Yeah.
Heck yeah, that is beautiful, and that's a beautiful part. Sorry, did you have pictures from the Perkins Central Garden Trail?
I do. I can send those. They weren't in the
sick.
pictures I sent you, but I can send them to you.
Yeah, that'd be sick. Just being able to boom, boom, boom. Because then we can, the next time we have a conversation, it's like we can talk about a few more. We can talk about. I mean, there's so much. Obviously, we still have a ton of stuff we can get to. It is 3:00. Do you have to go, or do you want to cover a few more subjects?
I'm fine if you're fine.
Heck yeah, I'm going to be on here. Well, Cash Monte Carlo's coming on in 30 minutes, so I still got tons of time to just chat. And there's so much. I mean, what have we covered? We got through 2 topics here now, and also I love this. This is beautiful. This is gorgeous because this is what people want to see. They want to see in 60 seconds or in 2 minutes. Hey, I'm thinking about doing this trail. Where is there a review of this trail? Where's somebody that's done it? And yeah, there might be 10 or 15 people that have that, but being able to look at a few different unique mindsets and opinions on it, there was a lot of key stuff you said in there that most people wouldn't know. Even dog on a leash. It's okay, especially in this area where there's not a ton of people, is it really a big deal? No, it's not. But again, you should have your dog on a leash, and if you don't, you should be extremely careful. Especially you're talking about different animals and stuff that could be out there. Be understanding on that 6-mile hike. It's going to be 90 in the middle of summer, and it's going to be 40 in the middle of summer. So, boom, talking about that one, it's bam. I love that.
Actually, I have one more hike to add just because it's so incredible. So there is in the sand dunes, which is what I sent you, Great Sand National Park and Preserve. Oh my, it's unlike anything I've ever seen. There's a hike there to the top of Star Dune, they call it, and that's the highest sand dune in North America. So that was
crazy. That's in Colorado.
That's in Colorado.
What?
Yep. And I can send you pictures from the top of that as well, where you're overlooking the San Juan mountain range. So that was incredible. But the things that I would want people to know is that if you want to go visit the sand dunes, visit between January and May, because once June, July time starts, by the time noon comes around, you want to get up and start hiking at 6 a.m. By the time noon comes, the sand will be over 150 degrees.
That's insane. Say that one more time. Say that one more time.
Always visit the sand dunes between January and May time, or the fall. But if you visit during the hottest part of the summer, by noon, the sand dunes will be 150 degrees or hotter. So you always want to go at 6 a.m. because it'll be so hot you won't be able to walk on it.
Oh my gosh. So right now would be a perfect time to go.
Yeah, and actually, if you go between January and April, it's crazy. So all the snow that is in the San Juan Mountains, it runs off and it goes into this little river that runs in front of the sand dunes. So I think one of the pictures I showed you, it was all just sand. But if you go during that time of the year, I have more pictures where there's a river in front of the sand dunes, and all of that is from water coming off the mountains.
From snow melting.
Snow melting. Yeah. So it's only there between February and March, or February and April. That's when you'll see that water there.
Wow. Your mom said snakes too. Watch out. Yeah. Me and Isaac. I don't know if you've met Isaac, but we were doing a hike. I think Cave Creek, north of Phoenix, in North Scottsdale area, and we had 5 feet away from us rattlesnake. Which is just it was a weird experience. You're just right there, and it's all right, just keep walking around, no big deal. But
scary.
I don't know your thoughts on this, but we ran into a group about 10 minutes up the trail, and we were going to be like, hey, just be careful of rattlesnakes. We ended up not saying anything because we thought, I don't know if this is the right thing or not, but we said hi, but we didn't tell them about any rattlesnake head, because the rattlesnake, I'm sure, got scared off. Well, I guess maybe it had eggs there or whatever. But, are they just going to freak out on the trail? Doesn't everybody know that rattlesnakes could be there? I don't know. Would you have said something about possibly? Because we didn't want to ruin their hike. Hey, just be careful. And then they're freaking out.
How close was it to the trail?
Yeah, 5 feet. Yeah.
I mean.
But it had ran away by the time we
fully got past it. Like we saw it scurry off.
Wouldn't have myself. I probably wouldn't have, just because I would assume that everybody should know that going into it. I mean, if you do any research before coming to Colorado, you know that rattlesnakes they're prevalent. They're everywhere. It's a very dry climate here. So there's definitely snakes. But then on the other side, some people don't know, and it is really good to be very careful of that, because if you go off the trail at all and something were to happen with a rattlesnake, some of these hikes, like most of them that I mentioned, like the ones in Colorado Springs, yes, but like Blodgett Peak and the other one I mentioned, there's no you won't have help. There's no service. You can't call for emergency. You can't get a hold of anybody. If you step on a rattlesnake, basically you're going to die. You will not be able to get to a hospital within 30 minutes. It'll take you hours to get down the mountain. So you're always run that risk of that. So, I mean, saying something maybe, but maybe not,
Your mom's listening right now, just like, oh my gosh, my daughter is doing what? Oh no. But honestly, I mean, they are afraid of us. As long as we're paying attention, even though I know they're there, I still feel safe. I've never, even being that close, we were aware of this. Don't run towards it. Don't run away.
Not go off the trail.
Yeah.
That's the big thing that I can say.
Especially in popular areas. If you're not in a populated area, just be even more careful.
Well, yeah, because you're their environment. You're in their space. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I expect to see that.
Mama protecting her babies. I love it. So really quick, Star Dune Trail was the trail you were talking about in the dunes. 7.1 miles. This is right from All Trails, just as the disclaimer that I'll say for each, because I'll cut from each part. So this is from All Trails, 7.1 miles, 980 feet elevation gain. So that's a nice little. Seems like a nice little even elevation. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and you're on sand. So it's literally probably one of the hardest hikes I've done here so far.
Wow,
Sand. It's just so
tough.
hot. It's so hot. Even if it's in March or April with the sun coming down on you, it's just so hot, and the sand makes it even harder to hike for sure.
Wow. Discover the 7.1 mile out and back trail near Gardner, Colorado. Generally considered a moderately challenging route, it takes an average of 3 hours and 3 minutes to complete. This trail is great for hiking, running, and walking, and it's unlikely you'll encounter many other people while exploring. The best times to visit the trail are May through October. That's be hot. I don't know about that. From what you're saying.
And weather-wise, yes, because it's deep in the mountains. So if you try going during January, February, March, you're gonna, the drive is gonna be a little difficult because of the snow. The weather during that time, around, isn't that great. But at the actual sand dunes, I would say during the summer it's gonna be really, really hot. Just go early in the morning. As long as you go early, if you start hiking at 6, you'll be fine. But it's just wanting to go
unless something
early.
Happens and you're stuck at noon and it's 150.
Yeah, you'll have to roll down that dune, Berg.
Oh, no.
They have sand sledding there, which is pretty cool. You can rent a sled and you can actually sand sled. People sandboard with it's like snowboarding,
I've
but
seen that. I'm sure that happens in other places, but that's crazy. I didn't know that where that was happening. That's one.
Yeah,
I'm sure that's one of the main spots.
I should have done it, but I have problems with my back.
Scared.
I'm so scared that if you were to go down and hit sand, it's gonna be like bricks. So I was just a little afraid to take that route for myself. But I've seen tons of people out there doing it. It was pretty cool.
Heck yeah. So one thing that did catch my attention here that we should talk about regarding each trail, but Star Dune Trail. Great Sand Dunes National Park and Preserve charges a fee to enter. Annual passes are available for purchase. For more information on the fees, click here. Fees for this place is $80 to enter, it looks. Oh, no, standard entrance is $20 to $25. Does that sound right, about $20 to enter?
Yeah.
Do the other trails have costs to enter?
So no. So basically what you're doing is you're paying to go into the park. And then once you're in the park, you can hike any of the trails, all the dunes all day long. It's just you're paying to get into the dunes themselves. And then once you're there, you can go on any hike that you want all day long.
Heck yeah. So all the other hikes, though, there's no trailhead fee or anything like that?
Oh, and even for that one, there's not a trailhead fee. It's just a fee to get into the
Get into
park
the
itself.
preserve, yeah. But even like Pikes National Forest, like those areas, there's no fees to get into that area. Perfect. Heck yeah. And when we were in Sedona, that's the only spot I've ever gone where, you know, it's like, well, actually, those are trailhead fees. But a couple of them were like, you know, you have to pay to get into this preserve area and then, you know, hike all these different trails. But heck yeah. Yeah, I think you just had to pay to park. So it's like you could just park somewhere far away and walk. That would be a hell of a long walk. But they're all interconnected. That's crazy. Heck yeah. But no, that's amazing on that side. Great sand dunes to enter into the preserve, America the Beautiful. Got it. Oh, that's like a tour. Gosh, so much cool stuff. Is there passes you can? Okay, it's just for theirs. $45 and you go back as many times as you want. That's a deal. I mean, even if you go twice, you.
Yeah.
How far is that from you?
It's about 2 hours and 45 minutes for me, which is insane because that's so close. I have one of the most amazing things on earth that close to me.
Yeah,
And I love
everything's so close. Well, within 10 hours.
Yeah.
That's the coolest part of the country. Yeah, everything
Yeah,
else
it
is like all cities and people. It's like
You can get to the Grand Canyon in 10 hours. You can get to Yellowstone in 10 hours. You can get to like Zion even sooner than that. I mean, yeah, I mean, central to a lot of things in this area. You can easily take a little 3-day trip and
yeah, like you said, I mean, you take 13 days and you can experience a heck of a lot of stuff. Very cool.
Yeah.
God, I love this as well. So like I was reading this book. I want to say it was Happiness Advantage. It was something there's like a stat about like 20% of people that lose weight are able to keep it off. And so a lot of people, when I tell them about like my morning walks and, you know, I walk about 7 miles a day and just, a lot of people take that as like, well, yeah, you need to get exercise and you do this and that, whatever. And that is true. Like you do need exercise to regulate sleep pattern. You do need to get the proper amount of sunlight to regulate sleep pattern. Yeah, from Andrew Huberman, it's like you wake up in the morning, you should be in light. And then within a couple of hours of going to bed, you should be in as dark as possible setting. And that's going to get your sleep cycle in more of a regular fashion. Obviously, being able to sleep consistently throughout the night is huge. But the big thing with my walks in the morning, hi Murdoch. The big thing with my walks in the morning is like it's not about the exercise. Like the exercise is great, whatever, but I'm able to just cognitively think. I listen to an audiobook, so it takes me an hour and a half, 2 hours to walk, and I listen to an audiobook for the entire time, and I'll pull out my phone, I'll jot some notes down, put my phone back, pull up the phone, jot some notes down, put my phone back. You know, and like just on this walk and just breathing the air. Sometimes I'm not even listening to the audiobook because I'll zone out for 5 or 10 minutes and just concentrate on an idea, and then just rewind the audiobook 10 minutes. And I'll listen to the same thing again because it's maybe an impactful moment or whatever. And the bigger thing with this is tenfold, especially in your case, where not only are you getting the exercise, not only are you breathing the fresh air and being able to just think and like enjoy all the different stuff, but you're able to live these just beautiful views. So what is your opinion on like mental health and the transformation that it's either helped you or maybe not so much of being able to explore just these beautiful areas?
It's been life-changing for me. Just naturally being outside, seeing all those things, it boosts your mood, it releases endorphins, it reduces stress, it calms anxiety. I mean, it does so much for me. Like that is the thing that has been life-changing for me is being able to hike here, being able to be outside. There's nothing like it. It lowers the risk of depression. It involves your prefrontal cortex when you're hiking. So that helps you regulate like emotions and just kind of all that. It really gives you that leg up. And that was one of the biggest reasons that I moved here. Coming from no shame to a place like Wisconsin. It's my home. I'm from there. But, you know, for me, it was just, I needed to put myself in a better environment around other people who were hiking and other people who wanted that same dream that I did. And it makes it easier for me, like I was mentioning earlier, to see the big picture. When I feel like I'm having a bad day or something's not going great in real estate, I go hiking and I realize like how small my problems are. it makes me see how big the world is and how yes, things may not be perfect and it might not be going great today, but the opportunity that I have to wake up and to go outside and just to see that, I feel like it's my duty to live the best life that I can, because there are so many people in this life that will never get to see the things that I see. So that is huge to me. Like, I wake up knowing that I am in an amazing opportunity, and to be able to go outside, the mountains are a driving force for me. I look at the mountains and it just reminds me of what I'm doing and why I'm here. And it just pushes me towards, my visions and my goals.
Yeah,
So
and you've put in that effort to, consistently get towards, those solutions. And you've been, I don't want to say like, whatever, but like you've been financially stable and you've had such a good head on your shoulders. I remember stories back of like, in years ago where it's like, I'm coming up with all these bills and it's like, and I'm doing all this other stuff and I'm being all this stuff. And like all of that struggle has just made you, such a special person. And like being able to consistently grind through all that and use all of that energy towards, being able to go out and achieve those goals. Like, you are 100% right. Like, everybody could be or would be I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people would be or could be jealous of like, oh, it's so nice, must be nice that she gets to go and do that. It's like, at the end of the day, like, you've seen that dream and you've went out and accomplished it. You did not have any special skill set. You did not have any, anything just handed to you on this journey. Like, this has been an empowering moment of you just being able to achieve what you're going at up to this point and still having so many more amazing memories and moments yet to experience and live through.
And when I see people, what you're saying about like, oh, it must be nice that she can do that. I post so many pictures and so many videos, but the reason behind my posts is that Colorado is one of the most amazing places I've ever been to, and everybody deserves to see it. I hope by posting pictures and posting videos that ignites a fire inside of somebody else and makes them want to travel. It makes them want to go see these things. And when they see someone else that they actually know, not just some picture on Google, but they see someone that they actually know that has experienced these things, I hope it really kind of lights somebody else up and makes them want to see it themselves. And everybody deserves to see it. This place is incredible and it's life-changing. And I just think that the more people see and the more people see other people that they know doing these things, the more it will make them want to do those things as well. So
hell yeah, that's a clip right there, because that is the entire message of the channel we're trying to create. And again, it's like a lot of people are like, oh, it's just business or is it just this? It's like, no, it's everything. It's experiencing life in such a way. And so many people put, people into a bucket and they slam the lid on it. And it's like, don't do that. Like, there's so much to experience in life. And the way you just worded that is literally every single thing that this channel is about. So that is 100%. An amazing clip. And not to mention, I'm so excited to talk about, one of these trails, or I'm sorry, to break down one of these trails, to be able to show a couple of pictures and videos that you have, talk about, we already have what the All Trails description is to have in there. And it's like, there's going to be so many people experiencing this, and not to mention myself, because obviously I'm going to go hit 3 of these trails probably. I don't think I would ever do I shouldn't say that. Never say never. In 20 years, yeah, probably when I travel so cheap these days, and like I don't want to have to, bring a ton of extra equipment on some of this stuff. But maybe there is like a hiking thing in the future. But I like, these other trails that are, an hour, 2 hours, even longer is fine. But I don't even mind elevation. But like I was saying, I don't want to be climbing up on top of boulders and doing all that stuff. I am clumsy. Like, I would slip and I would fall and I would hurt myself. And I don't want anybody to have to deal with the mess of me.
It's what you're saying too, that you travel cheap. Like, that's the best part about it. Like, you can come to Colorado, and for people who know me, like, they can come, stay close to me or stay with me, like friends, family, and you can spend an entire week here for free. I mean, everything that you do, maybe not $20 to go to the dunes, but any of these other hikes I mentioned, they're all free. I mean, I could easily have someone come here and cook for them for meals, and not have to spend a lot of money if that's the thing that's holding people up for traveling. So you can get a very cheap trip if you know someone here, or even the spots
private
here.
Rooms, seriously, you get 30, 40 bucks through an Airbnb. I've had great luck, especially if you do the research on the person. Do the research on the person that you'll be staying with, or if it's like an open concept, do the research on making sure that it's somebody reliable in case there's a problem that comes up. But seriously, like $30, $40 a night, you can get a private room. And I've had so much.
Too. You can rent a travel van where it's it fits like 2 people, and you can rent it for like $30 a night, and you can drive all over the state for it, like with it, so it's like there's ways of getting cheap traveling, so for people who are not wanting or feel like they don't have the money, there are definitely a lot of things that you can do. You can have a whole free trip here as long as you can just get here.
Yeah, and have, the thing I love about Straight Line Selling System, and for anybody out there, the book by Jordan Belfort, Straight Line Selling. Oh, is that the name of the book? Either way, The Way of the Wolf. The Way of the Wolf is the name of the book. Straight Line Selling is the concept behind the book, but it's like have an idea or a mission of what you want out of a trip or a journey, but like leave so much open to how the opportunity presents itself, but just make sure you're getting back to what I don't want to say purpose, because it's not like you're going on a vacation or a trip for a purpose, but it's like, it could be as simple as like we're talking about, like I want to just be out there and I want to experience this, and the energy that my body feels, like I want to experience that energy and that feeling of freedom and that feeling of like realizing how small I am in these emotions, and like being able to have that mindset going into this. And on top of that, maybe like a little snack break or smoke break on top of the hill, or all these other fun things that can be part of the journey, where it's not like you have to structure and plan everything, but being able to have an idea tied to the opportunities that pop up that you're not sure of, like that just brings so much more joy and passion to all these adventures. And I love you even have a smaller one that you brought up. It's like, I want other people to be able to take in this beauty, and that is a huge part of giving back. And like that is a dopamine. Why am I going crazy?
Dopamine.
Why does that not sound right? Either way, that's a rush, of that. That's so many endorphins are popping off, and not just in the moment, because that's a great moment. You'll be able to take that in, but then, for a couple seconds, you snap a couple pictures, and boom, now that's a memory that can not only last in your mind, but that can be something that can be displayed in such honestly, a beautiful way. That I'm not even kidding. Like I guess partially whenever I make a video of something, you never know if it's really just the fact that you had your bias and personal touch on it. But when I was watching back, it was the video one, and it like cuts to like a beat dropping, because I have these like really expensive headphones that like you feel like the bass inside your ears. And like when I just felt that the like picture transition from like 2 different videos, and then it cut to like the car going across, like I got like chills on my arm. And it's just so cool, the beauty of this world, this universe. And I'm even more excited from all the research and everything I've done to be able to turn this into, a little clip of reviews and different things where people can see specifically in a way that can benefit them, not just in the beauty of it, but in the beauty of it and the want to go like, hey, I want to check this thing out. This thing looks cool. So I love it. I do have Cash Money Carl coming here in 10 minutes, and I have to use the restroom. Jewel, you have been amazing. Like, I didn't even know how this conversation was going to go. I didn't know, like, because we have so much to cover in our topics. I think we got through like maybe 3 of them, but like three of the ones that are like after we had this discussion, it's like, holy crap, like this is perfect. Like this is amazing. Like this is other stuff. And not to mention, and again, as I've mentioned to Jay and Alex, the goal of this is, to bring you guys on more and more, whether that be weekly, bi-weekly, once a month, once every 3 months. Like Alex will be on roughly once a month. Jay, obviously, I'd like to talk with him every week. Plethora of however it fits in people's schedules, but to discuss these, I don't want to say impactful things, because it's not like, we need to do this in politics to like take it to the next level. It's like there's a lot of things in politics that there is no right answer. It's just like a middle beam. I want to talk about stuff that like we can provide, real unique things and information to people that genuinely make their lives better. And this is something that affects your physical health and it affects your mental health. And we're able to have an incredible conversation on it. We're able to talk about amazing experiences that you've done, and I just love it. Do you have any final words or any get on the soapbox? I'm just kidding. Seriously though, thank you so much for being on. Yeah.
Thank you so much for inviting me. This has been great. I don't think anything specific. I guess just travel, honestly. And if you've never traveled, just try it once. And if you hate it, don't ever do it again, But it's one of those things where it opens up a whole world of possibilities. And had I have not moved here, I never would have gotten into real estate. Had I have not moved here, I never would have had half of the goals and dreams that I have now. So just taking that one step out and deciding to move here has opened up so many opportunities, and it's changed my life. So sometimes just taking one step forward out of your comfort zone can change everything for you. So if you ever have the opportunity to travel, if you don't, create the opportunity for yourself, because I promise
Time
you'll
block.
never regret it. Yes,
Time block.
yes.
Take a trip, plan it out at the beginning of the year. Hey, I'm going to be off this week, and then focus and work and do the other things you need to. But during that week, put work away. Put work aside, and that's something I've had to learn a lot. I always used to be on my phone because I'd have like my staff call me and stuff like that. Now it's like I do want to be there, but at the same time, like I cannot be sitting near my phone all the time. I will get nothing done. And it's like if I know that I maybe need to have an emergency at some point, now I got my phone by me. It's like now I've had to put myself in a position where it's like, hey, I will get back to you at some point, but it might be a while. And as soon as I've done that, like I've become so beeping productive. Like I'm just getting so much done. And it's so exciting because not only am I getting so much done, but that's allowing me the opportunity of whenever I want, wherever I want, I can take a trip and I can travel. I shouldn't say anywhere. Next week I have to be glued to edible, but it's Valentine's Day. I can't. That would be a terrible move. The staff's like, dude, seriously, you're gonna be in Phoenix? Like, they would just shut down. They like, screw you, dude. Either way, there is certain times, but outside of that, it's like I can experience this world, and I've been so fortunate to visit so much time in Phoenix. But now we have coming up, we'll be doing down to Austin, Tampa in a short while, Orlando this summer, back to Atlanta in a couple of months, and then I want to take a trip some point this summer. Actually, I'm going to Ohio mid-spring. Some point midsummer, I would like to do like you're saying, like Zion, Grand Canyon, maybe hit Montana, but I think Salt Lake City, Zion, and Grand Canyon would be the best way to spend like a week.
And Sawtooth Mountain Range. Go to the Sawtooth Mountain Range in Idaho. That's also like incredible. That's something I actually forgot to mention on our trip that we went to. We went to 10 different states. So that's actually something I forgot to mention, but that's another one you have to go there.
Hell yeah. No, and I'm sure I will get so much information from you before that trip. But yeah, that's my goal this summer is I want to hit one like 7-day trip to like a Western travel time. But outside of that, I do like my time in Phoenix, and outside of Austin, Orlando, and what's the other one I'm missing? Ohio. I don't, it's like I got to be realistic. You can only take 8 or 9 vacations in 3 months span.
Well, you'll have to keep on in a couple of months. I plan on taking an entire West Coast trip from the top of Washington to the bottom of California. So I'm sure I will have so much more to show you and tell you that. So.
And now, even be able to have a little bit of if I can even, maybe we can line up like a really quick template of just like, hey, try and take one quick video, one quick picture, and then let's talk about it.
Oh, I'll have thousands.
Exactly.
I'll have
yeah.
I like extra storage in my phone to be able to hold all the photos and videos that I have. Yeah.
I hate most phone sales guys where they're always like, you don't need the extra memory. Like, I'm sure it's probably fine. And I've never once had a phone until I have the 15 Plus or whatever Pro, and I have like the terabyte storage. I have like the Mac, like a $1,500 phone, and it's like I absolutely love it because the camera is better than like 90% of cameras, and I have so much storage. Like I don't have to worry about running out of storage. It drives me insane when you run out of storage. It's like now I got to delete pictures. I have to try and transfer them. Then I'll lose them on one of my old computers. First world problems.
Yeah, but hey, pictures are memories, and that's something that I'm glad that I live in the time that I live in, because I love the fact that I get to take pictures and videos, and that's something I will be able to look back on forever. So
hell yeah. Brandon, happy to be here. Looks good. Thank you for coming by, Brandon. We were going to see you on Wednesday, Brando, at 2 p.m. In Jewel's spot for Wednesday. So, Brandon, thanks for popping by. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Phil, best part of the van is the free candy inside. Jewel, do you sell free candy in there?
I don't know if I go that far.
That'd be a weird, like, somebody pulls up to a free candy van and it's you inside. Like, that'd be the weirdest, like... Like you're normally expecting like some like old dude or whatever, and it's just you. It's like, wait, hold on. God, I love it. Seriously, Jewel,
me on, Pat. I really appreciate it. This has been great.
Thank you so much. I'll be in touch. Again, next week I'm going to be just absolutely slammed with Valentine's Day, but that'll give me time outside of when I'm working to work on videos from these cuts because there's going to be so many amazing moments. But then I will get in touch with you sometime in the next week, and let's just pencil in another time that works for you, just like this, like hour and a half. I'm starting to realize, like, I could talk with any one of you for like 4 hours straight. So, there's so much time. But I think time frames like this is something sustainable. Like, we could take an hour out every couple of weeks or whatever. If we start doing 4 hours, yes, we could do it. But I don't want it to start to feel like a job. Like, this should be just a fun, nice, exciting conversation tied to being able to get it into short form content, which is, like, in a way, just being able to do it and turn the camera on. I would have never thought that this conversation went like this, and we're only going to make it better and better. Like, I'm going to be able to pull it up. We're going to be able to go through the hike. I'm going to be standing in front of my green screen. I'll be able to point out, the different parts of the mountain. We go on, the Google Map 360 view. Either way, so much fun stuff. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your night.
Have a great rest of your day. We're going to be back in 5 minutes. We're going to cut to the video that you've watched 10 times now. And, actually, we're going to get to – we'll watch it 10 times. We're going to get to the dispensaries since Brandon's in here. We're going to get to your advertisements. Jewel, thank you. We will see you very soon. Happy Valentine's Day. Tell Eddie I say hi.
Yeah.
I open up my arms, I can see the skies. I can see the skies. See the sky. See the sky. Watch your
it's trying. It's very complicated because the one part that we try and emphasize is we want to educate our customers as they come in. We want to be able to be an opportunity for anybody in the community. One of our other stores, the police department will bring products that they find at gas stations or other places and bring it into our bud tenders or our store managers to say, hey, can you help us identify? Is this real? And funny story, we actually, the police brought in some of these gummies and they took off, they brought it into our store and this little sticker said Delta 8. But the second you take the little sticker off underneath, it says Delta 9 California label.
Wow.
Because these distributors, and this isn't trying to take a shot, but some of these guys purchasing will put Delta 9 on the shelf. What would you say? How would you say this is that fake weed, or what would you call it?
No, I absolutely would not say this is fake. Especially because what you guys said from the very beginning, like you make your own products. So like that's a big safety thing for me when I'm hearing that you guys make your own products. To me, that makes me go, okay, they are putting right things into it. They're putting, because obviously you don't want to be putting bad things into it as a company, because you don't want that. But yeah, no, it's that type of thing, because it does not feel fake. So why would you be saying it's fake? And that's the thing. It's like there's no reason to say that or feel that. I mean, you definitely are sitting there going, this is legal.
If I open up my arms, I can see the skies. I can see the skies. See the sky. See the sky. Watch your
I think Carl's coming up.
I
Here on this
barely-
highlight.
I don't hear him in my-
Oh,
in
there
my
we go. Now
headset.
try it. Now try it.
You hear me now?
There we go. That's
Oh
better.
Love it.
I don't think that was a mic issue. I
That's
think
good
it was
night.
producer.
Call me out.
Oh, it's me?
Yeah. Bottom.
I keep hitting it. All right.
You can only hit it once. You hit it twice, it cancels.
Yeah.
Cash Money Carl.
Hey.
What's going on? Welcome. Hey. God damn it. I didn't close the. Sorry. Didn't mean to be cussing everybody out. I forgot to close the window here. Carl's throwing money around. I had so much fun that night at Skyline watching. How am I drawing?
Yeah, me too.
Berto?
Yeah, Roberto Villapando. Yeah.
Oh gosh, man! Like his skit, dude. I was going to pee myself. Just like he's getting so good at the timing of his subtleties, and then he's kind of under the breath. And his ability to look right in the audience's eyes. Sorry.
I was gonna say, for people that don't know, Roberto is blind, so that's pretty much like his whole set is talking about his family, his ethnicity, and being blind. But yeah, he's awesome. He actually did a guest spot for us on Saturday for our show, and we did a little crowd vote thing. I have this awesome Wisconsin Cheesehead Championship belt that I got signed by Gabriel Iglesias, also known as Fluffy.
Hell yeah,
and
dude.
yeah, so audience votes, and then that person gets a point for the grand total. And Roberto won that night, so that was cool. Yeah, and he's a big wrestling fan, so it was perfect.
Dude, heck yeah. And that's kind of cool. And he was explaining to me his glasses, and I just saw Marquise Brown did a YouTube tutorial on him. He's got like the Ray-Ban camera glasses, and so
yeah, those are cool.
He's able to like communicate with people or like even read papers and stuff because he takes a picture of it, and he's able to
do like text or picture to speech. Yeah,
it'll talk to him and tell him what's on the page. And a lot of people view technology in a bad way, but it's people that don't understand how much these things help so many people for like legitimate reasons. Yes, we can just sit on social media all day and complain about the Joneses, but there is real practical advantages to all the technology that we have around us, and it's cool to see. I mean, really, all you guys that support him and are able to kind of help him in those situations, and him just putting his effort into it because he takes his shit seriously. He's not just winging it, standing up on stage. He's putting the time in.
No, I mean, I was going to say that's a good point, but I mean, this community for comedy is really supportive of pretty much everybody. I mean, there's a couple outliers that, get away from it and, they're either very focused on themselves, which is fine, but, still remember that it's a big scene and everybody's trying to work together, regardless if you're on that particular show or not. Like everybody wants everyone to do well because it's just better for all of us. So.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and gosh, I loved, I actually went up to him after the show, Abe's
Abe Bauer. Yeah.
That was one of the
great.
best. Yeah. He had just such perfect.
His
stage
cadence
presence.
is just like, it's just like, so, so engaging. Like you just want to keep listening to everything. He says you could like be reading out of a dictionary. And if he's following that cadence, you're like, okay, great. I just learned what slinky means, but he made it sound entertaining at least or whatever. But Abe's also been really moving up too. So he participated in the Battle Royale for Fox Valley. So that was 6 comics that competed and they did sets, and then the crowd voted and there was the judges and stuff, and he actually won. So he's the first Fox Valley's funniest comic. So yeah, he definitely deserves that title and everything. And he's really moving up with all that too. And I like working on shows with him. Like we have him as a special guest for our show coming up on February 16th at Cranky Pat's and Nina. I'm going to be, he's my date for Valentine's Day this year. So, well, it's really a love triangle. Me, Abe Bauer, and John Freitag. So, yeah, I don't know. I bet they're going to focus.
The Super Bowl? Is that the Super Bowl?
Oh, no, that's on Sunday. So, yeah, this week is just kind of going to be a crazy week for me in regards to to comedy. But no, that'll be for Valentine's Day. That's up in Abrams. And they'll probably focus on each other, and I'll just have to sit and watch or something, because that's just what Cash Money Carl gets, I guess. I'll throw money at them. It'll be a good old time. We'll forget the audience is even there. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you have. Do you want to go over the list of the events you have coming up?
Oh boy,
there's so much.
How much time do we got?
Oh,
Is
yeah,
this going to be a 24-hour broadcast?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I guess I'm just really grateful at this point for comedy, for me, for having done it for 3 years now, that I'm like, this is going to be my busiest month that I've had since I started. But I think I have 9 or 10 events this month. I had one this past Saturday in Oshkosh. But so, as you know, Pat, but listeners probably don't, I'm doing the bankruptcy comedy tour with a couple of my buddies. So we basically just set up shows all around Wisconsin, trying to move out into other states in the Midwest. I don't know, maybe we'll get something booked in Hawaii and truly be the bankruptcy comedy tour. That would be pretty sweet. But yeah, so right now we're mostly focused on Wisconsin, and just, and all of us on the tour are networking with other comics and for different states, and just trying to work with those scenes and try to set stuff up. But yeah, let's see. So we had a bankruptcy comedy tour show on Saturday in Oshkosh. I count this as one of my performances as well.
Heck yeah.
Everything you hear is completely staged. None of this is off the cuff. I have this completely written down as I'm saying it. I have teleprompters and everything. No,
day one.
And then Wednesday, back at Skyline Comedy Club for their open mic. That's pretty much that's in Appleton, Wisconsin. That's pretty much our biggest comedy venue that we have basically in the Fox Valley.
Yeah, were
I'm
you
going to be on.
Am I crazy?
No. I was hosting
I
last.
thought
2 weeks
somebody
ago.
was saying somebody I was talking to last. It might have been. I can't remember. Somebody I thought said that they were the final next week. Where you get 8 minutes on the last one?
For what? For
For
the
open
host?
mic. Isn't the final person get 8 minutes or something?
Oh yeah, the closer. Yeah, the closer gets 8. The host gets 6. Everybody else gets 4 unless they're a lucky bucket spot. That means they get 3 minutes.
Okay.
So it's not really a long time to work on something, but usually you can work on at least a thought or two within that time. It's kind of weird, because I remember when I first got started, 4 minutes, it was like, oh, I hope I have enough material to do 4 minutes. And then now it's like, crap, how much material am I going to cut to do 4 minutes? So I guess that's a good problem to have instead of running out of stuff. But now 15 minutes seems almost like that's a good, okay, I'm going to work on an actual thought and work it out. So Thursday, I'm going to be heading up to La Crosse. I'm going to be doing a segment on the local news to help promote some shows for another company that just got pretty much started this year, called Bad Credit Comedy. So he thought it was a great fit to have Cash Money Carl be kind of like a lead spokesman for the comics and stuff. It makes sense to me, right? Bad Credit Comedy, Cash Money Carl, So
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Actually, I feel like I've seen a couple pictures of that. Have you been?
Yeah,
sharing any of that?
he's got some of the best posters for the area for sure. He's got a very good artistic eye, and they're just funny and creative. So enjoy seeing that. And then let's see.
You're doing that on Thursday.
Thursday, yeah.
New story. Where do we see that?
Well, I'm not exactly sure on the details on that yet. I'll probably be getting that Wednesday, just based on how the news stations work. They don't really know until they're oh, okay, we actually have to make a decision now on what we're doing and all that. But that should be pretty cool. Just kind of interview questions, kind of like this. But I also might get to tell a few jokes too. So that's kind of neat to be able to do that on TV. So
yeah,
probably not live, but maybe it is. I don't know. So I just have to be prepared for whatever happens.
That's what I love, though, on the fly.
Yeah.
Then we got on Saturday.
Oh yeah, Saturday is going to be a pretty cool one. So this is the first time that they're having it for comedy for this event, but that's for the Sturgeon Spectacular. So all about them sturgeon, even though at the Thelma Theater. Yeah.
Oh,
So,
where is that?
So downtown Fond du Lac. So they haven't had stand-up comedy there, and this is basically their trial run. So
So it could be really good, or it could be a tough audience.
yeah, maybe we'll see. I mean, being based out of Fond du Lac, doing shows in Fond du Lac as well. So it can't be too often. It doesn't seem like they want to laugh that much. Like they just want to
Sprinkle
kind
in a
of
quick
mull it.
fish joke.
Yeah, it seems like Fond du Lac just kind of wants to mull in misery for the most part, but then every now and then, maybe once a month or something, they want to laugh a little bit. So that's all right.
Every now and then I fall apart.
And I
Yeah, that's
need you more
Saturday.
than ever.
I love it. Then right back to back on Sunday, we have the Super Bowl with former NFL player Marcus Tucker.
Yeah, which is
comedy
pretty
and more
cool.
at the Extra Event Center in Lansing, Michigan. Where is Lansing?
Well, it's actually pronounced Lance, and they get very
Lance.
sensitive about that. Yeah,
Sorry about that.
Well,
I am
no,
so
that's
sorry.
okay. Don't worry. As long as you don't go to Lance and say that, you're fine. So
Hopefully
you're
nobody's
good. You're
paying
good.
attention. Lance,
But
Lance.
no,
I said Lance the whole time.
They have a lot of like French influenced town names because they're so close to Canada, I guess, and the UP is the UP, so whatever they're into, I guess. But last time I was up there, they had us do guess the city name or speak the city's name, and yeah, like we got like 0 of them. It was very difficult, and it's like the stuff you kind of see with like when people visit Wisconsin, they'll do that kind of too. Like, can you say Kenosha or Oconomowoc or whatever? Yeah. So they did that to us, and yeah, it was awful because we didn't get close on really any of them.
Lots. I'm gonna get that right
Lots.
though next time.
Yeah, you're gonna be welcome up there for sure. Yeah.
Oh, this is on Valentine's Day. Sorry. We should actually dive into that. I
Yeah.
apologize.
So that's kind of a cool new thing too. So that's run by Trevor Ewan. He started a sports website called Pro Sports Extra, and he started that when he was just a teenager. And he had this idea this last year that he wanted to start doing like entertainment up there too, because it's pretty far up there and they don't really have a whole lot of entertainment venue type stuff. So he just kind of went with that idea and ran with it. So they had their first show back in November, which I got to be a part of. It was like their kickoff thing. So it was really long. So that was one thing he took away was, cut it down a little bit, but it was like 8 hours. And it was because everybody wanted to like keep the party going. So they just wanted us to, there was comics, there was musicians. It was headlined by Uncle Laser. So anybody that's familiar with like Kill Tony, which is like 1-minute stand-up segments down in Austin, Texas, which is now becoming like a mecca of comedy.
Yeah.
He got his like claim to fame on there, and he's taken off. So that was an awesome first show, and being able to hang out with him and all that. So
Heck yeah, dude.
but now he just wants to keep doing comedy and music. So it's pretty
a cool
awesome
split to be able to be able to mess around with it. I love it. So how long is it this year?
For what?
How long is the event supposed to be this year? Because this is a different event. But
So
about how long is this?
I think he's starting to kind of nail down the timing a little bit better. But like also it's like, if people really want to keep seeing people, like then just keep going. But this one, let's see, it's not a whole lot of like comedy time, but we have a pre-show and then a halftime show. So I'm doing the halftime show. So I have to compete probably with Taylor Swift and Usher, right? I guess so. Yeah, that's fine. I can do it. I don't really have that many dance moves other than like the truffle shuffle, but I think people will want to see that. People will throw my dollar bills back at me and ripping off my shirt. Yeah. All that good stuff. Yeah.
Probably.
That's usually how I threaten hecklers, though, is like I'll take off my shirt. So it's kind of like,
I'll shut up. I'll stop.
So that one's, I think total comedy for that should be about 45 minutes for that. So it's not a whole lot of time on there, but it's just hanging out, watching the game, hanging out with Marcus Tucker, which is pretty cool because I was originally a Steelers fan growing up. but I'm starting to convert to the Green Bay Packers, just mainly because I've lived in Wisconsin now for 13 years. So slowly I'm converting over. Yeah.
Heck yeah. Where are you from again? Sorry.
I'm from Illinois, suburbs of Chicago.
Yeah,
I know. I'm one of those.
Okay.
Yeah.
After that, on Valentine's Day, we have UTLs. That sounds like
Yeah. It's
Valentine's
under the
dinner.
Light Entertainment. Yeah.
Under the Light Entertainment,
Light
Valentine's dinner and comedy night, Nuff Noshery in Abrams.
Yep.
Heck yeah. Doors open at 5, dinner 5:30, show at 7. That is really cool.
Yeah,
You're hanging with
they just started doing comedy there, so I think this might be their second or third show only at that location, and it's kind of fun because and this is the key word here, fun. Nuff is fun backwards, and that's where they came up with the name.
Ah. Tough crowd. That is very cool. That is
yeah.
That was a late response, but no, that is actually that did catch me off guard because I was wondering where Nuff came from. I was actually picturing there's a place in Green Bay called Nooks, N-U-K, and I thought maybe something like that. Fun Noshery. In Abrams. What is there anything like unique about the place? Like, is there like a is there just kind of like a bar? Is there something in there? Is there like a stage?
I've never been there yet, so I'll let you know.
We'll
I'll have to do
yeah.
a follow-up. Yeah.
So that is on Valentine's Day, and that's just, 45 minutes north of Green Bay, hour north of Appleton, 2 hours north of Fond du Lac?
Yeah, about so.
Bankruptcy comedy tours back at Cranky Pat's, right? There was one show at Cranky Pat's, or am I crazy?
Well, we originally had it scheduled for January, but we got snowed out. That was when we really had our only real bad snowstorm this year.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
So we had to reschedule, but luckily it worked out that way for us to be able to do that because they get a lot of bands there. So like filling the schedule is like, there was like 2 days for us to choose from, and we're like, okay, we better take it right now. So we'll get to go there. I think we're getting paid in pizza. Which I don't know, could be detrimental to the continuation of their business because I like my pizza, and everybody on the bankruptcy comedy tour can put away a pizza or 2 or 3 or 8 or 9, whatever. So, yeah, but that one should be good. I'm looking forward to that.
You guys are just on stage, just eating.
I've been trying to incorporate more food into my bits just so I can have snacks. So. Yeah, I did something with some M&Ms recently, and now I get to have M&Ms pretty much every time I perform. So
that sounds
still pretty good.
I love M&Ms. I love the M&M yogurts. I got these like vanilla, and there's like a flavored strawberry or something yogurt, and they put like the M&Ms in it. Oh, there's the Oreo one too. So good.
I like that without the yogurt. So just M&Ms.
I love it. Bad Credit Comedy, 0-year anniversary comedy show. So you are doing that news story with Jason this week.
This Thursday.
Back,
promote that one.
Saturday?
Yep.
Saturday, this February 17th, Bad Credit Comedy Tour. Where's that show? 0-year anniversary.
Okay, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, so they're probably going to hate me, but I'm going to have to make sure I get this down for Thursday. Viroqua, I think is how it's pronounced.
Where's that?
Viroqua with a V.
By La Crosse?
Kind of near La Crosse, yeah. So it's a bit of a haul. So the northwest side of the state. So going almost into Minnesota.
Still probably only 2 from you, 2.5.
Yeah, about 2 from me and Fond du Lac. But since I'm doing Skyline on Wednesday and then have the news story early on Thursday morning in La Crosse, I'm gonna have to go from Appleton, and that actually adds like 45 minutes, which is kind of weird because it's basically counting the time from Fond du Lac to Appleton, which is about 45 minutes depending on traffic. So so it'll be a late night. Yeah, but
yeah, well, YOLO. And then we finish February 23rd, live from the Hive, a comedy showcase. That is not the bankruptcy tour appointment, because aren't you coming back with another bankruptcy tour there later?
No, so we actually had our kickoff show at the Hive for the Bankruptcy Comedy Tour on Black Friday, and that was awesome. It went great, except for I was recovering from COVID, so I basically hadn't had a voice for about 2 weeks, so I wasn't able to perform, but I was still able to produce, so I was happy to do that, and everybody did well there, and we packed the place, so I was pleased with that. And because of that, the owner Erica, we used to do an open mic, run an open mic there at Weekly, and it just was too often for Fond du Lac. So like what I was saying before, it's just they just need it spaced out a little bit more. So she wanted to do a quarterly showcase there. So that's
Heck
where
yeah.
Live from the Hive comes from. So we have we actually have all 4 of them scheduled, and now it's getting the lineups for the other shows, but we have our first lineup for the February 23rd one. That's going to be awesome. It's a bunch of local people, and then that's going to be headlined by Hayden Fredrickson.
Heck yeah.
So it's going to be a great show, and looking forward to having that opportunity, and then bringing in people to do the other Live from the Hive showcases.
I love the name.
And yeah, it's going to be good because we just want to get people's names out there and let people see people's talent and just kind of get a taste of them, and not ask for too much, right? Because you don't want to go through all your material and then nobody wants to see you anywhere else because it's the same stuff. So just a little taste from a couple people, and then we're gonna have some great closers from like Chicago, Madison, Milwaukee. So it'll be good time with all those. And then also because of that, the Roast of Santa, we're going to have a Roast of Santa Claus at the Hive as well, December 20th. So
Heck yeah.
Yeah, already planning out almost a year in advance. It's kind of crazy. I never thought I'd have to be thinking that far ahead.
Well, and that's what's cool. It's like, because you can have these rough ideas for kind of the way that we're going to be running towards. But at the end of the day, it's like we can start to piece other things around that. And, even though like a lot of people hate Elon Musk for, he always says he's going to do something way ahead of time. And it's like, I do it as well, but the reason for it is like I need to set a deadline so I know to start to run towards this goal by this date. And then the day gets here and it's like I've come so far, but like this is a big project and it's going to take a little bit more time, to be able to extend that and set up and extend it and set it up. In like events, the great thing about planning them is like they're going to be here. It is going to be December 20th very soon. And to be able, if we wait to plan it until November, now it's like, okay, now we have last second planning. Where right now you're like, this time when you're at the Hive, you're already going to be announcing the next one. The next time you're at the Hive, you're already going to be announcing the next one. And then you're going to have 3 months to announce the final one, and you're going to be able to build consumer habits because, they're familiar with going there, knowing that it's just a laid-back experience. People are going to come up, have some funny comedy. It's going to be great, great showcase from a lot of different people. I love the entire philosophy of that because that's just one thing. There's 10 other things here.
Right. Yeah. And the cool thing with that too, it's like they're going to really get familiar with me and my co-host Dean Berg. So he and I've been doing a bunch of stuff together. I mean, that's basically how the Bankruptcy Comedy Tour got started, was just us. Like, okay, we're maybe not getting as many opportunities as we'd like to get. Like, how many do we want to do in a month? Okay, we're not reaching that quota, so why not just figure out something and book it ourselves and just get on the show and get more stage time? So, I mean, that's kind of where the Bankruptcy Comedy Tour started from. But the Hive was really that cultivation of him and I, like, we're running this open mic together and, bringing in people from all over. And, it was getting like national level, like publicity on that. Like we were having comics reach out from LA and they're like, hey, we want to headline your club. And we're like, we're not a comedy club, but that's cool that you're finding us. Like somehow it's like reaching out enough that like bigger names are discovering us. So that was cool. And then we're just like, we need to still get more stage time, because that was great about running our own mic. We could do 10 minutes, 15 minutes if we wanted to, and we'd let other comics do that too, which is kind of unheard of because, like we were saying about Skyline, the basic set is 4 minutes. Yeah. And even if you're closing 8 minutes, like, so we were doubling the closer's time. And that doesn't mean that you have to use all that time. Like if you don't have that much material, then just be done, right? But to actually have that opportunity to do that much material is cool. And we were doing paid closer spot too for an open mic. So it's kind of like almost like an open mic showcase, I guess, in a way. Like we wanted people to be able to work on their material, grow how much time they're able to do. So then we can book them for actual paid shows and that sort of thing. Cause like 4 minutes is great. Like I said, to get a work on a thought, but like you really need to have like 15 minutes for the most part for like a paid show. That seems like to be like the sweet spot for most people at our level and like open mics, but like at the same time too, like then you got to get to that 30 and then an hour. So I'm not at an hour yet, but I've definitely done a couple 30-minute spots. Like, so I've been building up that material. I mean, I have enough material to do an hour, but is it good and funny is the real question, right? So
and not only is all that going to get better, but you're going to have new jokes. You're going to have more stuff over time. And that's what's cool about the gig. It's like you continually reinforce the habits and the behaviors so you get better at dealing with like heckles or with, smaller moments of things that just throw you off kilter. Because it's hard sometimes to get back on track. But when you're doing it over and over and over again, now you get back on track. And now you can feed into the little subtleties of the room and the feel. And that's what's so cool about the industry is you start to just become your own version of this thing. And especially in comedy, like there is no super right way to do it. Like there's people doing everything.
There's you really probably the best advice I've gotten in comedy is take nobody's advice. But I kind of went a little bit further with that is listen to everybody's advice and then just take what really applies to you is really where it's at. Because there's like a bunch of people that won't even like listen. You could be like, hey, I heard you tell that joke. I really like that joke. And it made me think of this. And here's an idea of a tag for you. And people will just like brush you off. And it's like, I don't know. I would still listen to that because it might lead to you having a thought to expand upon that. And then boom, now something that you had just a minute of material on, you might have 5 minutes because someone gave you an idea. And it's not like they're doing that to be like, you're not a good writer or you're not a good comic. They're just like, hey, you made me think, which is kind of the whole point, be engaging and have people actually pay attention. So then you get some ideas and you can expand upon there further. And I think as you were saying too, it's like, there's no real right way to do it. It's interesting to talk to comics from all over the country, really. Like we just had a special guest this weekend, Joe Stapleton from LA. So here's our special guest for our Bankruptcy Comedy Tour show. He's the commentator for Poker Stars. So, and he was the opener for Norm Macdonald before he had passed. So like, he's definitely, made his mark in the industry. He's still got ways to go to like be that like brand name like Norm Macdonald is, but like, he's like a couple levels above where I'm at and the rest of the guys on the tour too. So it's like get some great advice from him on all that sort of stuff. But also it's like you talk about like different scenes. So in LA, you might get to do several shows in a night, like open mics or showcases or guest spots or whatever. And that's a kind of a big difference for here is we don't get necessarily as many opportunities, or there might not be like mics that are as helpful for you or worth it. Like, yeah, I'll go in front of a bar crowd, but like if it's not going to help me work on my material to make it better, then maybe I'm just going there to hang out and tell a couple jokes. But the difference we get is we get more stage time in one go. So like it's hard to get 15 minutes anywhere pretty much in LA unless you're like an established name. But I mean, 15 minutes here, I mean, you can pretty much get on a showcase pretty early in comedy and at least give it a shot. You might not even get an opportunity to do something like that in LA for years.
Yeah, exactly. And seriously, that's one thing that I pulled from it. And I honestly, I don't really have any interest in getting into stand-up comedy, but I do want to get out there and do it because of the otother life skills, like just being able to get up there and talk to people and like, tie a little bit of like fun stuff into comedy. It's such great experience. And like, the reason I really haven't thought of it too much is like, I wasn't sure of like the structure of like being able to get on, and like I don't want to like ruin people's time if I bomb or anything like that. And now going to 3 shows I think I've been at total, I see the whole process of it, and it's like, dude, I would love to go in there for 3 or 4 minutes and just like be able to just consistently get better at getting in front of people and saying something. Like that experience is invaluable, and people are like, oh, it's crazy that you can do that or this and that, and it's like years ago when I never had gone on stage before, gotten in front of anybody, I didn't know how to talk, I didn't know how to do anything, and it's like, those are learned skills. You have to do it over and over, and you have to understand what you're trying to talk about, or you're going to sound stupid up on that stage. And it's like being able to put it all together. People can tell when you've worked on it and when you haven't worked on it, and it's just special to see the differences in all these different people. And I love the way you were singing to my ears when you were just describing that. Like, there's so many people up there that they're figuring out the timing, they're figuring out their cadence, they're figuring out whatever, but their jokes are just. They're not written well at all. I mean, it's like, dude, you had it,
Yeah.
and where did you go with that? And it's like, if they could take just a little bit of criticism, not even in a bad way, but just like, hey, man, this was great till this point, and then it's like, this turned the whole route of the, audience, and there's just you watch one video of yourself in that moment, you'd be like, okay, yeah, these people are right. And it's like, you're not saying that it's a bad joke or that you suck or anything like that, but it's just like, dude, this was so good, and like it had an opportunity to be even better. And like realistically in comedy, that's what it's about. Once you start making those moments better and better, and you start to get more comfortable in front of people, like that, then you are at the high level. You're at the top level, and then during that process of growing internally, you're meeting new people. It's just like a content network. Like, hey, day number 1 today. Thank you guys all for watching. Appreciate it. Goal to 1,000 subscribers. We are only 938 away. So, but you're able to keep getting better. You're able to keep growing your network. You're able to keep growing the people around you, especially when you take care of the people around you, support the people around you, and your jokes are getting better. The synergistic effect from that is constant growth and constant evolution. And, you got 8 shows lined up this month. You're going to be planning more in March. You're going to be planning more in April. You're going to be planning more down the road. And if you want a month off or 2 months off, you're going to take a month off. You're going to take 2 months off. And you're going to, the entire time, just keep growing, getting better as a comic, keep supporting the people around you. And that's one of the main reasons I love having you here on the PUGG Network, because of your support. Not just, even myself, I would have never even thought to get up on that stage. And you sent me a message like, hey, have you ever thought about getting into comedy? It's like, no, I haven't. 0% did I ever think of that. And then now, like, seeing it, it's like, well, hey, maybe I wouldn't want to love to get into stand-up comedy. Half of the jokes and stuff just kind of aren't really my thing. But at the end of the day, I still respect it, and I still like going to it here and there. I wouldn't want to, like, convolge a ton of time into like getting really good at it, but I now see how can I pair that up with my life's mission. It's like, I want to be able to talk to people. I want to be able to put a humorous tie on it. And if I can dedicate some time to this, and I can focus on this, and I can get better at this, now I'm helping these life effects in so many other areas. So I appreciate you, just even in the most simplest of form of getting me to even consider and lean down, doing a couple open mics, just getting up in front of people and just talking for 3 or 4 minutes and having fun. So I appreciate, if there's one person that you got into comedy, it's like, I watch so much more comedy because of you guys. And
oh, well, thank you.
Thank you for reaching
Yeah.
out to me about that small subtlety. And oh, my mic's
Yeah,
a little quiet. Sorry about that. I appreciate you letting me know. I'm gonna eat the mic now. Yeah, that is a very important. Thank you for letting me know that.
Yeah, and I think you touched on some really good points there too, in regards
12.
to like open mics and stuff as well. Like, everyone's got all these different goals on what they want to do with comedy, right? Like, I think everybody, if given the opportunity to be like world famous headliner type person, I think most people would want that opportunity, right? But like for me, when I first got started, I was like, I think it would just be cool that any weekend that I wanted to have a show or perform, I could do that and get to that point where it's like, yeah, whether it's hosting or doing a guest spot or featuring, I'm not going to say headlining yet, because I'm definitely not at that level for sure. But like, if I just want to be able to be on a show and make some money for the weekend, to be able to go and hang out and have a nice meal and just do fun things, then that's awesome. Like, just to be able to have that opportunity and be respected enough, I guess, to where people are like, yeah, if you book Cash Money Carl, it's going to be a good time. you know, there's definitely funnier people and there's definitely people that aren't as funny. I guess I'm going to say that. Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So I'm funnier than like 3 people in the world. I'll say it. Yeah.
Yeah, but with growth and with constantly evolving in your craft, like, yeah, you're funny now, but you're only going to get more funny.
Funnier. Yeah. Yeah. I'll probably get up to 4 people probably in the next 2 or 3 years. I'll be funnier than 4 people. Okay. But also too, like with like doing material and stuff, like the open mics are practice. So like you do want to do a good job performing, right? Nobody wants to bomb necessarily, but you do learn a lot from bombing. It's,
Yeah.
you know, the
If you
whole
pay attention to it.
yeah, exactly. So like, you know, if you fail, it's not the end of the world. Like, okay, you're just now learning what went wrong, whether it was your timing, your cadence, maybe you had the wrong words, maybe it was too long, maybe it wasn't long enough, you didn't give enough details or whatever. You're going to learn from that to fix it or try something different for the next time and hopefully improve. Sometimes you don't improve because you're like, all right, I'm going to try a radical change on this. And okay, now it's worse. So let's maybe go back to where we were and try another route. But like the open mics are really practice. So it's, you might be trying out material for the very first time or very early in that material, but also you might have, you know, those lines that are like, okay, this is one of my, you know, classics or, you know, this one almost always gets a laugh. So just throw that in there and use that this time to maybe recover. But I think you should be always trying to do new material, write new material. Like I write every day. I have an alarm set to just do 15 minutes in the morning when I get up. But sometimes I'll just wake up in the middle of the night and I'll have an idea and then I'll have to write that down too. But the 15 minutes every day is pretty important just because it means I am generating new material, whether it's completely a brand new idea or maybe I'm working on something that had an idea in the past and I just want to expand upon it, or I thought of a new way to do that. Or maybe it's just writing down topics that I want to explore later, but I just need that written down. Because if you don't write it down, you're gonna forget it for the most part. And I have the worst memory of anybody. So like, I'm really trying to get away from using notes on stage and everything. But set list is I'm moving more towards that sort of thing. So main difference between like set list and notes. So notes is like I have the joke completely written out. You know, pauses and everything in there and emotions or anything that I want to do with that. And the set list might be just a phrase like I usually start my sets off doing something with my money gun. That's usually a good start because it changes the energy in the room.
Oh, I've been shot in the face a couple times with that gun.
Yeah, everyone likes a money shot to the face. So
we actually had that victory where you're shooting it up in my living room right behind me here. That was on
in the highlight reel.
Was on today.
Yeah. So I think that's a good, like, it kind of usually helps me reset the room from whoever's before me. So if someone did bomb, I'm not like going in super cold. And if someone's really hot, well, okay, I'm going to take control of the room in my way then. So
that's one thing I loved about Abe was his presence walking on the stage. He was you could just tell in his body posture and his form. And then he was able to just immediately control the crowd. In a way, and literally just very easy, just talking like he's telling a story, you know, not forced. There's a lot of like forcing in the jokes that I see, and it's like just being able to just relax and just tell a story, and that sounds so easy. And I'm coming from, I would probably tighten up my first few times, but when a lot of these people can see themselves and record themselves and actively listen back, it's like, oh God, I sound terrible. Oh, I hate my voice. Shut it off. No, like just pay attention to what you could do better. You know, Ed Sheeran talks about it a ton about learning how to sing. He's like, I wasn't just gifted with a beautiful voice. Like I've worked on my voice, and even myself, it's like I'm not an amazing singer, but I used to be terrible. And now some people, you know, enjoy when I sing, especially at karaoke and stuff like that. You know, where my voice doesn't suck anymore. It's not amazing, but I put in a lot of time to make it better, and especially tied to being able to talk. Apparently I'm quiet. I do need to fix lots of that stuff, but I turned Carl down. Hopefully that fixed everything. See if you turn overall volume up. Machete, let me know. Machete, do me and Carl sound at the same level now, or Brandon, if you're still on here? Machete said sometimes it's just the audience. Yeah, exactly. But like, you know, if you do 100 shows and you rely on the audience to do amazing,
or to be amazing, yeah, you're going to succeed in 20 of those shows, and 80 are going to be like whatever. But in 100 of those shows, if you're really good, 75 of them are going to really enjoy it. And then in those shows, that's where you're able to get fans from. You're able to get new, followers and subscribers and people that want to care about you and see your success because they did see the amazing thing. And some people are just stuck in their head and they are super negative about everything. There's nothing you can do about that. But when you continue to get better and you continue to provide a good show, yes, you're going to have plenty of those experiences, but there's going to be so many amazing experiences. And when you're able to, like Abe was, I think he's on this weekend or last weekend with Dusty Slay.
Yeah, in Milwaukee, yeah.
Yeah, and and you could just tell. I honestly had no idea. I don't think I've ever seen him before. I don't think a show. And I literally went up to him. Still didn't even know who he was. And I just said, dude, that was the best open mic skit I've ever seen. And I'm coming from, I've only seen like, I think grand total of 5 open mics across anywhere.
Sure.
So that's not saying anything like insane. But like I enjoyed it and I thought it was amazing. So big shout out to him because, obviously the journey that I've now realized that he is on. You can tell a lot of the time that he puts into his craft and perfects a lot of those little things. And now, he's making that next jump, and he's only going to get better. He's only going to continue to grow and gain people that care about him. And, yeah, there might be a couple of shows where the audience is kind of colder, but when you succeed 80, 90 times out of 100, that's because you continually get better, not rely on the audience just to be nice to you. Like, yeah, that didn't suck. Oh, my God. I prefer people are honest.
I think an interesting point I'll make with Abe too. 2 points. So one, I think one thing that makes him stand out too, at least for this area, this scene, is he speaks in a very quiet voice and he almost kind of whispers.
ASMR.
So you have to lean in to listen, and which means you're automatically going to be engaged. And I think that's also why some people, they'll yell or have different inflection in their voice, right? But it's the opposite way. Like if you're yelling and it's annoying, almost like a good example of someone doing the yelling side that makes you listen is like Gilbert Gottfried, right? So he had just that voice that was very recognizable. He was very loud. He had that like inflection on the ends of on what he was saying. So like you definitely were listening to it, but it can come off as annoying. Like I don't know if I would want to have sat through an hour of Gilbert Gottfried yelling in that sense, right? And same, you don't necessarily want to sit through someone whispering for an hour either. But I think one thing, big thing, which is a huge shout out to Abe that he's done really well, and it's a skill that I'm trying to work on, is he's very good at just like connecting with people and talking with people and building that network, which is something you had touched on earlier. And I mean, that's why he's getting some great opportunities too. It's like, he's like, hey, I went to your show. I like this bit, or it connects with this or something. I'm doing stand up too, blah, blah, blah. And then usually that's how you'll get some guest spots. I remember, and this was so stupid of me, but it was like, I was 2 weeks of doing stand up and I went to a show on the weekend at Skyline and I sat in the front row, dumb as a comic. And I don't even think it was fair to call myself a comic at that point. I'd done 2 open mics or whatever, but I was getting like my first paid show like in the next week. So that was like, whoa, that's weird. Probably way too early, didn't deserve that, anything like that. But the comic was like asking questions in the crowd. And I stupidly said, oh yeah, I do comedy too. And then after the show, he talked to me. He said, oh, let's get you on a guest spot for tomorrow night. Can you do 10 minutes or whatever? Yeah, no, I didn't have 10 minutes. So that would have been stupid. And it ended up not working out. But it's like, it's almost that easy though, right? Like I hadn't really done comedy, but yet, just talking with someone and saying, hey, I'm interested. Okay, now here's a shot. Go for it. So
that's the big thing is you're going to get your shots. But when you get your shot, are you going to show up or are you going to fold? And if you just, any of us can put together a couple of good minutes, but if you really put in the effort and put in the practice and put in the time, put in the years, when you get your shot, like it's just going to be like guaranteed success. And that doesn't mean like you have to be the funniest person in the world. The audience is on tilt. All you have to do is be average. You have to be good enough, and that allows you that next opportunity. And it's like good. The reason I say good enough is because humor is all relative to like we're talking about the room and everything else, where as long as you're able to not completely bomb in a neutral audience, which the opportunity will come up,
like that's when we get the next step. But often we get that opportunity, and it's like, it's maybe a quick or a small setback. And, it's the big thing I keep telling myself is the reason why I don't have the things I'm trying to achieve and, in the big sustainable energy farm is like I have so much more to learn, so much more to gain, so much more to grow into, so much more to get better at. And that opportunity is going to come. And, that's the amazing thing with the growth mindset. And I'm so thankful for all the stuff that you've said today about this. It's like when we continue to keep getting better and better and better and supporting the people around us, good things happen. Like good things just happen. We get those opportunities because there is somebody that, is able to put in, I like using the phrase, which book is it? I can't even think of it, but, saying good things about people behind their back. I mean, there's so many amazing people out there and just being able to connect so many different people together. That's a lot of the different parts of success is not your network. It's your network's network. It's your friend's friend. And those are the opportunities that, people are able to link people up. And when they're both on that same journey of growth, like that's when really special stuff happens. And it's cool to have watched your journey. I mean, I don't even know how long we've known each other.
Yeah, it's only been a couple years.
Yeah,
Yeah,
2 years, I think.
It definitely hasn't been more than 3 because I started doing comedy about 3 years ago. So
yeah, and it's been, I mean, just in that time frame, we've been cruising, and the journey we're going to be on in 5 years is it's going to be fun. I mean, from not just being on stage and a mic, but the cool shows that we'll be running behind the scenes, the events that we'll be doing. Like my goal is, I really wanted to get going in September, and I wanted to do a comedy showcase / award ceremony in April. Well, I wanted to do it in February. Think about that. Like, there's no way. We haven't even started anything yet. And so, like, my plan is to give it about a year or so, and then revisit for like next April, because like I want to have all these different people. Like Jewel's going to be having her own segment now. Very simple, just on like different hikes and things like that. Like we'll have all these different shows that are doing all this fun stuff. Different interviewees that we have on here and all the cool stuff that they're doing. And then I want to run that award show from everybody that's on there, get us all together one night, have a lot of fun in that regard. But it's like all that stuff is going to take a year of us doing things and being able to be voted for, best content for this, best, single, best group project, like all that different stuff. And then, to be able to do the comedy, like picture where you guys are going to be at in a year. I mean, you'll be crushing. Like I said, I think a great time frame would be like having open mic with like maybe 10 people inside the content network, like 3 minutes each. So you got 45 minutes of, I don't want to say shitty comedy, but like people are mediocre. And then you bring in 4 people.
Growing comedy. Yeah.
Growing comedy. Yes, because there will be a little bit of funny stuff, but then, boom, you hit 4:15s or 3:20s right after that for the last hour. And that'd be really cool. And then boom, then we do the awards dinner afterwards and have a great time. Either way,
I'm all about that dinner.
So it's so much other stuff to go on there. Do you have time to dive into mini golfing?
Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah. So this is cool, and I don't know where you stand on this and how you've been doing with all this stuff anymore, but I know you had some ideas of like, I've seen a lot of pictures on your mini golf. I remember Chuck talking to me something about how you guys did like a video of like the whole course and stuff like that. Do you have plans to expand and be doing videos of some of these different course holes, or what's I guess I should take it back. So you do minigolfreviews.com.
Yep.
You're a professional mini golfer, one of the best in the world.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I'd say I'm best in Wisconsin, but I wouldn't say necessarily best in the world. I'd say
one of the best.
Sure. Yeah, let's go with that. I like that.
Top 1%.
Yeah, probably that would make sense.
For every 100 people, I mean, for every 100 people that are alive, for sure.
Yeah.
All right, sorry. Minigolfreviews.com. You you go through a lot of different. There's quite a few states on there, isn't there? I'm not crazy, am I?
Yeah. I think I've gotten content at least across like 20 some states at this point. But I guess I'll explain like how I kind of got started with that. So always loved mini golf, right? And played this course, this indoor course in Illinois when I was growing up. It was called the Four Seasons, and it was this awesome indoor course that basically was you travel across the U.S. So it's got like different monuments, like it'd have Mount Rushmore hole. It would have the redwood, big tall redwood trees, and one of my favorite holes of all time was this giant stuffed buffalo, like a taxidermied buffalo, and that it stood over the hole, and then it had this tail at the back, and someone had this great idea that, what this buffalo needs? It needs a motor in its butt so the tail can wiggle back and forth. So it's just like novelty and just like whimsical, I guess. And that course closed down in the early 2000s, and I was trying to look for pictures of it online because I was like, this is just the coolest course. Like, I want to see if there's anything else like it out there, and I couldn't find pictures. When I was searching, I spent hours upon hours looking for pictures. Like, oh no, that means that this course is gone from the history of time, right? And I was like, I need to do something about this because I'm sure other courses are closing or new courses are opening, and people just want to know about different designs and ideas and stuff. So I wanted to create this national archive of mini golf. And initially, I just started going to courses and reviewing the whole course. And then I realized, man, it was taking way too much time to document and all that for that. So I just came up with this idea of micro posting where I do a hole a day. Like, I basically just thought of like those, whatever, a joke a day calendars. And I was like, well, I can just do that for mini golf. And it kind of just took off from there, and it became this huge site and have tons of visitors still even now. Just they continue to go there because basically when you're searching for mini golf, my site shows up as one of the results all across the country. So like a top result. So it's like, well, that's cool. That means anything to do with mini golf, it's like I'm in the forefront with that. And just been keeping up with that, and started playing in competitions and practicing, and it eventually led to me getting on ABC's Holy Moly and get on national television to play mini golf. Like, that's crazy, right? Like, and and that's actually what led to getting into comedy too, because it's like, now you've seen part of show business, and I always liked stand-up comedy. I just never thought, oh, that's something I could actually do. And I was like, okay, well, let's just go for it. But the mini golf is, it's just something I got passionate about, and it led to endorsement deals and marketing sponsorships too. So it's like I was getting to the point where I was actually getting paid to play mini golf, and I still am. So it's like I just got recently invited to go play a new course in the UP called Par Planet. So I'm actually going to go play that on my way to the Super Bowl party.
Heck yeah.
Like, so they invited
mini
me in
golf.
and said, hey, we'd love you to review the course and take some pictures and, just kind of help us promote it and everything and give us some ideas and that sort of thing. So like, people still find me and want to know about that stuff. There's a Glow in the Park indoor mini golf in Oshkosh. When they were getting started with that, they had called me in to do some consulting on that and just help them launch, because it was something completely new. They built it themselves. It wasn't like they had contracted some larger mini golf company. They wanted to do their own thing with that. And just so happened that the foremost expert of mini golf probably in the Midwest was just right in the neighborhood. So it was pretty cool, and having some influence on helping with that. And then one of my favorite places to go is Uranus, Missouri. And good friends now with the mayor of Uranus. And they created a mini golf there called Putt Pirates. And, I got to have a matchup with the mayor, and, I'm kind of on the wall of fame there, and, gave him some ideas and stuff there too for, how to improve with stuff with the course and all that kind of stuff. So that's something that I really enjoy doing. And it's nice that it kind of pays for itself and then some. And then doing comedy too. So mini golf during the day, comedy by night. It's a little bit tougher now because I do have a full-time job again, just to support my wife and her dreams of eventually becoming a stay-at-home mom. So, I got to kind of figure out, okay, make sure I have stable income, insurance and that, but then still have my creative outlets with the mini golf and comedy.
Yeah, and I mean that's the challenges of all this. It's like, how do we get in the same boat? And that's really where I've been patient on starting this YouTube channel. And maybe I did rush it a little bit, but at the same time, it's like you got to start somewhere. And today, day one, I've had, I really didn't know how the day was going to go, and like seriously, I can't believe it's gone. I mean, I was starting to get everything ready at 7 a.m. and now it's 4:30, And it's like all these conversations were just so fun and so engaging, and like we have so much more to talk about with each one of the guests, and that's why talk with everybody today. It's like this first week was so much work because it's like reaching out to everybody and talking to everybody and getting everybody on board and like figuring out having the conversation with you about like what we're about, having the conversation with Jewel what we're about, Alex what we're about, 75 other people, and like trying to line that up and get the camera set up and get the scene set up and all that stuff and get a little bit better at. But being able to have Jewel on again in a couple of weeks, being able to have Alex on again in a couple of weeks, being able to have Jay on again in a couple of weeks, being able to have Carl on again in a couple of weeks. And it's like, time frames like this, like just an hour out of your day when you have free time. I don't know if evenings typically work best for you, but like this window around 4 o'clock is like, 3:30, 4 o'clock is amazing on our end. And it's like, we could do this any day. And I do like, I'm going to give it a couple of weeks, but because I have super busy next week. But, at that point, it's like we still have 8 more topics to talk about. And I want to keep diving into mini golf reviews if that's okay with you.
Yeah, of course.
For a little bit yet. But, it's so cool being able to just continue to expand on all this different stuff and be able to look back. Like all this stuff on YouTube is going to be live for, the next 10 years. And we're going to be able to take so many small clips from each one of these moments, being able to take all these different stuff and promote in different ways. But the one thing I want to talk about mini golf reviews is I think it'd be a lot of fun, and I don't know how crazy it sounds to you, but to be able to go somewhere and like collaborate or like do some sort of video together on one of these mini golf courses, and have like a fun video behind it, where that could be an epic day. That could be starting something special.
Well, I was going to say, you had asked this question and I realized I didn't even answer it because you'd asked about, I was doing some videos with mini golf. I called that mini golf matchup. And the idea behind that was to do like one-on-ones or whatever with another comic or a mini golfer or just anybody really that was interested. And I liked the idea a whole lot. It's just the execution was so hard for me to figure out how to make that work. So like the first trial one was a lot of fun and we had a great play and all that. The problem was I couldn't operate the camera and play competitively at the same time. Like there's so much unusable footage because it's of our feet or whatever that it's like, okay, I realized if I want to do this seriously, I'm going to actually have to have a camera person or a couple camera people in order to make that something that's watchable. Because it was a lot of fun and, a great story and engagement in that regard. But if your content is just garbage, nobody's going to want to stick around to watch it again.
100%.
So, but at the same time too, it's like, you still got to get content. So I wouldn't have known like those challenges and how difficult that would be unless I had tried that out. So
yes, I love that feedback.
Yeah.
Hear me out. Carl versus Pat. We do a mini golf segment, a show somewhere. We have 2 people. It'll be very simple with 2 iPhones. We have just 2 recorders, and they're just recording different scenes and everything else. And each one of us has a Bluetooth mic on us. And so we're just recording the entire show because then after, the 45 minutes or hour long mini golf segment, each camera person maybe even.
You think I could beat you that fast? All right.
Does they do like a flyover, and then now we have 2 different angles that we could cut the scenes to from each hole. We have the whole 18 holes going on, and like we'd be able to take the best moments from that. And obviously you take maybe 12 minutes of us actually playing, and you have that into a YouTube video. But then you have, like you're saying, you have each hole. That's 18 different videos. You have a 1-minute short on, and you boom. I mean,
that'd be sweet.
Now each video is getting 300, 400, 500 views because we're tying it to the specific course, specific holes, and people are able to search engine optimize mini golf, the specific place we're at, the hole we're at, and the more popular place, obviously, the better.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of where I was kind of going with mini golf reviews. So like picture-wise, like I own a lot of that real estate in regards to searching for mini golf pictures.
Yes.
Mine show up. But video was always something that I just didn't have the skill set nor the time to be able to do that. Like it already takes me a long time just to go through and do pictures of the course and try to document it that way. So like to do that and video, it's like I wouldn't be able to keep up content wise. But and again, it's just me, so it's not like
exactly.
like I have a team to work with to say, hey, you just go do a walkthrough of the course with video, and I'm going to play the holes and figure out, okay, where's the best shots? Are the obstacles worth it? The skill shots, whatever. That's like something that I have to focus on in order to promote it for the website. But like, and then to also then do competitive play, like a matchup, is like its own separate round of that course too. So it might be like 3 rounds of playthrough at least, just to have the content for that one course, and that's a pretty big time commitment, especially like when I'm going to places. It's like I'm trying to get the most courses I can for content wise. Like I was just up in Minneapolis Mall of America area because they had couple of indoor courses that I hadn't gotten on
I
the
just did
last
those.
time I was in the area. Yeah, the Rock of Ages was the one in Mall of America. That's a blacklit course. I've already had Moose Mountain, so I didn't need to do that. And then there's a bar that's adults only called Puttery. So it's 3 9-hole courses there, and they're themed on different things. It's downtown Minneapolis.
Hell
so
yeah!
like
I definitely have to check it out. Pottery.
It's across from a Whole Foods, so it's kind of a more uppity place in that sense. But so that one's pretty cool. You get drinks and all that sort of stuff, and just you can get unlimited play pass, and it's more of a socialization thing than playing the course. And then we went to another one that I think it's called the Golf Zone, and that was just outside of Minneapolis, maybe about 20 minutes. And that one was definitely the more like, this is for the person that really loves mini golf and enjoys mini golf. So I played basically 3 different courses that kind of captured the entire audience of mini golf. So you have the stuff that just people just want to go out and have some fun socialization. You have the blacklit course, which is more of like for kids and novelty, and it just looks cool. And then you're going through the blacklit course. And then the Golf Zone one, that one's like where the designs are really creative, and it's really fun to play because you're just like, wow, I haven't seen a design like that before. How do I play this hole? Opposed to like other stuff that's simple or just like, it's okay. But they focus on having people there in the venue more than the mini golf. So
heck yeah. No, and I love that. I do. I mean, we're spitballing here, but we should put in the calendar one day in spring to go, like you said, to go somewhere and do that collab, because I have all the equipment. We could get like you said, we'll play 3 rounds of golf, take us 3 hours, just film for 3 hours, and then I'll have access.
See, that's one of the challenges that there's going to be other people all over the course. So like sometimes I'm going to do a course and trying to document it, and it just happens to be the busiest time of that course. And it's the only chance that I'm going to be there at that point. So it might take 3 hours to do a round of mini golf. And that's where I'm saying, like, there can sometimes be a huge time suck just because you can't really do anything about it. Like some owners are cool and they'll let you stay late or get in early. But an important thing to remember too is like the lighting. So like there's a window for that sunlight that makes sense. So like I know you'll never see me play outdoor courses like after like 5 o'clock because it's just too dark and the pictures don't come out great. So that's
I have
another
nice camera technology for an evening, not for super
okay.
late at night. So that could be cool. And those are all good notes. Like especially that's something we'd have to consider. Even, do you work Monday through Fridays?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But
I have pretty flexible schedule too. So as long as I get my 40 hours in, whether I do 10-hour days, 4 days a week, or whatever, as long as I get at least the 40 hours in, I have a pretty flexible schedule. And that's actually something that I really appreciate about having this job, is because it does allow me to be flexible to, do shows, go out and do mini golf, that sort of stuff. Like
travel.
Travel for sure.
For shows.
Or mini golf.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also I ended an hour early today to do your show, right? So it was like,
hell yeah,
there's no problem with doing that. I just know, okay, one of the days I'll have to do an hour later, but usually I'll like try to do like Tuesdays, Thursdays. I might do 10 or 12 hours for those days, just because I don't have as many shows lined up at this point on those days. But as I continue to get busier and busier, it might be harder and harder for me to do that. So, but not that I want to necessarily work on the weekends, but that's another option too, right?
Yeah.
Like, so if I don't,
have to.
let's say I'm short 2 hours and I have 38 hours Monday through Friday, I can make up those 2 hours on the weekend too.
Hell yeah.
So
I'm just thinking like before school is out, so take beginning of May. Like
Mhm.
that's typically when golf courses are the least dead, whatever. And just being able to go on like a course at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah,
Or
lunchtime, yeah.
1:30, yeah, something like that, like right between lunch and dinner, right before kids are still in
Well,
school.
Well, we definitely can do that for courses that I've already like documented
Yeah,
for
exactly.
my site for sure, because I'm not going to be worried so much about what's it typically like, because that's something that I try to document too. Like, how busy is it when I'm there? If this place is packed, people obviously like it for some reason. Then I'm trying to figure out why. But if I'm there and it's like there's not many people there, is it just because people don't know about it? Are they doing other things like that sort of stuff too? So I'm always trying to play it as if I'm not really doing like a review, almost like I'm a secret shopper in a sense. Like, I don't necessarily need to let anybody know that I'm there for that. I will give them my business card and stuff and say, hey, I did a review and all that, but I don't want me like a special treatment or anything like that. I don't want them to clean up the course just because I'm showing up. I want to see how it is normally. If your course is kind of messy because you have trees that shed their leaves, and you for some reason you pick those trees and there's leaves all over the course, and that's how people normally play that course, that's how I want to play it. So like I don't want to play like a false sense of what that course is. On the other hand, some people do like when they invite me, they do kind of give that treatment, which is nice, of course, but like I don't necessarily, I want to show like what your course is really like, and that way I can give like a more thoughtful review if there's things that I would fix or change, or how can you get more engagement. So like for a long time when I was doing the mini golf stuff, people would ask, well, how can I get more people to come in on slow nights or whatever? And for a while the big thing was glow golf, so getting these golf balls that would light up, and now you can stay open an extra hour later and charge more for the glow golf, and it covers that and then some. So just like kind of like ideas to increase engagement.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the cool thing about us doing this video, is that we can be multifunctional, multi-purposeful in this video. I get two cameras going the whole time, two different people holding on them. So they're just filming each time for 45 minutes to an hour. We get 3-4 hours of footage, like you said. If we're just sitting there bullshitting, pause the recording, because the more pauses, even a pause after each hole would be ideal. That way we have 18 different
and it's easy to cut the point. Yeah.
54 different segments, whatever. But either way, that all is not super difficult. But it's like, we have all this extra footage where, like, if there's times where it doesn't make sense for us to record, or there's something going on, or there's a bunch of people around us or anything like that, it's like we just don't need to use that footage. But at the end of the day, like, we can just spend 3 or 4 hours together, and if we do one run and we don't get done with it, it's like, well, hey, at least we still have footage from each hole, and we don't need to be doing a Carl versus Pat, but we have these nice flyovers. We have these nice cut scenes, and like these funny moments of me throwing the stick off into the woods from cuts between holes, and then you have the 18 different shorts. But I think it'd be fun to just get out and do it one time. And obviously you're going to keep doing everything that you're doing, but for us to do one together in a collaboration, and then we both have access to this video where maybe we turn it into something special, and maybe we don't. But I think getting that content and having the upside ability to have two different camera angles, one kind of more so following you, one kind of more so following me, but not specifically. It could be both shots. It could be kind of mutually. But then we'd be able to cut all these different angles together, and it could be really special on the 1v1 approach, especially as we continue to grow our networks, but also on the aspect of overlooking these different holes and like other things like that. In worst case scenario, it's just great practice for us to just get out there.
Yeah, like that's what I'm definitely down to, at least do at least one collaboration, because again, it's gonna give me again what issues could go wrong, what went great, and and then at least we have some content to work with, because I think I really do want to get that mini golf matchups to happen. Like I want to figure out how to make that be a real thing, because that would just be the coolest thing of like traveling around and doing a mini golf matchup or something, and then doing a stand-up comedy show at night. Like
You
that
can do
would
it with
be
anybody, like,
Yeah,
hey, blah,
exactly.
blah, blah, I have this podcast, and here's all this other stuff. Like, you want to play around a mini golf before my show? I'm in Milwaukee, on March 27th. Dude, I love
Mhm,
that.
mhm.
And, yeah, especially, I mean, I definitely, I know we could get a couple people to come help out and record the shot.
Okay.
And, people in specific. And I'm almost thinking, like, I don't want to be ridiculous because I do want to be a part of it. But if there's a way of, well, you never know. Me and you collab on one and we do it with other people's shots. But it's like, being able to come in and help out and do, a lot of different stuff like this could be a fun segment. But again, I don't want to get too far ahead of us because we
Right,
need
yeah.
to run the show, see, is this feasible? Does this make sense? Is this possible? Because everything sounds so simple. And then you start doing it. It's like, fuck, there's so many
course.
moving pieces here. But, to do a show and it's like, again, this isn't live. We're not going live with the recording. So it's like, if it sucks, we're the only people that see it. But
Right.
I do think, especially with the way that we'll film it in the different camera angles, there'll be tons of usable footage that we'll be able to gain from.
And I mean, there's a couple guys out there already that have like that do tournaments. There's these guys that kind of blew up on TikTok in the last year, maybe 2 years at this point now, that I actually knew because I used to work at Swing Time in Germantown, which was my favorite mini golf course in Wisconsin.
Oh yeah, shout
Hence why I worked there. Exactly. And I met these guys and they were on the high school golf team, and they're twins, and they go out and basically play mini golf matchup type of stuff with their buddies on TikTok. So like, and they're huge now. They're blown. They're viral for sure. And it's like,
like you said,
and it's like, I maybe if I have the skill set to do that, I could have gotten to that point, or I still could at some point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Dude,
Exactly.
This collaboration, like, guarantee, and whether or not we do it together, like we do one a month together or something like that.
No, I think we should, because again, I know you have the tech skills for production, and like, not to sound conceited or anything, but like, I'm the face of mini golf, right? So like, it makes sense to let me just be in my element of the mini golf and doing the match play, and then having like that production company record it. I mean, and obviously you'd be part of that as in the
Right
play
now.
part too. But like, yeah,
Seeing
but
how the future ends up.
You'd be helping facilitate getting that filmed and produced. Is really is this area that I'd like my skill set to grow, but it's not there yet, which is why it hasn't happened yet. So, having someone with that strength, as in you, I think it makes it more realistic, and then other people will be like, now I see what you're talking about and can get behind it. So
yeah, and the collab and the network, now you have your network that's seeing this, and then you have my network that's seeing this, and you have all these people going like, wow, that's actually something we don't hate watching, because people don't hate watching mini golf. But the bigger thing is, like, yes, we have our people that know us, we have the challenge, 1v1, the matchup, but that'll take time to really grow, consistent viewership of giving a shit about you or me, for lack of better terms of, whatever. But the bigger thing is, like, we have that for people that do want to see some of that different stuff, and that will continue to grow and continue to grow. But then you also have, obviously, all the different stuff that you're doing with just pictures, and, like, you have the ability to, like we're talking about, search engine optimize, especially tied to you, where now it's like you have all this content of each hole and videos and different stuff like that, where even just on a, no part of us in the video, because we just did a 10-second walkthrough, you have all these different shorts and ability to do all this different stuff. So you have so many different angles that we can continue to just optimize, but just one little piece at a time. One time of us recording together, you're talking about 35 videos of, a blooper reel, especially because you're in a comedy, but you have every single hole. You have, our challenge videos. You have our challenge videos short, maybe like first edition is the first 4 holes. Maybe we have a 4-round marathon of, it's like there's so much to it, and there's so much fun stuff to do with that. And we don't need to get too far ahead of ourselves, but we should stay in touch and pencil in a date. Like I said, I think like an early week would just be a great time to film, just because then it wouldn't be crazy busy, and to start like piecing all the different stuff together. Before then, though, I'm sure we'll have you back on the PUGG Network show here, and you're still doing all your fun stuff. And that's the other thing I just want to point out with everybody today and everything else. It's like, I know we're all doing so much different stuff. We don't need to sacrifice like hundreds of hours for these things, but doing all these different things, you start to realize, like, holy crap, that was actually a ton of fun. Like, why am I doing this when maybe I should just be doing this because it's, taking off and blowing up. And like you're doing, I mean, mini golf is something that's becoming so popular. Like, it's across the entire southern part of the United States. They're building all these like realistic mini golf courses, Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy and all that stuff. And mini golf is just blowing up in search engines and in all this other stuff. And it's like, how can we, just like Jewel was talking about how she got into real estate. It's like when we're talking about doing mini golf for, and you've been doing it for so long, but it's like, what can we do that we can have a little bit of humor behind it? What can we do that we still make an impact in our teaching people about something? Because somebody might be like, oh, the Mall of America course or whatever. They will be looking for a review of that video at some point. Right. And not only are you going to have that opportunity like we've been talking about, but how do you capitalize on this opportunity, actually be enjoyable to watch and do all this other stuff? And that's the fun part about, especially like we're talking about in production. It's like, if something sucks, it's like, don't add it into that clip because, yeah, you might have the opportunity to get that viewer, but if they think you suck, then it's like, wow, that was terrible. And it's not like you need to be amazing. You just need to be good enough. But like,
and honest and likable and genuine, I think, is also the other key characteristics there too.
Yeah. And just having fun in that moment. And I would love, I mean, this is something that I definitely want to dive more and more into is, partnering with that's the whole point of the PUGG Network, is to partner with different collaborators and people, because yes, I want to go live like this, but I want to do these shows a couple times a month and have all the guests from the network on. I want to focus, months down the line as we get everything rocking and rolling, I want to focus on working with all the creators and doing all these different fun shows and all these different networks that are all, I don't want to say connected, but, able to collaborate and work together and just create this podcasting empire of, amazing people that are all focused on growth and getting better. And as we do this podcast, as we've done this podcast over the last 6 years, like, we've all grown so much. Unfortunately, I've only known you 2 years of that. I wish it was 6. But, like, eventually it is going to be 6 years. We're getting older every single day. And I'm just so excited to just keep growing and keep getting better at that stuff. And like you said, when we do this mini golf day, we just hang out and we do film for a day. Maybe we get amazing footage out there. Maybe we get terrible footage out there. But B, we learn. But then more importantly, it's like you start to realize, because you're going to be doing this for a long time, no matter what.
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to realize things that could be better, that could be different, that maybe you could pull back into your endeavors. And obviously, I'm always about collaborating again and again and again, because I know that that's where we grow and we learn so much, is working together and doing these collaborations that bring networks together of people. But, I don't know how it's all going to go. And from your standpoint, maybe you're like, damn, we do a show date together, and it's like, wow, I have all these different plans to travel around, and Pat's never available or anything like that. And, and you're able to just pick up everything and take off and run even faster on the road. But I love it. I love the idea. No matter how it ends up, I definitely want to get a date set where we just get together. Like we said, if we just block out 4 hours, it's like, how much recording can we get done in 4 hours? If we could play the course 4 times, let's do it. Not rush.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just nice and slow, nice and easy. And we'll be able to take so much and just cut up and block up, and it'll all be segmented out hole by hole. We'll have 2 different cameras doing it, so if one person screws up a hole or misses something, we'll have a backup footage. So much backup footage. But
so much backup footage.
God, I love it. It's 5 o'clock. Do you want to keep talking, or do you got to bail out? I don't want to.
I'm game for whatever you
I
are.
don't want to run too far down any cliffs.
How busy can a comedian mini golfer be, right?
This is amazing. I mean, like, this is something that it's just like with Jewel talking about all these specific hikes. Like, it's something that I didn't really think that this conversation would. I know we brought up mini golf, but like, I thought we were going to kind of talk about it. Now that we are talking about it, it just popped in my head, like, why don't we do, like, this would be perfect, just looking to film like a short in a collab with somebody. And like, I think this would work perfectly with what we're trying to go. And like, I'm just thinking and spitballing, like, we can play even during one of the rounds, like, there's the different cards and stuff where you have to hit with the end of the putter.
Yep, the mischief cards. Yeah. So like, that was kind of where I started with it too, is like, are people really going to want to play with me if I'm at a higher level of play, right? Like, it's not going to be fun if the people I'm playing against don't even have an opportunity to win, right? Like, if it's just like I'm just crushing them, that's not going to make good videos. It's going to be done after one time. So I kind of incorporated that in with my trial run one. And, it definitely evened up the playing field. And it was a triple threat match, basically. So me and two other guys were playing, and they ganged up against me.
Ooh.
So they were using their cards. So I'd have like two penalties, or like, so I'd have to hit between my legs, or I'd have to I'd have to be blindfolded and hit between my legs, right? So it's like, oh crap, now I'm really in trouble. And they ended up beating me. So it's like, um, you know, going into it, they were really concerned, like, oh, he's gonna crush us. But I didn't even have a chance to like play like like actually play like putting for real. So I was
Legit,
like,
yeah.
that definitely was is a good thought, but it was a little too overpowered for them then to gang up on me. Not that everything would be like 2-on-1 for this. I think 1-on-1 makes more sense, but the ability to get cards or things like that, might be different, right? Like, so an example could be like, if I make a hole in one, I get a card, right? But if they make par or better, maybe they're getting more cards. So if they get par, they get one card. If they get a birdie, two. If they get a hole in one, they get three or something. And maybe there's rules that say you can only use one card per hole. But if you have more options on how to like
Yeah.
manipulate how the game plays, that makes it more interesting. And it would be really cool then at the same time too. And this is where, again, production stuff, I'm not good at this, but I have the idea of what to do. Display their cards on screen for the viewer to see, so they can see, oh, Pat's got 6 cards against Carl's 1. Carl's 1 card says, Pat has to putt through his legs, but Pat's got Carl has to putt blindfolded. Pat can move Carl's ball. Pat can switch places with Carl's ball, or whatever, types of things come up with as the challenges or whatever. But then you have options, and it definitely evens it out then, because you have more difficult or more beneficial to you as the less skilled player. And then I think it makes it more even, because, like, again, if it's like just a slaughter and then nobody really is going to care to watch, and it's just kind of like, oh, it's all about Carl beating people. No, I don't want it to be that. I want it to be a even match, that or balanced match. I don't want to necessarily say it's even, because again, it could be random in that sense of like, maybe they just got crap cards in this matchup too, and even though that you have 6 cards, maybe your cards didn't really affect me or whatever in that
Yeah.
sense. So,
Well, and the thing I love about it is that, like, I do want to do that for one of the rounds, but I also want just a straight up round. The reason I want a straight up round is because that could be a whole content of, like, it's not the matchup. We do have the matchup segment. That's still a 7-minute segment, but inside of there, we could take specific clips about your first shot, your second shot, your third shot, because they'll all be clipped. And it's like, hey, if I was playing on this hole, this is how I would be doing it.
Yep.
And
that's pretty much how I do it with the pictures now. I try to figure out what's your best approach to this hole, and there could be multiple approaches, but like, when I play this hole, and if I played it a couple times, or if I only got one shot run through, how would I play it? Is it even possible to make the hole in one? Like, that's something that people are interested in.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially at places that, have like tournaments and things like that. Like, there is a tournament this summer, so that's something worth checking out at the Salty Seagull in Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin on June 22nd. So I'm competing in that this year.
Hell yeah.
But I've already invited a bunch of comics and other players to come compete in that as well. It should be just a fun time. And 2 of the guys that are comics, they're filming a documentary on doing stand-up on the road. So they want to be like, hey, we do stand-up comedy, and hey, look at the fun activities you get to do as you go on the road, and just randomly show up to play in a mini golf tournament. So like, I like that kind of aspect of things too. But I think that could be something that we could do as well. Maybe we film for that tournament too. I know that they'd like that exposure, and just the opportunity to like do kind of like what they did in the early 90s. So Putt Putt is a brand name. Okay, so people will interchange mini golf, miniature golf, putt putt, crazy golf, goofy golf, right? So there's so many different names that you have for it, but Putt Putt is actually a franchise, so it's a brand name, right? Like Kleenex versus a tissue. Yeah. So back in the 90s, they used to do these putt tournaments, and usually skins games for like $1,000 a hole, and it would usually be like 3 of the pro circuit people playing on that. And it was so cool to see those filmed. Like that's something that I'd like to see kind of come back as well, is like, well, these high stakes games, they actually had people that were there in the audience. They had they were, I think, sometimes even on like ESPN or whatever, like they were actually on television, and people could watch like local cable and see these matchups and stuff, which is pretty cool.
Heck yeah.
But those kind of died out a little bit, but I think with the resurgence of mini golf, I think people were definitely interested in that. And also to make up, you were saying like, mini golf's becoming really popular in search engine optimization right now. And I think a big part of that is because of Holy Moly. It kind of made mini golf more mainstream and recognizable in front of people. So like, there's always going to be that tie to it too. So, I know a lot of people that were on the show that, are out and about doing mini golf normally, but then, bunch of actors and, just people that look good. So I got to be all 3 or whatever. You got people building this network that get involved with mini golf. And I think that's why it became so popular.
Yeah, no, exactly. And especially with the growth in the sport tied to, everything we're talking about, where people are just focused on having a good time, getting out with friends and family. Yeah, some people do take competitive, but that's a niche of the environment. I feel like most people that play mini golf are just going out to have a good time. And that's what I love about it, is there's such a range there. And that's what I'm excited about this video for. It's like, if we're being honest, the thing that's going to get us views immediately is you explaining how to play each hole. Nobody's going to care. I shouldn't say that. Very few people are going to care about like you versus me today, or like a month from now or 2 months from now.
I kind of have the flip on that, to be honest. I think people are more interested in seeing that competitive.
We just won't like show up like in like the amount of views that we would see on like a whole video of like how to play this hole is like guaranteed to be hundreds. On us doing a matchup, it all depends on everything else around us, like how we're doing as people. And it's like, yes, it's going to be enjoyable. Yes, people are going to watch it. But the thing that's really going to like pop in the algorithm is like playing. And that's today. But you think about a year from now, and depending on where we're going, and depending on how good these interviews start to be, and slowly over time they get better and better. Now, even a video, our first video, could take off because it's like, oh, Pat's doing this and Carl's doing this. And look, they're in a collaboration together in March of 2024. And, now it's 2027. And like that video from 3 years ago goes viral because, it will be exciting. It will be engaging. And who knows, it could do amazing. But the thing that I know for a fact, as you would know, like the thing that's going to get search engine optimized in an algorithm is like, if we talk about a place, a specific hole, and a specific thing, like people are going to find that. And it could be a year down the road before it like really takes off, but people are going to find that video. And that's the cool thing, is like we don't have to do anything different. We'll be able to get all that footage in the same video. It's like because of how we're able to, we'll be doing a matchup against each other, but right before you putt, you just explain really quick, like, hey, I'm going to try and, this is how I'm seeing this hole, blah, 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 boom, and you hit it. And it's like we still have everything else. We still have all the other conversation. And who knows, like, especially with where we're at, like, if that video releases a month after that, the matchup part could take off and the other part's doing amazing.
Right.
And not to mention we have so much other content in all those different ways. And the other thing I want to point out is that I don't need to be on camera. So like this first one, I do want to do a collab where it's me versus you. I think that's an amazing idea. But like future on that, it's like, yeah, when we get to that pro golf time in June, if, things are working on every end, like I would love to come out and just video it, where I'm not on video. I'm just like making some of the moments happen and memories from the course. And again, it's like we have all this footage, and I don't want to say it's terrible, but like say worst case scenario it's terrible. It's like, well, hey, we still have footage of all these different holes. We still have every single hole on
right, and it's documented for that archive aspect, which is like,
do it the next year and boom.
Yeah. And this is kind of an interesting kind of connection too. So like the mini golf matchups, why I thought that was such a great idea. And I know a lot of people don't really like the show, but it's popular enough that obviously they do. But really the idea of mini golf matchups kind of came from The Masked Singer. Okay. Because that show is so successful because it is like the best show for search engine optimization, right? Because you have the different characters that nobody knows who they are. People are guessing celebrities every single episode. The judges throw out celebrity names that they're like, this is definitely not this person, but because they said the celebrity's name, right, they're getting in the search results. So like that's why that show is as popular as it is I think, and whoever came up with that specifically is a genius, because it's like you're literally hitting on everything that makes something viral. And I guess people do an okay job singing too, but like that's the point, is they don't even have to be good singers at all. Like obviously people enjoy it more if they don't sound like a dying cat, but even if they sound like a dying cat and you're like, oh, that dying cat was Hulk Hogan or whatever, like it gets you engaged at least to wonder who it is. And that's
Which
kind
is-
of the thing I
yeah.
like with mini golf matchups, is like I don't necessarily have to reveal everybody that I'm matching up with. So it could be I'm coming to Cleveland, Ohio, and this would be crazy, but it'd be like, okay, I'm not telling you who I'm matched up with, and then all of a sudden I'm matched up with Dave Chappelle or something, right? Like that's like impossible, of course. But I don't know. We threw it out in the universe. Maybe Dave Chappelle is really into mini golf. I don't know. But that would be, I think, where that kind of takes off in the mini golf matchups too. And having you as like a production company to help film that, boom, the whoever we have, and then even if the content comes out so, but it continues to improve along the way, I think that's where it kind of takes off.
Yeah.
And, really gets those like views and engagement, and people are like, huh, I wonder who he's going to play against next. And then at that point too, it's less pressure for me too to have to just beat somebody and crush them or whatever, because I lose. It happens. I'm not gonna win every single thing. My wife beats me in mini golf all the time.
My
She's
wife
just,
beats me. That's getting clipped.
I know you're gonna clip that. It's gonna be great.
Out of they take it out of context every time.
Yeah, but that's what's kind of fun about it too. It's like it's less pressure on me. I can have some more fun, and then having more fun with it, I think, makes it more genuine and more enjoyable to view. And then we'll kind of leverage, who we get as the guests or whatever to play as
You
how
start
it
to stack.
becomes big.
Yeah, you start to stack the ideas, and that's what I'm saying. Like I guarantee that there's some sort of optimization in a mini golf and a mini hole, and it's like with the with the matchup, it's like that's just stacking the same things on top of each other, and that's what's sustainable. Like to be able to go out and record for 3 or 4 hours and get 2 months worth of content, like you're saying, even posting a picture every day, that's sustainable. As much as we want to say like, hey, we're going to do this every week, like Chuck and I have done it a million times, and it's like you just get so burnt out from trying to do the same thing, even though it's fun to do. Like that's unnecessary. If you can go and record some of these different things and different shows and things like that, especially the whole part of PUGG Network, it's like being able to take 1 day worth of filming and turn it into 30 or 40 different shorts, and each one gets 200 or 300 views. Like boom, that's how you get up to, again, the goal is 1,000 subscribers in 30 days. Then you get to 1,000 subscribers, and you get a few more subscribers on board and a few more subscribers on board, and we start getting better at all these different things. And like you're saying, and I'm picturing it, it's like this is something that easily could be done with big name celebrities, and it's like the bigger thing is we have to get to that point, and by doing that, it's like we got to fail a lot, and because like you're envisioning it in that recording day that we do together, like there's gonna be a lot of mistakes and like shit that does not go right. And it's like, well, we're going to learn inside of that first process. We're going to see, hey, is this something we can do? And I know it's something we can do. Like, we could be super successful at it. But it's like, hey, is this enough puzzle pieces of we want to be traveling around and doing these things and reaching out to mini golf courses, or like you said, not, and kind of showing up more dry. But there's so much. There's so many possibilities.
I think it just depends on like the what specific goals we have with the production at that point. But yeah,
in knowing that we can multi-purpose in so many ways, where it's like, hey, we have this plan for it, but it didn't work out. Like, boom, we have these 3 other roads that we can go down and test. We'll test them all out, and we'll be able to look at the feedback and be like, hey, like this is what's working. Let's lean into this, but let's keep doing this. And we'll be able to just get better at this while we're leaning into this and getting better at that. And like that's what's fun about it. And I guarantee that works. Like it's just a matter of time.
I know that works. I'm just thinking too, like how I said about going up to Minneapolis, right? And I played those courses. So what? It's 60 some holes that I played, 62 or whatever, based on.
That's what she said.
Because Sure.
Sorry.
But either way, like, so 60 some holes of mini golf, that's 2 months, 2+ months of content for me just off of a weekend. So like, it's the same kind of thing with doing all that different filming, different avenues that we can post it to, like as a, I guess I want to say maybe like a channel, right? So there's the tips channel, there's the one-on-one matchup channel, there's the um, overview of the course, or just like a history of the course, whatever, right? So let's just say there's like 3 channels. It's all under that same umbrella, but you have all that content from one trip there. So it's like,
and now you have more analytics, and you can see like how we do, and it's not like this is like you're saying right now, the matchup thing, like that is a super successful opportunity right there. But it's like I believe, and I could be way off, I believe that's going to take time to, like 10, 12, 15 people on over the course of 15 months,
yeah,
whatever.
of course, like a season almost. You have to get through a first season in order to really take off.
To gain that traction and like run, with that, because that's gonna be amazing. But we're, even though it's gonna start slow, in my opinion, again, if it takes off right away, that's amazing. Like, let's continue to run down that. But it's like we shouldn't give up on that idea. It's like, how do we keep making it better?
Not.
How do we keep making it better? How do we keep making it better?
I mean, it took me probably 2 to 3 years before mini golf reviews started to like gain some traction, and people were actually like, I'm like, holy crap, it's more than just 100 people looking at this. This is thousands, tens of thousands. Oh, we're at 100,000 people looking at this in a month. Like, holy crap, like that's insane. But then you kind of think of like how many people are on the planet. You're like, oh, that number's not really that great. But it's like, it's still impressive though, right? Because it's like, how many people can say that, how many people that they know, right? Like you have your Facebook network, and maybe you have like 1,500 friends, or I think it caps out at 5,000 people. So like, if you're getting 100,000 views, you 20 times multiple on your friends list on Facebook, essentially. And that's kind of crazy, like to think that many people in one place to, watch something that you create. But that's also why like it was so important to kind of switch how I was presenting the information, because initially when I was doing the full courses, the content was too long. I could get the metrics that people were only staying on the page for so long. So it's like, they're not reading the whole thing. They're just kind of, well, what is this? Interested, and then leave. Right. But then like switching over to the whole a day, like I like to call it like a micro post. Like it's something digestible. You can look at it like, just like, well, isn't that the success of like TikTok, right? Most of those things are really short. Like some of the most viral things are 15 to 30 seconds at most. So it's just like something you can easily digest, but the content's there. So once you start going down one, you just kind of snowball into the next. So
exactly.
So, I mean, there's probably better ways that I can continue to develop my content, of course, but like I always had on my posts from the very beginning, like, all right, you looking at hole 3 of this course and you're reading through the content, I link it back to the previous hole. So you're going to be like, oh, this was an interesting hole. Let me see what the next one looks like. And then, each course I do, I have the page that has all the holes listed out. So, you're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way through 18 usually, but whatever number that course particularly has. So now I have all those page views or content views from one person that just kind of went down the rabbit hole, which is typically how I think people kind of view stuff. They're like,
when it's worth
like
watching.
Right. Yeah. And it's hard to escape from that, like, pull of, oh, I'm interested in this now. I want to see what's next. Like you always want to know what's coming around the corner. So sometimes like, I'll get a notification that just like a particular person just viewed 500 pages on my website. And that's kind of crazy, but like, it's interesting to know that because I set it up that way, that it is causing someone to snowball and
that might have been
spend.
me.
Oh, okay,
I don't know.
But I mean, I see that quite a bit though. It's
no, I wasn't that many. I probably looked through maybe 100 or something.
Okay, fair enough.
But that was like 6 months ago.
Oh. Well, that was what was cool about leveraging Pinterest, at least, because Pinterest, one person pins it and it shows up on another person's feed, and they can pin it, and then it spider webs out. And that's actually where I was getting most of my viewership from, was because like everybody's like, I'm interested in mini golf, and videos are kind of hard on Pinterest to like view. They kind of updated it now, so it is a little bit better, but still pictures still is like king. And someone will pin that picture and then it shows up to all their network and so on, which is what social media is all about. But for me, Pinterest was like the best one, and it just kind of exploded from there. And then I can see the metrics that says, hey, this person came to your site from Pinterest, and then that's when it snowballs and they want to see all these other pictures.
Yeah.
So it is interesting to see, like, a combination of all those different platforms, and eventually people find it and then they follow you, and hopefully your followers that you get are genuine followers and not spam accounts and stuff like that. So that's always the hard part, is like building up people that actually are actual people, not just robots.
Yeah, which a blend of the two obviously is because it's like, again, we're going to get better and better opportunities as we grow our channel, but it's like, are we getting better and are we worth watching? And that's why I just love this idea. It's such a good idea for being able to do that.
And even if it's kind of bad, it's still fun to watch, right? Because
again, it's that good
mini
enough
golf.
factor.
It's meant to be fun. Like,
cut the shit out. Nobody wants to see us just being stupid, but you still have my goal is like every hour of recording, it's like you get 7-10 minutes of good shit. And that's pretty fair, especially just each shot, like boom, 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 boom. That's a fun part. You get the flyovers in there. You have talking about how you do it. It's like there's a 45-minute video, boom. And the advantage of doing long form like that is you have so many watch hours tucked inside there, and you have so many ad monetization, where the big thing a lot of people complain about on TikTok is like, I had 2 million views and I got paid $8. Like, what the hell? And it's because there is no advertising generation from a 15-second short, compared to 45-minute YouTube with AdSense. You might be watching 5 minutes of ads, and even if you do have YouTube Premium, the person does get a few cents of that recording, plus you have watch hours. And that's what's cool about all these different things that we're doing and all the research that I've done behind it. It's like, you take the long form, you chunk it up into like small long form, 40 minutes, 50 minutes from hours, and then you have 7-minute segments, you have 12-minute segments of specific courses or whole, just to relate to this exactly. But then you have each hole, and you have you're talking about each short, maybe being seen, especially with some momentum, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,000 times, 50,000 times on a popular hole or whatever. And now you get subscribers and you get traffic from those to watch the long form content for the people that want to see more of you. But you know what you have to do? You have to have decent content. You have to have good enough content and keep growing in that factor. And Machete's right here. Machete, thank you for coming around. Machete's been here with us since the beginning of the PUGG Network. What the hell was it? New Sports Wisconsin. He said, we had a game like that in high school, minus the cards. We called it ball bashers. I don't know. I think it's talking about
for mini golf, though?
Yeah. What is ball bashers, Machete? Without the cards, isn't that the whole game, to play with the cards? That way you know what to do?
Well, I always thought this was kind of a dirty thing to do in mini golf if you're being competitive and whatever. But like, you're allowed to like kind of croquet it and hit your opponent's ball like back to start with your ball. So like, it's risky, right? If you miss their shot and you're hitting back to start, you're going back to start. But like, that's the thing. Like, you can. No. So like, let's say you and I are playing, right, and your ball is 2 feet in front of the hole, and I kind of just sneak around, and I'm now 1 foot in front of the hole, and I'm in front of your ball. I don't have to hit my ball into the cup. I could just turn around and smack your ball back to start. It goes out of bounds, and you get a penalty stroke because your ball went out of bounds. My ball is essentially going to stop, right, because transfer of energy. And then I just put it in, and now you're going to have like 2 extra strokes or whatever.
I would.
So it's like really dirty. It's super dirty, but that's what I'm thinking when he's saying ball basher. Just like free for all. Just hit the crap out of your opponent's golf ball and.
Well, like in croquet or whatever, like if you hit their ball, you go again or whatever, right? Isn't that a rule? If you.
Yeah, I thought if you get through the hoop or whatever isn't that a free pat?
Yeah, I thought because like the reason is you can like if your balls are touching and it's your turn, you can like put your foot on it and then you can like send the other ball.
Yeah, that's just to get them so they're not lined up anymore.
Yeah, but then I believe, and I could be wrong, somebody fact check this, but I believe
we need
then you
history
go
of croquet right now.
I think you get to go again. and hit it. At least that's how I've played. I don't play a ton of
Sure,
croquet.
but that's what I'm saying though. Like you can set
Oh,
your
yeah.
opponent up for.
Well,
just
dude, I
having
would
the
whiff that
worst
ball. That
awful
ball is
shot.
so much smaller.
know,
I would
I know.
send it out the bag, and then it's like, okay, I have a tap in, and I have 3 more strokes to get. Oh, I love it.
Great, I just gave away my strategy against you. All right. That's
I forgot to add without the golf as well. We had a game like that in high school, minus the cards. We called it ball bashers, minus the golf as well. You guys just punching each other in the nuts.
All right.
Is that what?
That's painful.
That sounds like a fun game, Machete. Goodness.
How many of those guys have kids? I don't
Yeah,
think
how
very
many?
Yeah. That sounds more like a Darwin Award right there. You're not passing the line along.
Goodness gracious. Well, I mean, hey, I'm sure we could talk for hours and hours. But I think what would be amazing is if, and I can talk to, I mean, yeah, the stuff with Rob and Joe I'd want to get into at some point. We got that, but I don't want to rush any of this stuff. Creative process behind writing. Yeah, I mean, there's so much that we can keep covering. But what I think would be fun is I'm going to take a week off because, well, which would be great because I have a super busy week with Valentine's Day in my business. It's just, it'll be stupid. I'll be there like 6 in the morning until 10 at night every day.
Jeez. Yeah.
But once I get through that weekend, I'll have time to edit then over some of those days because we're going live again Wednesday all day, and then we're going live again Friday all day. I'll take that week off next week, but then coming back the week after, if we could get you on one of those afternoons, evenings, and dive more into some of the stuff, keep talking about that mini golf thing, what you're doing right now, and continue to promote that and having different clips, as well as to we should set a date and then kind of work towards and even brainstorm live, some of the fun ideas.
Yeah, I like that. Yep.
Behind some of that stuff, like we obviously did today. But seriously, Carl, Cash Money, the man, the myth. I gotta stop saying that about everybody. A legend. I appreciate you coming on so much. Do you have any final thoughts or anything that you want to say to the great people of America out there?
Sure. Hi, America. So I turned 35 in 2028, so I will be running for president. So you can vote for Cash Money Carl for president in 2028. But actual words of wisdom, I should say, anytime anybody gives you advice, you should always listen to it and take what applies to you and make yourself better. So take one thing to always improve on everything you do.
Heck yeah. And that is entirely the channel's message. I appreciate you putting that in your own words, because that is exactly what we need to do to keep moving to the next level. If you're not growing, you're contracting and you're living inside your own head. And seriously, there is such an amazing, beautiful world out there when we just chase our dreams and we chase the fun stuff that we're trying to accomplish. And even have this discussion today, I didn't see it heading exactly this way. I didn't see it heading this way at all. I did want to talk about it, but I wasn't like, holy crap, this would be really fun to do. And just being able to have these conversations, you never know what's going to lead to what, especially when you do all this fun stuff and all these amazing things, and just being able to experience life, love, and the pursuit of happiness. Thank you so much, Carl, for coming on. We will be back very soon. A couple of weeks, hopefully we can get you on for one of those 4 o'clock or 3:30 windows on Monday, Wednesday, Friday in 2 weeks. Either way, thank you so much. I appreciate you so much, and thank you for supporting not just yourself in an amazing way, and being such an amazing family man, and being the loving man on Facebook. I love to see that, but also your support for all the people around you, and so many people just being able to get to that next step, and even just starting where you don't know where any of these people are going to be in 5 or 10 years.
Exactly.
People surprise us, and just being able to support them and support each other. Thank you for bringing that. What are you doing with your hands? Thank you for bringing that to the PUGG Network. Thank you for our continued friendship, relationship. And I honestly am visualizing a lot of things, as I always do, as you probably know about me. But I'm visualizing a lot of really, really, really cool things. And thank you for putting those images in my head, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me, Pat. Appreciate it.
Hey, I'll see you soon.
Yep.
Keep on keeping on.
I don't hear him in my.
Oh, there
in
we
my
go. Now
headset.
try it. Now try it.
You hear me now?
There we go.
Oh my
That's
God,
better.
beautiful.
Good.
There we
Love
go.
it.
I don't think that was
Works.
a mic issue. I think that was producer.
Call me out.
Oh, it's me?
Yeah. Bottom.
I keep hitting it. All right.
You can only hit it once. You hit it twice, it cancels.
Yeah.
I had to
Just
hit
like-
it twice.
Just like
so
we're about
just
to get
saying.
canceled because of our stupid. We took fourth, I think. I think
Yeah.
we took fourth.
Yeah, we did.
Great job, boys.
So
Great
what is
job.
the top one that qualifies? What is it?
I'm not actually sure. Sorry, guys, quiet down in here. Where does it matter at the beginning? No, but I love sending a message. We just took fourth place, and 2 of you guys have not played in a while, so it's like we're fine. We
This
got
is probably
Sammy.
my third time playing this.
Yeah, we got
Same.
Sammy. We got the slime climb. We're gonna do it here. Here's the thing that you guys need to
Sammy
know.
the slime climb,
You're
nice.
probably going to die and lose. There's nothing
Yeah.
else I could tell you.
I thought that was part of the fun.
Slow and steady wins the race here, but this one, if you
Oh,
die, you're
hey.
out. You're eliminated.
Oh,
Pat, enough of the negativity. All of us are gonna finish. Just make sure.
I just don't want you guys to feel pressure because there's a very good chance here that you die immediately.
Okay. Whatever. That's
I'm-
fine.
For some reason, I'm not on my screen. Okay, cool.
Oh, that's
When he said that, I was thinking of jumping off right away. Just right over the edge.
Probably not a bad thing, honestly.
No, we're going to make it. We're going to make it.
Well, I mean, hey guys, that concludes day 1 of the PUGG Network. Thank you guys all for coming by. We had a ton of fun. We started with Alex this morning, incredible individual. I'm so happy to have him on as the first guest of the PUGG Network. Jay, thank you so much for being here. We had such a good conversation. Alex, I can't wait to have you back on. Jay, cannot wait to have you back on. Jewel this afternoon. I just can't even imagine, while our discussion was going on, and obviously I'll go back and watch this film later tonight and tomorrow, but the way that our conversation went and the ability to pull these new things out of it, specifically engaged to what we're trying to accomplish and talk about, is so refreshing for me, especially even at the end here with Cash Money Carl. Thank you for coming on, Carl, Cash Money, whatever name you prefer to go by. Sorry. Money Man. Cash Money Carl, he's crushing it, doing amazing things. He's got like 10 shows coming up this month. Just all these people are doing such fun things. Thanks for coming on. And realistically, going into today, I knew today would be special to me, but having these conversations and turning the camera on and being able to dive deeper into these discussions was truly special because, not only do we have future guests, I know for certain all 4 will be back on at some point. Obviously, if it fits in their schedule, I would love to have, every single guest today was supposed to be lined up for an hour. Granted, Alex had a meeting pop up at 11, so he only was on for an hour. But we could have we got through one topic out of our 12 topics we were going to cover today, and we knew we were only going to get through 3 or 4, but I wanted to be safe on the back end. But so much more with him and I to go through with so many different books, and what we pulled out of the one thing is going to be an amazing short, as well as with Jay, we have just some great content, some great explanations of what we're really trying to achieve here and promote, stories and positivity and just life in general. Even though I talk about growth mindset, I talk about learning, I talk about all this different stuff, it's like there's so many resources out there. Like Andrew Huberman is incredible to really hone in on your mental skills. This is how do we have entertaining stories? How do we have real world scenarios and solutions geared towards real world problems that are ultimately like, hey, let's get things off of our chest, but also let's have a growth mindset behind it. How do we continue to get better? And you heard Carl here at the end of the night, like, especially from where he started, we're going to gain opportunities down the road. We're going to continue to get better. As long as we have a belief in ourselves that we can get better, as long as we're putting in the work and the practice to get to that next level and, continuing on this journey and realizing that it's not just something that happens overnight. Even an overnight success had years of situations to go through. So
everything today, every conversation, I knew they'd be special. Those 4 people are amazing individuals. They're doing amazing things in the community, everywhere, the people around them, their family support systems. They're taking jumps. They're doing incredible things. Thank you so much. I knew we were going to have those talks, but all the side roads and the different paths that we talked about tonight, that was truly special to be able to gain a lot of that insight into, like, what am I going to be able to do on Wednesday with our amazing lineup of guests? What are we able to do on Friday? What are we able to cut from all this? And then as we get these guests on over and over again, as well as many, many, many more guests that we have, we got a guy that just hit 1,000 subscribers in 30 days or is very close. He'll be on in the next couple weeks. He lives out in France. We got a buddy over in Atlanta that we're excited to talk to. We got a couple guys down in Florida, a friend down in Texas, with just so much fun stuff that we're all doing and just getting unique viewpoints and perspectives, tying in a lot of stuff that people do care about because, even though there's a handful of people that do want to sit and watch us for 9 hours, like Machete, Bree, Phil, like, thank you guys so much. Brandon, thank you so much for pulling up the stream, as well as so many other people where, yes, that's impactful, but we do want to reach more people. And the way to do that is by everything we said, to take out those powerful moments and to redistribute those powerful moments tied to, like with Jewel, specific trail, video on the trail, picture on the trail, explanation of the trail. And that's something that people will look at down the road because that's what people are looking for on Google. Like, hey, I'm interested in hiking Pikes Peak, which hike should I do? And boom, when you're watching Jewel explain how much she loves this hike and what she did in it, that's going to make people down in Colorado Springs want to take that hike. And so so thankful for everybody allowing me to have this conversation today. And this is just the beginning. Episode 1, 2024, February 5th. We're back on Wednesday, 9:30 a.m. I'm going to continue to work on some different things here, but we're back on Wednesday, 9:30 a.m. We'll have our first guest on at 10 a.m. and just another full day of fun and live streaming. Machete, thank you again for paying attention all day. Big shout out to everybody out there, anybody out there that's just passive watching or listening, as well as everybody. Joey Murray for being cool. Thank you so much. We'll see you Wednesday morning, 9:30 a.m. Central Time. Big shout out to the dispensary, 17 locations in 4 different states. We'll have Brandon on at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the head of marketing over there at the dispensary, and we're just excited to dive into so many fun topics. I mean, I might honestly even reach out to him and ask him, hey, can you talk for an hour and a half? Because we're going to have such a fun conversation, and I'm excited for some of you to be a part of the journey, and I thank you so much for being a part of this journey. We are just getting started. And as I say that, this is the end of episode 1, the PUGG Network. Thank you.